Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So it's been 24 years. 24 years since Diablo 2 came out. Ridiculous, huh? So for those of you who've been watching for a very long period of time, maybe you've even played the game for 24 years, and you never knew this trick. I'm going to teach you a trick. In the original game, and in the Diablo 2 Resurrected game, if you hold down the Control key and the M key, you can silence the music on the title screen. For those of you who didn't know that for 24 years and got their ears sugar blasted with the title music, I don't know what to tell you. You can go back to this if you want. Or you can just do this. And you can mute it! How many of you guys didn't know that you could mute the title music? I can't count how many times I would be like, I'd be in a game or whatever, right? Because you can change the music. You can change the music and everything in here, right? And so it's nice and quiet. You can go in here into the options, you can go into the sound options, and you can choose how loud you want the game to be. You know, it doesn't have to be super duper loud. But then as soon as you exited here and went back to the title screen, despite any of your settings within the game, the title screen music would always be at 100% volume. And so you would go from a whisper, a beautiful sound of music to this. Boom, boom, boom. And that was when I learned to do this, so I could mute that. Because I would hear it all the time anyway. I just didn't want to get my ears sugar blasted when I left the frickin' title screen. As much as I do love the original version of Diablo, I do think Diablo 2 Resurrected is by far the superior version. So we're not going to be playing Diablo 2 LOD today. We're going to be playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. I just thought I'd bring up Diablo 2 LOD for nostalgia. Gotta get that nostalgia in there. What do we want to play today? I kind of want to play my Big Bada Boom character a little bit more. We need to swap back over some equipment, I think. I don't know what she's missing. Let me check and see what she's missing before we get started. Bink! And let me hop into voice chat. Looks like we got Bob and Chromatic in there. I don't know if Bob's actually awake. Half the time he's just in there AFK. We shall see. What's up, guys? Who's alive in here? Chromatic is alive.
Yeah. Trying to be.
Bob is not alive. Bob's dead. Bob dead. Oh no. Bob dead. Bob's so dead. He's so dead. Yep, he did. It's been 24 years. The game's 24 years old today. 24 years of Diablo.
It's a lot of evil.
It's a lot of demons being slayed. Been slaying demons.
Greetings.
Much more to be slain. 24 more years.
Oh no, sneezy. Alright, what am I missing? I'm missing the Ravenfrost, and I'm missing the helmets. Looks like that's pretty much it. So I just need to go get my Ravenfrost and my helmet. What about my mercenary?
I think I have one. I have one I can just give you.
I didn't steal anything from the Merc. Oh, I just got, like, my characters share items, so I'm just trying to share them back.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's a constant struggle when you're poor.
When you're poor. I just finished the Dragon Den.
Dragon Den?
The Dragon Den.
I'm doing the opposite. I'm doing the Holy Fire Paladin. I like it.
What's the difference? I mean, obviously you put hard points in Holy Fire, but does it go like what is it, Phoenix?
Yeah, I went with dual Phoenixes. I got what is it like? See, negative 66% enemy fire res.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
I think that's the main difference is that like when you go with dragons, you're really limited on equipment. You get like the negative 20 from Hand of Justice, and then
10 from flickering, or
like if
I
you
have
use
14 from flickering.
yeah, if you use flickering, you can get there, but you can't really get it from very many other places, so you're kind of limited.
Yeah, true.
I got 28 from the weapon slot, 28 from the shield slot. I got 10 from the helmet slot, and I don't even need to use the armor slot for negative res, so I just put a hustle on. But I think I also hit the 4-frame zeal breakpoint easier than you as well.
Yeah, true.
In general, like my damage is going to be higher. I think across the board. The negative res just really pushes it over the top, but not only that, but you get to run conviction, which is nice, but my negative res applies to the entire aura. Like your conviction only applies to 13 yards of the aura, so it's not really as effective.
We'll just shit all over my build, why don't you?
I mean, I do think the dragon build's not really the best.
No, but it's fun. I've never done it before, so I had to try
What-
it.
It used to be before Sunders were released that the dragon and the dream were superior to the Holy Freeze and Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, and Holy Shock builds, like bar none, because you could run conviction with it, and that was just amazing. And having maxed out conviction was worth everything that you were, losing going the other direction. But then when Sunders came out, negative res became more important than conviction, and conviction became backseat to negative res. And so then at that point, dragons became worse by comparison, just simply because they limit you on the amount of negative res that you can have, which means that you're getting a lot less negative res in general than the latter. It's just a matter of like a change in the seasons, so to speak. It used to be top dog, and now it's not. Same thing with the dreams. Dreams are a little bit less restrictive though, because they don't take up your weapon slot. So you can at least use like, Crescent Moon. So you get that nice massive 35%, negative 35% no matter what.
Thanks for the leveling gear, by the way, again.
Oh, no
For
problem.
my Amazon.
No problem.
I upgraded the bow because I needed to use it longer than I thought I would.
Ravenclaw? Nah, you should move
Yeah.
on. You should move on to a better one. There's
Oh yeah, I'm not using it anymore. I morphed up to a Javazon. I was going to give it back to you, but I was going to let you know that I upgraded it. I also have the Kuko, I think, somewhere.
Yeah, the Kuko is way better than the Ravenclaw.
Yeah, I put the Ravenclaw on my follower eventually and just used the Kuko. But now I'm using a Act 2 Merc, I think, and I'm using the Titans javelins and stuff like that. Yeah, I've got the Titans, Spirit Shield, Enigma. I've got the Griffin's Eye.
Yeah, you moved on to a
really good.
Javazon.
Yeah.
It's a different.
wanna
It's a
get-
different build entirely. It's just
Yeah.
the fire build is a fun leveling build. Unless you're going to
Yeah.
fully invest in that, though, it's not really worth it.
I was gonna check and see if you wanted those back. I've had them in my box on my mule to save space in my main box.
I don't want the bows back now. Not if you upgraded the Ravenclaw. I don't want it back. I'll
got
take
another
the.
Raven's Claw that's just like it. Oh,
Uh,
sorry.
I use the Arathas and the Ravenclaw for early leveling builds. It's a really easy early leveling build, level 15
Okay.
basically. So
I've got a normal one and an upgraded one. I can give you the normal one that dropped for me if you want.
I'll take the Arathas back if you got that still.
Arathas.
The set.
Is that the set item?
Yeah.
Oh crap! I'm gonna have to farm that up.
That's the if you don't know anything about me, like I always have an Arathas sitting in standby. I gave my standby to you, so
I'm really sorry. I didn't realize.
it don't matter.
passed
I
them on to
wasn't
somebody else who
expecting
could
it back.
use them.
I wasn't expecting it
Okay.
back. But when you offered to give it back, I was like, I'll take the
I was
Arathas back.
talking about the weapons because I didn't think about the other one. I was I wasn't thinking. I was talking about the weapons rather than I realized you gave me more than that when you brought it up, and I was like, oh crap.
Why am I talking to Darth Vader? They called you Darth Vader, Necrari.
They do?
They said you sound like Darth Vader.
I do not. I have no Barry Whiteism in me. I don't sound anything like that awesome voice of the original Darth Vader. He was so awesome. He had that deep voice and all that. What was his name? James Earl Jones?
Yeah, James Earl Jones.
Yeah, he was awesome. He even read the Bible.
I mean, you got a voice like that, use it.
Yeah, he's like a legend.
Do it. Do it.
Do what?
It's a joke from Star Wars.
I don't really watch movies.
In the movies, we don't watch movies. Wow.
No, I play video games because you can actually control the storyline if you play role-playing games, you know?
Yeah,
It's like being in a movie. But actually being able to choose what goes on in it. I mean, it's interactive, you know, I can't sit there for like 3 hours through something. Yeah.
It's a Star Wars line.
From
the Star Wars movies.
I don't know. I haven't seen a Star Wars movie since that one where the kid was racing around in those what are they called? I can't remember the movie. Yeah, the pod racers.
That was Darth Vader.
The one with Darth Maul in it?
Yeah, that was Darth Vader racing around in the pod racers.
Yeah, that was Anakin when he was young. I remember that. It's just I lost interest when Disney bought him out. I was like, no, I can't do this.
I mean, those movies were way before Disney bought them out.
Yeah, I like the old ones. Return of the Jedi and stuff like that was pretty cool.
I can't carry anymore.
I watched some of Breaking Bad. I mean, I guess that was like one of the last things I actually watched on TV before I just gave up watching TV altogether. And I haven't been to the movies in years because it costs like 70 or 80 bucks just for a movie, good movie night here. Well, I guess it's like almost 50 for the ticket, and then, you know.
Good Lord, where do you live? Soviet Russia?
Almost Alaska.
Dude, it doesn't cost no $50 for a ticket. I just went to the movie theaters. Like,
In Alaska?
I went with 3 people to the movie theater here in Virginia, and we paid for 3 people, like even with the snacks that we bought. So I'm talking about the movie tickets plus the snacks, and we got 3 drinks, a popcorn, some candy, and a hot dog, and it was 60 bucks for all of us for everything.
Oh.
Actually, 60. I'll say 65.
A candy bar in the Villages up here costs almost $5.
I hope you're getting paid $30 an hour.
No, I was getting paid $68 an hour when I worked on base, but then the COVID came and I lost my job.
$68 an hour. There's some,
too.
That's some high class inflation up there. Like, holy Jesus! I thought California was bad with like the $3 bottles of water.
Oh no, in the city it's pretty good. It's just the military base pays you to keep your mouth shut about what you see on there, so they give you extra money compared to what normal jobs would.
I don't think that's extra money, my friend. I don't think that's extra money. If it costs you $60 to go to the movies, and you're getting paid $60 to $8 an hour, that's not extra money. That's like what you need to live.
Yeah, well, most people only get paid $20 an hour if they've got a good job up here.
I mean, that's still way more than what the rest of the country makes. Minimum wage right now is, I can't even remember.
$7.25 or $7.50.
Well, I mean,
yeah, but
I don't think they didn't raise the federal minimum wage, but like most jobs are paying way higher than that now.
Yeah, I would say 20 to 25 an hour is like kind of in the medium of like where everybody's at.
It's currently $9.50 an hour. Apparently,
You got to
is
remember, I
what
also
it's
had
really
full
looking at right
coverage
now.
healthcare too.
Sourced by state.
Full coverage healthcare is what I really took the job for. Trying to find another job like that isn't going to be easy.
All right. Burr, 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 burr. I can't imagine living in a place where things cost that much.
Milk is the most expensive here. It's like almost $5 or $6, I think, a gallon.
Yeah, it's like $2.50 here.
I wouldn't want to live in the heat. I'll live up here until they modernize and get more roads in. There's only 2 or 3 ways in and into the city, and basically during the winter they have to fly stuff in to the military bases and transport it to the cities.
I can understand that. You know, there's certain goods that would be more expensive than others. But
The thing is that there's only one road and one railway coming into the town, and we live in a valley in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, so we either truck it in from Canada or the port in Anchorage usually, but that can only be done in the summertime after the snow in the mountains thaws.
well, I hate to tell you this, but if you ever move anywhere else besides Alaska, you're going to notice a huge difference in prices. If you go even if you go to California, which is by far one of the worst places, like in terms of like how much things cost, because like everything there is, I swear, it's like double the normal cost of like normal areas. It honestly sounds like you're double the normal cost of California.
Generally,
so
just
you're
not on rent.
so you're quadruple the normal cost of most areas in the United States.
Rent is really cheap, but food is really expensive, is what I've learned.
I don't mean to not believe you, but like, how much is your rent? Like, let's. I don't know. You don't need to tell me.
About $900 a month.
Okay, that's pretty cheap. That is pretty cheap. Okay.
And I live in a 1-bedroom apartment with a full bathroom, kitchen, everything.
And 900 is pretty cheap. That is actually really cheap. So just all the goods cost more. All right.
Yeah, all the perishable goods cost more because, you know, it's harder to get it in before it spoils.
Canada is pretty bad. You're in Alberta. Diablo needs health coverage. I need to contact Blizzard about that, see if I can get health coverage.
I'm trying to get to 93 so I can do 95 level terror zones.
Oh, I forgot to put my Raven Frost on. That's really smart of me. I went and got it, put it in my stash. Remembered that it was missing. Forgot to put it on.
I'm going to try a Javazon with the spear so that I need to get infinity. I just need 2 birds, so I'm trading to trade up to that.
That Javazon?
Yeah, the one with the infinity spear or whatever.
I mean, that'd be a lightning zone.
Good day.
Well, I'm running a lightning right now, but yeah, the one with the spear rather than the javelins.
Yeah, but if you use an infinity, you're basically going to be the lightning version, which is what you are right now. Like, there's no change. You basically are just going to use the same skills that you're currently using. The only difference is you won't have access to Lightning Fury, but you still have access to Charge Strike and Lightning Strike and all of those that you have access to right now. You don't really use the jab skills or like Fend or anything like that with the Infinity because it's not really designed for that. It's a really good polearm for lightning builds, like if you're doing a Charge Strike and whatnot. So you wouldn't really even change anything with how you're currently set up. You would still be set up with like most of the same equipment that you're using right now. You would just put the Infinity in your hand, keep your ability points pretty much the same, and you would just poke with the Charge Strike and the Lightning Strike instead of the Lightning Fury. It's practically the same build you're using right now. Just 100%.
All right. So I won't need a respec token.
Why not have Stony Field? What the hell?
Take that, Rocky Michu. Oh, I forgot. I found a Sunder charm that I gotta identify yet. I think it's a Sunder, but either that. It can't be Yeats because I was able to pick it up.
Did I feed my
So
dad
I
my
can-
Cheetos again? I gave him some candies. I brought him some candies.
I got a cat that likes Cheetos.
That seems to be a cat thing.
Yeah. I got a Flame Grand charm with 76. Ew.
Oh god, stop rezzing them. Okay, oh, Stony Field. They find the waypoints here, so let's get back to it easy. Y'all get out my way. All y'all get out my way. Look, I don't care. Bye y'all being all angry and stuff. Y'all can just be all angry in the grave. How about that? Be angry in the grave. That's where y'all belong.
The cans
chase
of
me.
tuna fish in the villages was really, really expensive by comparison to candy bars.
I would think canned goods would be cheap.
I think
Last
it's
forever,
because
ship them
yeah.
in. I mean, it's a big difference between like something like milk or eggs, which is perishable, and something like tuna fish, which, you know, tends to go bad relatively quickly. I mean, something like, sorry, eggs and milk that go bad quickly, and tuna fish that doesn't. My brain's not working.
The eggs, the milk, and the bread in the villages are even more expensive. Because they have to fly them in bush planes, usually. Which are prop planes.
Ow. Multi-shot, extra strong. Get out of here with that. Hurts my feelings.
I live in the city. I wish I didn't. I wish I lived up in the mountains. Where I could go walk outside without seeing crackheads everywhere.
Alright. And the waypoint's right next to the Dewdrink? Hell yeah.
What are you playing? What are you playing? Kicksin?
Yeah, I'm my kickspin right now. Kicking stuff.
I have like 220 gloves. I'm not sure if you're interested in it. You know.
I'm
well as
currently using Laying of Hands to like make up for a really nasty fire resistance problem.
I've got a
Man.
bunch of fire resistant small charms if you need some.
I'm kind of, and that's with fade. I'm only at 40% fire resistance with the Laying of Hands. If I take off the Laying of Hands, I go to -10.
Do you need some small fire charms resistances?
I mean, I'm out of like kind of running out of room, but
Okay.
because I'm using a Bone Sunder and I'm using a Fire Sunder, and that takes up 2 of those spots. And then I also got a Martial Arts Charm. Like, yeah, I got some 320s. Like, a lot of my little spots here are just consumed already. I guess I could
Should
pull
I
out
be running oh, sorry.
I guess I could pull out my torch and pull out my Tome of Town portal and put the torch in that place and get 2 more spots. I don't know.
Should I be running a Bone Sunder charm too with this? I'm just running the lightning one right now.
For a lightning's on?
Yeah.
Nah,
it's-
you don't really care about
yeah.
physical damage. I'm running a physical because of the way this build works. This is an advanced level build. It's I'm trying to think whether I want to explain it to you. You're still relearning the game, and this build is like one of those builds that just has way too much going on with it. I'm trying to think of an easy way to explain it. So basically, when you attack a monster with a normal ability, like for instance the lightning ability, your lightning damage has to pass the lightning resistance of the monster. So if the monster is resistant to 100% lightning, then you don't do any damage, right?
Yeah.
Dragon Tail is a unique ability. It doesn't necessarily follow the normal rules in that it's a fire damage ability that doesn't do fire damage. I know, it's stupid. And it sounds already complicated, I'm sure. But basically what Dragon Tail does is that when you hit the monster with a physical damage attack. The physical damage attack hits the monster's physical resistance, and then calculates out how much damage is done based on the monster's physical resistance. After it decides how much physical damage that you dish out to the monster, it then decides how much fire damage it does based on the amount of physical damage that you did to the target. So if you kick the target for 5,000 damage and they have 100% resistance, and you deal 0 damage to the target, then you also deal 0 fire damage to the target because of the way that the ability works. Which means that with this particular ability, you have to bypass both the physical and the fire immunity of the monster, otherwise you deal nothing. You deal if the monster is physical immune, you deal no physical damage, and then therefore you deal no fire damage. If the monster is fire immune, you can deal physical damage, but you can't deal the fire damage, even though you deal the physical damage, which then causes the fire damage. So you have to break both the physical and the fire immunity of the character in both, not just one or the other, which is what makes this thing so complicated. So the reason why I'm running 2 Sunders on this particular character is because this particular character needs both Sunders. Most characters do not.
My brain just melted.
Exactly. And that was me trying to simplify it as much as I possibly can.
Yeah, you lost me when you started getting into the skills that involved physical and fire and stuff like that.
Blue Worsted.
That's just too much knowledge.
Too much knowledge. Knowledge for college.
Hold on. I'm loading screen. Gotta see what I'm gonna ask about. Oh. I've got a 5-socket phase blade I just picked up. Is that good for anything?
Yeah, people use those for griefs.
Okay. Even though it's not ethereal or whatever, it's still
Phase
worth
blades
something?
can't be ethereal.
Oh. Okay, so I didn't know that, but... So even though it's, like, not enhanced, or I guess, what is it called? Because it's not the higher quality one, it might still be worth something to somebody.
Phase blade is the highest quality.
I mean, superior, it's not superior, sorry.
Oh, most people, when they're making the grief, they don't care whether it's superior or not.
Okay.
Because it doesn't break. It doesn't have any durability. That's why it's so good.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff I didn't know.
Phase blade is one of the fastest bases at -30, and it also is indestructible always, which is why it can't roll ethereal. On top of that, it's also one of the lowest damage swords in the game, which usually puts it at the bottom when you're thinking about like rune words that actually dish out damage. So enhanced damage tends to be not really all that important for phase blades either, because most people aren't using them for damage output anyway. And the grief's damage doesn't really care about the weapon's damage either. So there's a whole thing going on there. And the thing about phase blade's low damage, however, is that it doesn't matter for a lot of the rune words that you put in it. And if you're putting in a rune word that like actually cares about damage, then you don't use the phase blade. Like if you're using Breath of the Dying, you don't put Breath of the Dying in a phase blade. You don't put Breath of the Dying in like a dimensional sword either. It's stupid. Even though they can be ethereal, you put it in like an ethereal, Berserker's Axe, or like an ethereal like Yari or something like that. Like there's specific choices for specific items. People make grief in 5-socket phase blades. That's because they're fast, they're indestructible, and they don't really care about the damage on the weapon anyway.
Okay. So I got a good find there. That's nice. How did you know I was learning the game again?
We've met before.
I mean, once, yeah. I don't remember the conversation, I just remember the brief meeting. I got the memory of a goldfish.
It
I
didn't-
breathe and then my brain goes to...
It didn't take much for me to figure out that you were learning the game again. Honestly, you're in that really dangerous stage. That's what I call it, the dangerous stage. You're in the stage where you don't know enough not to make horrible, horrible mistakes. And you've got the wealth to make horrible, horrible mistakes. Like, you're talking about making an infinity, and with the knowledge that you have, you're very likely to make your infinity in something really stupid. You're like, what? An ethereal scythe isn't the right thing to make my infinity in? What do you mean?
Quite. That's what you do for your follower.
No. No. Scythe is a normal difficulty base, my friend.
Oh, not a scythe. I have it in different full arm. I have it in a max sub one on the off ladder. But I mean a scythe type weapon that's a full arm. I didn't mean
Who's
like
in
normal
chat
level.
today? What's up, Blake? What's up, Joy? What's up, Wings? What's up, Walking Dude? What's up, Japanese name that I can't read? I don't know how to read that. What's up, Omega? What's up, Kung Fu Joe? What's up, Joy? What's up, Matthias? Sean, Pierre, Palladian, Agent Smith. What's up, Atlantis? What's up, Elep? What build am I playing, and what gear do I have on my assassin? I could go over my build, sure, why not? So this is a Dragon Tail build. It's based around the Dragon Tail ability. The Dragon Tail ability is, like I was explaining earlier, is an ability that does physical damage, which then converts to fire damage. It's kind of a hard one to explain, but think about it like this, okay? You hit a monster, so like Monster A. Monster A has 50% physical resistance, okay? Let's say you dish out 10,000, or what's my current damage on my bar here? Let me get some. I need some charges. So I'm currently dishing out 50,000 Dragon Tail. Okay, so that's my current kick damage on Dragon Tail. So 50k. So I have 50,000 Dragon Tail, right? The monster has 50% physical resistance, which means that my physical damage then goes down to 25,000 physical damage, and that 25,000 physical damage is then used to figure out my fire damage. My fire damage is written on the ability. So if you look at Dragon Tail itself, Dragon Tail says it does a fire damage of 630%, which is actually my physical damage is not that. Hold on. Actually, I don't even know if that shows my physical or my fire. I guess the only way for me to show you the physical damage would be to go to something like my kick ability, like Dragon Talon. Boop, 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 boop. So there you go. I've got 6,983 kick damage. Although that's not really quite right, but no, let's use that. Let's round it up to 7,000. Okay, so 7,000 kick damage, and then that of course goes to half of 7,000 is what 3.5k, so 3,500. Right. So my 3,500 is then used to find out my damage, and I think that's about right, because if I take the 3,500 and we do that on a calculator, 3,500 plus 630%, that's only 25k, so that's not quite right. So it looks like I probably have more damage output than that somewhere along the line. Not really sure how this actually calculates out damage. It's a little strange. But basically what happens is eventually I end up with a fire damage amount. Okay, so once I have my fire damage amount, whatever that happens to be, and in this particular case it says that my fire damage is 50,000, that has to go up against the monster's fire resistance, and the monster might be fire resistant of 50% or something, right? So that's going to bring me down to 25k. And I have to pass through both resistances, so it's an order of operations. So it's physical damage passes through physical resistance, then fire damage is determined by the physical damage, which then has to pass through the fire resistance, and then that equals the damage done finally, right? So there's like a whole like thing here between having to reduce the monster's physical resistance and also having to reduce their fire resistance, and then finally finishing it off with a huge amount of damage done. It's a complicated build, but basically what you're looking at is you're looking at things like Phoenix, which is going to reduce the damage, the resistance of the monster by 28%. I have Mosaic in the other hand for the ability to use more charges. On top of that, it also, just like makes the entire build a little easier. Get some fire skill damage there too, which isn't bad. And then I'm using Arcane's Valor with a fire facet and Crown of Ages with 2 fire facets, which gets me a total negative fire res of 43%. I'm also using a Fire Sunder, of course, to break the resistances of the fire immune monsters, and I'm using a Bone Sunder to break the immunity of the physical immunes, because if the monsters are physical immune, then I do no damage. So going by the same calculation, if you look at like the damage output, so if my Fizz is directly proportional to my fire, then if my Fizz equals 0, then so too does my fire equal 0. So I have to make sure that I'm breaking the physical so that I can actually get the fire, right? So it's like a ratio there, which is why I have Atmoscarabon, because I want amp. So I'm also using Reaper's Toll, so I have both. I have Reaper's Toll and amp at the same time, because I'm really kind of want to overdo that. The purpose of overdoing it is just to make sure that I have at least some type of curse on the target at any given time, and it definitely helps. The rest of it is pretty standard equipment for melees, like nothing too fancy. Ravenfrost, Verdungos. I have a really high level of Fade, because it helps me cancel out the negative res from the Bone Sunder. So even with the Bone Sunder, I'm sitting at 38% physical damage reduced. Without the Bone Sunder, I'd be sitting at 49% physical damage reduced. So you can see I got a lot of physical damage reduction to make up for the fact that I got to run a Bone Sunder full time. As for skills, it's pretty much just 20 points into Tiger Strike, 20 points into Dragon Tail, and then 20 points into Fade. And I can't remember what the hell I did with my other points. 20 points into Claw Mastery. Yeah, that's right, 20 points into Claw Mastery. And then I'm also using the Shadow Warrior. I think I dumped the rest of my points into the Shadow Warrior. Yep. Which I forget to summon half the time. But the result of the build is pretty impressive to see when you watch my character running around in the field and you see me like one-shot entire packs of monsters with relative ease. That's just how things go. I mean, I walk up to monsters, I get my charges up, and then I just go pop, and everything falls down, which is great. I mean, honestly, the speed at which I kill monsters is equivalent to a Mosaic Sin. I can also teleport around just like they do, I just don't do it. It's also a lot easier on the eyes than the Mosaic Sin too. Goodbye. Goodbye. I could teleport around. I don't know why I don't. I don't feel like it. Let's teleport. Here, I'll start teleporting, guys, just for you. Teleportation. Teleport. I got a teleport. I'm gonna use my teleport. I kick in all the monsters right inside their throat. I mean, you notice how high I kick, right? I kick high because I'm kicking him in the throat. That's where I kick. I aim for the throat. Die. A Lacerator could strip away tons of physical immunity. Lacerators are garbage. Like, I hate to tell people that I'll always recommend Lacerators all the time, but they're pretty much garbage. Like, unless you're a throw barb who's actually using that thing on a full-time basis, and even if you're a throw barb using it on a full-time basis, they're still kind of garbage. Because the problem is that the hit causes monster to flee overwrites the amplified damage like 99% of the time. The only thing the Lacerator is good for implying amp is bosses. Monsters that can't be fleed. So when you're fighting a monster that is, you know, like not able to run away, like a boss, like Diablo or Mephisto or Baal or something, it can come in pretty handy in that situation. Because you can't make them run away. So the amplified damage just simply works. But in like 99% of scenarios, you're just making the monsters run away from you. Now, when you're a throw barb and you're throwing that thing, making the monsters run away isn't really such a big deal. But when you're a melee character who has to chase things down, I don't want things running away from me. I want things staying right where they are. I'd rather use Atmoscarab all day long. Aggressive. I mean, the main character that uses Lacerator is a throw barb. That's who uses Lacerators, throw barbs. And honestly, I don't even recommend Lacerators on throw barbs, but I mean, if you really want to use it, you can. My personal opinion is that the throwing axes are inferior to the throwing spears, because the throwing spears just go farther. But I also would rather have the higher damage reduction from the Grim Totem than the lower damage reduction from Amplify damage. Grim Totem goes up to 120%, and Amplify damage only goes to 100. You can still use the Lacerator when you're fighting bosses and stuff, because Grim Totem doesn't work versus bosses. So they work kind of synergistically like that, where you can have one and the other. So you could have a Lacerator on swap, specifically when you're fighting bosses. But like when you're fighting majority of the content in the game, you need attacks that actually go further. Grim Totem also has a flee on it as well, which is hilarious. But it also slows the monsters down by a massive degree, which causes the monsters to have a lot of trouble, you know, like actually running away. So they pretty much just become sitting ducks at that point. I mean, if you haven't tried out Grim Totem on your throw barb yet, I would highly recommend it because it's insane. Yeah, War Strikes are pretty good. I don't know why I'm running around inside here. It's not even the TZ. I just came in here to wreck everything, apparently. Oh, that's my goal today, is just destroy everything. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if you guys have seen yet, but I do have some like some patches. I don't know how many of you guys have actually taken a look yet, but I got these patches up on my merch shop. Pull them up for you guys. Yeah, look at that. I already ordered myself some. I got some. I got a Zod rune and a Burr rune and a Jaw rune and yeah. I can't make any rune words with it, but it doesn't matter. I just want the patches. There's a bunch of patches. I got all up on here. So you can make whatever rune words you want. There's also a discount code so that you guys can get a discount on the patches. These are iron-on patches that you can put on like a jacket or a hat or something like that.
Ooh, an IO rune just dropped off of Rocco.
Let's take a look. You guys might find something you like in there. If you guys got a Shaco from me earlier, you know, maybe you grab yourself an rune or an ist rune to throw inside your Shaco. Gotta socket it. Gotta socket it. You have a socketed Shaco. Hey, thanks for the sub, Drake, and thanks for the follow, Yoshi. Appreciate it.
I had an ethereal Harlequin's crust drop.
Yeah, those are good for mercs and stuff.
Yeah, I know, it was something I was planning on using, but then I realized my merc already has a helmet that's better for his build.
Yeah, it depends on the
He
merc
has the
that you're
vampire's gaze.
using. Yeah, it always depends on the merc that you're running.
Yeah. I should have probably tried to trade it or something.
The bird
Thinking I made that. I'm thinking I made that mistake you were talking about with that Shaco.
What about it?
I sold it to the vendor because I was like, well, nobody's going to want this ethereal Shaco.
Oh, yeah, selling that to the vendor would definitely be a mistake. Those are useful for mercs. I have one on one of my mercs. It's socketed with a fire facet in it for the so I can get the plus the skills and a fire facet at the same time. It's actually the best way to get the highest enchant damage on the enchant merc. There's definitely uses for ethereal items.
Yeah, the reason why I sold it is because I didn't see using it because I already had a Shaco and I was like, why would I put this on its ethereal? Then I realized when you said that, you know, mercs, I was like, oh, face palms, you know?
I mean, ethereal is preferred on mercenaries.
Yeah, I know, I just didn't realize that the Shaco could be put on a mercenary and be made to work. Now I realized I made a mistake.
I mean, it's physical damage reduction, it's +2 skills, it's bonus health. What's not to like?
I know. I didn't think about that.
It's got decent defense. Put a socket in it. You can add some doojanks in there. Put a little dance in it.
Yeah, I messed up.
Oh. I love being able to walk up and kick an entire pack like that and the whole pack just falls down. That's so great. The amount of damage this character does is stupid. I don't think I've had a character do more damage than this Dragon Tail Sin. I think out of all the characters in the game so far, this is definitely the one that's hit the upper limits of how much damage that you can put out. To give you guys an idea, like this 50k number right here at the top end, if I deadly strike or crit, that's 100k. So I don't know how many people are putting out 100,000 damage in a single kick, but I am. And that's not even the like the full breadth of it, because like the kick itself is separate from the explosion, so the kick and the explosion are not like, you know, identical. So when I kick, there's a physical damage hit, which smacks the target in the face, and then there's the fire damage explosion, which then happens afterward. So I don't know exactly how much damage I'm doing, to be perfectly honest, because it's you'd have to like figure out exactly how much physical damage you're doing, and then you'd have to figure out the physical resistance of the monster, and then you'd have to figure out the fire damage, and then add those two together, and then see if you critical strike your physical damage hits. There's a whole lot of math, and then there's an upper damage limit too, where like the hits stop counting, and it starts going back around the other way. I'm in a very weird zone where the damage that I'm dishing out could potentially be going into the negative numbers, like a slot machine basically, where it kind of like rolls around the other side. Most people will never hit damage numbers as high as I'm hitting, so they'll never actually be able to have to worry about this, but there is a supposed like maximum damage number that you can hit, and once you hit that maximum damage number, it just rolls back around to 1, like an odometer, basically. Like when you hit like the last 99999 miles on your odometer and it rolls back around to 0. Like supposedly that's what happens in Diablo. Like if you hit the maximum damage number, it rolls back around to 0. Any special event today? I didn't have anything special planned, but I was hoping people would show up. We have a party. It's its 24th anniversary. Next year's 25th anniversary. Hopefully Blizzard will actually do something like for the 25th anniversary. They're like, oh yeah, it's an anniversary. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I probably should give away some runes. That'd be fun. Maybe we'll give away some runes. It would have to be on Twitch though. There's not very many people on Twitch. I got like 80 people on YouTube, but only like 10 on Twitch. There's a command I could use where I can literally give away merchandise from my merch shop through Twitch, and it will automatically give it to anybody who enters the contest. It's a very short time limit, though. It only gives you like 3 minutes to enter the giveaway. I wonder how this girl would do on cows. I'll take her into the cows. I don't think I have taken her into the cows yet. Let's go murder some moo cows. Murdering the moo cows, moo cows, moo cows. Murdering the moo cows wherever we may go. A slayer? Who's a slayer? And where's Sweet Phil? We got Sweet Phil in here? Keep slaying. He's doing pretty well. I stayed with him all, well, that night and then also the next day and made sure he was doing alright. He stood up recently. I need to check in on him again, though. I need to check in on him again. I don't know what I was expecting, but they said they put a bar in his leg, and I was like, oh, well, it must be a pretty bad break in his leg. He broke his femur. And they're talking about him getting up and walking like the next day. They're like, alright, let's get you up and walking. Like, wait a minute. Let's break his leg. Put a bar in there. I guess it really don't matter, does it? Moo. Moo, moo, moo. Moo, 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 moo. Alright, let's go get murdered by moo cows, guys.
Hello.
Let's go get murdered by some moo cows. Let's go get murdered by the moo cows. Moo, moo, moo. Moo, moo, moo. See if I can get her to cast the fade. There you go. Look at you. That way she can actually stay alive in there. Moo. Moo. She ain't have no problem killing cows. Superior Decapitator. What's that?
I can't carry anymore.
A superior decay. Get out of the way, little 3-socket non-F. It's not even superior. It's one of those ones where it's like, it's got the superior moniker, but it's like +1 attack rating or something stupid on it. They really need to bring this to D4 fully? What are you talking about, Erna? Talking about runes?
I can't carry anymore.
If you're talking about runes, I would agree. We need runes in D4. We definitely need some runes. Or socket 496 Kraken shit. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Moo? Oh, you're talking about the moo-moos? Yeah, cow level should have been in Diablo 4 a long time ago.
Should have been in Diablo 3 too.
It wasn't in Diablo 3. It sucked.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You go through that portal. Never mind. I'm brain dead. That was stupid.
Moo. I thought they should have done a chicken level. That's my personal opinion. They had that whole partnership with KFC. They should have done a chicken level, and they should have had like frickin' the Colonel as the boss of the area. Big giant chickens carrying halberds. And then they could have got like Chick-fil-A to sponsor the cow level. And the cows could have been carrying signs like eat more beef or eat more chicken or something like that. And they could have been thwacking you with eat more chicken signs. I'm telling you, the marketing on this is genius, and they need to just do it. Like, Chick-fil-A needs to pony up. Don't mind him, Scriddles. He said he has the memory of a goldfish. Finally, someone whose memory is worse than mine.
Yeah.
You won in a contest. It's just not the contest that you want to win. You won! Wow, what did I win? A lifetime of regret. Dang it.
I've had several of those winnings.
You'd have several lifetimes of regret?
Oh yeah, for several different things.
It's terrible.
Oh no.
Ugh. I regret not making YouTube videos earlier.
How's that going? Like, can you like quit your day job or?
I mean, it has its ups and downs like anything. I mean, like, when there's a launch of a new game or whatever, like, you know, like when the new expansion for Diablo 4 comes out, I'm sure my revenue will increase dramatically. Same thing like when Diablo 2 launched, I had a huge bump in revenue. And then like when another game comes out, like when Elden Ring came out, everybody stopped playing Diablo and went to go play Elden Ring, so nobody was watching my Diablo videos anymore, so my revenue went down. It's you know, it's
Yeah.
a little, it fluctuates.
But it's like not enough yet to
I am overburdened.
get there.
Not by itself, no. I mean, I'm working on it, trying to like,
Yeah. No, it's
you know,
super
working
cool.
on it. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, like it took Mr. Beast like 5 years before he hit a point where he was pretty much doing that full time. I think I'm approaching 4 years. I don't know.
Yeah, and you just need like one big thing, and one thing could just absolutely set you off, right?
Set you off.
Go
Well.
to the moon, boys.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to make Diablo 4 content, but nobody wants to watch my Diablo 4 content, so. I'm actually having a lot of fun with Diablo 4 too. I really am enjoying the like the creation of the characters. I think that's my favorite part so far. Just like theory crafting crazy builds and seeing them come to life. I mean, no different than theory crafting the crazy builds that I make in this game. And I've made some crazy dang builds in this game too. I'm running out of builds for this game though. I think I've done pretty much everything.
I'm gonna take off.
All right,
Thanks
see you,
for
man.
talking about your build and everything. It seemed interesting before I lost track of what you were saying.
Do I think they will bring back Stygian Dolls and King Leoric in the expansion? I mean, King Leoric never dies, so yeah, probably he'll come back eventually. They're taking us back to Travancore, so I mean, yeah, Travancore would definitely be something that they're looking toward. So maybe we'll get some dolls back. I mean, not that Diablo 4 needs more death explosions, but it'd be neat to see them back, I guess. It certainly is a drop in the bucket compared to all the other death explosions they have going on. Hardcore intensifies. I mean, as long as they keep adding in ways to make yourself infinitely invulnerable, I don't think hardcore is going to be very difficult. Last season it was infinite flame shield, which basically made your character infinitely invulnerable. And this season it seems like it's shaping up to be infinite dark shroud invulnerability, which is through the new unique. They added a new unique called the Shroud of Candurus for the rogues, which basically gives them 3 seconds of invulnerability every single time they generate a Dark Shroud pip. And you can essentially keep generating Dark Shroud pips infinitely, so I don't really know what the hell they were thinking with that one, because there's already people out there talking about how it makes you infinitely immortal.
I am overburdened.
I mean, Diablo 2 had a similar issue, I remember a long time ago. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but the original physical damage reduction cap was like 75%. And that was before they capped it at 50. And pretty much everybody was going for the 75% physical damage reduction cap because it was amazing. Being able to give yourself 75% damage reduction to physical, like, made you almost immortal for the most part. There were very few monsters in the game that could even kill you at that point if you were running 75% physical, and you also had, you know, freaking like physical damage reduction and magic damage reduced by, and 75% all resistances. Like, you were pretty much just a god at that point.
I can't carry
And
anymore.
you know, like the Paladin especially could run 75% block chance, could run, you know, like the whole 9 yards. You know, freaking like massive defense, 75% block chance, 75% all res. Throw on like a friggin' shaft stop. The whole thing was just crazy. I remember there being like unkillable paladins back during that season. Oh, my back itches. I got itchy back. One of you random people across the internet scratch my back. I need bear claws. Bear claws. I can't ask my girlfriend to scratch my back because she's real weak with it. She don't do it hard enough. There's no satisfaction. There's no satisfaction. Ugh, spider forest. I guess we can go murder stuff in the spider forest. I need the waypoint anyway. We can at least go out here and snag the waypoint.
And one tick with your holy fire.
Hmm?
So like in your holy fire paladin, you can just one tick.
Oh yeah, I could swap over to my
Enter.
holy fire paladin.
Yeah, I'm like 1-2 ticking everything. Just charge through the map and sit, tick, tick, charge, tick, tick. That's it.
Tick, tick, boom. I still don't even know what the hell these things are supposed to be. Are they supposed to be apes? Or are they supposed to be like gorillas? Are they supposed to be gorillas? I feel like they're supposed to be gorillas. Never could quite figure it out. Flares on them. Seem to have switched. Die. What's the max life for Grand Charms? It's 45. 45 is the max life. Skriddles. I love kicking all the monsters to death in one kick. And the simultaneous death that occurs. They just all fall down. Ugh, that's Great Marsh. I don't want to go there either. Somebody needs to go back in time and talk to Inarius and tell him that not to make Act 3. Can you please not make Act 3? While you're making the universe and everything. Just don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't make Act 3. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. We'd appreciate. Preparing for the expansion in the jungle. Yeah, we're going back to the jungle. I'm not really sure why they think going back to Act 3 is a good idea, but... I guess they're only going back to Act 3 because that's where Mephisto was imprisoned or whatever, so... I don't really understand the plot. Like, speaking of the whole Act 3 thing. So, like, in Diablo 4, the plot is that, what's-her-face, the stupid girl that keeps running off and doing whatever she wants to do, is taking Mephisto back to Act 3, basically, is what she's doing. And I don't know why she's taking Mephisto back to Act 3. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, that's where the portal to hell is. That's where Mephisto literally reigned for, like, oh, what, like 100 years or something? I don't even know. Like, he was down there corrupting everybody. I'm not really sure why we're taking Mephisto back to his seat of power, basically. I don't think they really explained all that. Maybe she's gonna throw his soul stone back through the portal to hell. I can't quite figure out what the hell she's thinking, to be perfectly honest. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know what's going on in her brain. In her brain meats. I mean, she ran off with the frickin' soul stone. Of course she's getting corrupted by the soul stone, because she's an idiot. We ended up imprisoning Mephisto, not frickin' Lilith, which was stupid. Dude, can we talk about the council for a second? So they're adding the council into Diablo 4, and then they're changing the names. Like, the names are really stupid. So the original names of the council are, you know, like Brem Sparkfist, you know, like Mayfer Dragonhand, you know, like Ishmael Vilehand, and so forth and so on, right? They literally changed the names to the most nonsensical stuff by comparison. Like, they're just stupid. It's like we're watching a Saturday morning kids cartoon or something, and they had to dumb it down because people wouldn't understand.
I am overburdened.
I have to pull up the names here. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me kill these guys real quick. Get these out of my faces. Out of all my faces. My multiple faces. Alright. Let's see here. Since it's only been in PTR so far, it's kind of hard to see. Let's do this. Let's pull up my live stream from the other day where we fought the council. So here's some of the names of the new council members. All right, so we've got Gleb the Flame up there. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. So Ishmael the Accursed, Wyand the Shadow, and Gleb the Flame, right? So these are like some of the ways that they change the names, right? Gleb the Flame. It's stupid in my opinion, but you know, like, well, I guess my opinion doesn't matter. But if you look up the council members, so if you look up the Trav Council, the council has really cool names. They've got really cool names. Like, their names are really cool. They've got names like frickin' Galeb Flamefinger. Why did they change it to Galeb the Flame? It's really stupid by comparison. Why did they change Wyand Voidbringer? Voidbringer is so much frickin' cooler than Shadow. They changed his name to Wyand the Shadow. It's stupid. Ishmael the Accursed from Ishmael Vilehand. That's the only one that sounds even remotely okay. And they're all of them are like this. Instead of Mayfer Dragonhand, it's like something really stupid now. Let me see if I can find the rest of these. We'll go back to a couple others of the. See if we can find some of the other names. Oh, there's the butcher. NiNi. Come on, where the hell are they at? So many waves just to get to the council. So many waves. Okay, I don't even know if that's a different one. I think that one might be the same one we did before. Okay, this is the chests. So we should be right there. Brem the Maelstrom. So they changed Brem's name. Brem's name is Brem Sparkfist. Why is he Brem the Maelstrom now? That one's also stupid. And they got Dragon Hand in there. Mayfer the Cruel. So instead of Mayfer Dragon Hand, which is really freaking cool, they changed it to Mayfer the Cruel. I just don't understand why they needed to change these at all. Like, what was wrong with the original names? Why did they need to change them at all? It's really stupid. I mean, these are basically the same ones. They said that these are the council members that got sent to hell, and so we're fighting basically the council members that got sent to hell, essentially, right? So they're just like coming back again. And like I can kind of understand thematically that they're trying to change the name so that you understand what elements they wield, but Wyand the Shadow and Wyand Voidbringer both sound like Shadow anyway, so I don't really see much of a difference there. Like, they're both Shadow related. There was no reason to change Voidbringer to Shadow. Brem the Maelstrom. Maelstrom doesn't even sound cool. Like, just leave it as Dragon Hand. Mayfer the Cruel, or sorry, Mayfer Dragon Hand, just leave that as Dragon Hand. Brem Sparkfist, like, why did they change Brem Sparkfist to Brem the Maelstrom? Can we like do a petition to like change this back? I want to change this back. I want to go onto the Diablo 4 PTR forums and make a petition. I want to make a petition right now to change their names back. I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Let's do it. Let's see here. Oh, am I not logged in? I'm not logged in. Okay, hold on. Oh, I am logged in. All right. That's just like a cool title name. The new ones are stupid. Let's go. The new names are stupid. They roll off the tongue terribly. Why do I always mess up the spelling of the word tongue? Why am I so bad at spelling tongue? Well, they paste really badly. I don't like that. They paste terribly. Let me... Bum, 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 bum. Ugh. You know what? Let's do this. It'll be easier this way. That way it doesn't pull in the metadata. Notepad doesn't care about your metadata. And then we gotta put the new ones on there. I feel strongly about this. I feel very strongly. Maybe it is a copyright thing. Maybe. Wah, 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 wah. What was the, what was Brem? Oh, it was Brem the Maelstrom. That's right. Brem the Maelstrom. What was Mayfer? Mayfer the Cruel? I haven't even seen, Torque. What did they change Torque to? I need to go back to some of the other ones here. That's another Mayfair. All I need to do is search for the times where we're literally like getting our loot at the end of the dungeon because we literally just killed the bosses. I can just rewind from there. I don't see Torque. I see Brem. I see Ishmael. I'm not even sure what Torque's name is. No, don't got Torque there either. It's random which ones you'll get of the 5 council members every single time, so maybe we just didn't get Torque. No, didn't get him that time either. And didn't get him that time either. I don't know how many times we ran this and I didn't get Torque once.
I just had a unique Shaco drop again.
Nice, Grants.
So I replaced the ethereal that I kind of...
Wah, wah, wah. Okay, so out of all things to complain about, this one seems petty, but it also just seems stupid in general to just change the names at all. The new names don't really sound good. They roll off the tongue terribly. Old names: Ishmael Vilehand, Galeb Flamefinger, Torque Icefist, Wyand Voidbringer, Mayfer Dragonhand, and Brem Sparkfist. Ishmael Accursed, the Galeb the Flame, Wyand the Shadow, Brem the Maelstrom, Mayfer the Cruel. I don't know what Torque's name is. If anybody knows what Torque's name is in Diablo 4, let me know. The new names are just objectively worse, and why change them at all from their historic names from Diablo 2? I just don't get it. Unless this is some sort of copyright issue. How about we just leave the names alone? And not change them from their original ones. I mean, if the issue is you feel like they don't accurately describe the elements that each one embodies, well, they do, right? So, I mean, it's very obvious that, like, Vile Hand is poison. I mean, that's obvious. Flamefinger is very obviously fire, right? So, obviously fire. Torque Icefist is obviously cold. Voidbringer, although he wasn't Shadow in Diablo 2, Void brings to mind Shadow. So, it does, in fact, embody Shadow damage. So, makes you think of Shadow. Even though Shadow it didn't exist in Diablo 2. Dragonhand is probably the only one that's even remotely not cool, but it's basically just high physical damage, and Dragonhand makes you think of high physical. And Sparkfist is obviously lightning. Like, I don't even understand what the purposes of changing them for. Like, what's the purposes of changing Galeb the Flame from Flamefinger? Like, I don't even understand what the big deal on that is. Like, why even change that at all? Unless there's some sort of name limitation. Is it like a character limitation thing, and you can only have a monster named a certain, like, number of characters or something really stupid? Like, is that basically what we're dealing with? Is that they changed the total number of characters of the name to, like, be less because the names were too long? But that wouldn't make any sense because Torque Icefist is really short. And Brem Sparkfist, I think, was shorter than Brem the Maelstrom, so that doesn't even fit. Boop. There you go, guys. Go put in your 2 cents. You guys can tell me I'm an idiot if you want to. Here you go. There you go. There's the link to the forum post, so you guys can tell me I'm an idiot. Oh, a Malrune out of a random Dewjank. Okay. I'll take it. I like Malrunes. You know, why would Blizzard have copyright issues with one of their own games, though? I mean, we're basically saying that Blizzard doesn't have copyright access to some of the stuff that's inside of Diablo 2. What's up, Meow? You coming on to torture us all with your terrible British accent? Torture. Hello, Gunner. Yeah, it seems about pretty par for the course, saying, unless you got like really overpowered scalies. Any D4 unique videos coming if they go through to see in the season 5? So I'm really hesitant on making unique item videos because they're constantly changing all the unique items. Season 5 is apparently going to change like every single unique item in the game. So I think what I might do is when season 5 hits, I'll wait till the patch goes live. We'll probably do season 5 first, and then I'll collect some of the newer uniques, and maybe I'll start doing unique item videos from that point. But like as it is right now, if I continued with my unique item series, they would all be outdated literally as soon as season 5 goes live. So I think it's better off that I wait on the unique items for now. And otherwise, it'll just be me putting in a lot of effort for videos that are going to be outdated way too soon. I mean, I am curious if anybody responds. Always a little curious about Doojanks and stuff. And Doojanks. You never know. Meow. Like that's some of the things that kind of like make me think of there may be some sort of copyright issues that we're unaware of.
There shouldn't be, because they own all the rights to
Do they?
D2.
Do they?
They should, yeah.
Do they?
They must, because otherwise they wouldn't have been allowed to bring out D2R, because it would have been a copyright issue.
Is it?
Well, it would be, because they're using the same names, the same stuff. It's literally a remake of an old game.
But it's not. It's the same game. Think about
Yes,
the way
but then
about the way that they created Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's not a remake. It's literally the same exact game. Diablo 2 LOD is literally just running under the surface. So in the grand scheme of things, in the copyright law, like the way that copyright matters is they didn't actually create a new product. All they did was create a housing that went around the old product, and they didn't touch the old product. So the old product stayed exactly as it was for the most part, and they put like a hat on the old product, and they made it look like it was a new product. But in realistically, the old product is still there, and it might actually fulfill copyright law to allow the old product to remain exactly as it is. Like they may be allowed to create like additional copies to sell, for instance. Like they probably have copyright to sell the game. So for instance, they can sell as many copies as they want. And technically D2R might just be considered under copyright law to be just another form of sale of the original game, which they still have permission to do.
But the thing is, they should have full, because it was Microsoft that bought Blizzard.
So Blizzard North was the one that made Diablo 2, not Blizzard. Blizzard North was a separate company, and we don't know exactly what the copyright situation was in Blizzard North when the game was created, or why Blizzard North existed as a separate company to begin with. Blizzard retained rights to the game, but we don't know exactly how many rights they lost in the process of Blizzard North closing. I mean, you never know like what is copyrighted to who and where. Like, you know, the art could have been copyrighted to Blizzard, or maybe the music, or maybe it was just the ownership of the game itself. Sometimes games have even been split into multiplayer and single player. I know from researching Hellgate London that Hellgate London had different copyright ownership on the single player and the multiplayer versions. And so it ended up getting split into two games. One was the single player version for offline play, and the other one was the online version for online play. And basically neither one of them were allowed to have the other, you know, vice versa. So you can't play offline with the online version and you can't play online with the offline version. And they're owned by two separate companies. So sometimes copyright law gets really, really strange in the way that like it allows you to do certain things but not others. And you know, for them changing the names like that seems arbitrarily stupid. And unless somebody in the office is just really dumb to think that they should just change the names like that,
I think it's something that's really dumb because like I'm searching on Google and it literally just shows that it was all bought by Microsoft. Everything.
no, they bought Blizzard.
I don't know.
They bought Blizzard. Yeah, Blizzard Activision.
I've literally put who owns the rights to Diablo 2, and it literally just keeps coming up with Microsoft.
Yeah, but
So I can't find anything on it. Like
it would be really complicated, and it would be in fine print in the
Yeah.
contract. We're talking about things that would go much further beyond just simply who owns the rights to something.
because I still think that even though it was developed by Blizzard North, it was published by Blizzard.
Publisher and
So-
developer are two different things, though.
Yeah, I don't
So
know.
publisher is just the person that gets your product out there, lets everybody see it, you know, like advertises it. You know, might actually go through the process of printing the discs and whatnot, but the developer is the one that's actually going to decide who owns the copyright. You know,
It does
there's a
show that-
contract. There's probably a contract somewhere at some point or another when the game was made that determined who owned what, and that contract tells it all. But what I'm trying to say is that maybe they had to make an arbitrary name
Yeah.
change because of that contract.
I am overburdened.
If they did, they could have gone with better names.
I think the names they chose are stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, even if they were trying to just think of different names, I mean, they definitely could have come up with better names than those garbage names.
They could have stayed on the old sort of theme of things. But I don't know. I think mainly it's just they're being idiots and they're changing things to make it their own, to make it new and fresh, because they think that that's a good thing. It's like, yeah, you're just gonna pee off all the old, you know, D2 fanatics, all the people that love D1, D2, you know, even some D3 people, because, you know, we like our sentiments to all the old stuff. It's what, you know, we love the story and the lore, and like changing names, suddenly none of it makes sense anymore. You copyrighted the name Mage Fists. What?
I'm sitting here trying to find the waypoint for this place, and I am just failing terribly. Oh, never mind. It's right there. I'm an idiot. I literally just walked right by it. Hopefully I clicked on it. I got into, like, auto gamer mode.
Ah, we all do that.
No, there's some similar things that happened that made me think perhaps there was some sort of copyright issues, and I don't know exactly what those copyright issues entail, but another one that's very similar that also doesn't really seem to make much sense is in Diablo 2 they have the Trangul set, right? The Trang,
Yes.
it's spelled Trang Ghoul, right? So it's T-A-R-N-G and T-A-R-N-G, I think with like a little apostrophe and then O-U-L, right? So the Trang Ghoul's avatar. All right, so Trang Ghoul's avatar is a set in Diablo 2. And then in Diablo 3, they created another set called Traghouls, where they left out the N. And
I think
the only thing that makes me
problem-
think about that is that, like, if you're going to leave out the N, why would you leave out the N? Like, why would you make such a simple grammatical mistake, if not because of some sort of copyright issue.
I think the issue is a lot of the D2, some of the stuff was built, like, was named after some of the people that made it, like certain things as well. So they got, I guess they do have to be careful with some stuff. But really, you know, if they're able to put Jurial and all this lot into it, it's like they should own the rights to all of it. But who knows?
I mean,
don't
there's
know where
also
we'll
some
find
issues.
info.
There's also some issues around apparently the spelling of Trangul's name, or Trangul. Like, apparently there's a couple different ways that you can say his name and spell it, so I don't really know. Like, maybe it was just an issue with them, like, wanting to, like, more
Make it look
simply
simple.
look like his name, but I
Yeah,
don't
confusing.
know. I don't know exactly what's going on there. There's some arbitrary changes to names that are kind of weird. That's all. It's just, especially those. Like, they were so excited. They're like, we're bringing back the Diablo 2 Council. And I'm like, oh, yeah, so they brought back Mayfer Dragonhand. And then I look, and his name is Mayfer the Cruel. I'm like, wait, what? What was wrong with Dragonhand? And then I saw
guess-
Galeb Flamefinger. Instead of Galeb Flamefinger, it's Galeb the Flame.
I think
And
if
I'm
they
like,
had copyright issues as well, they wouldn't even be able to use the same name, like even like the first name of it. So
it really
to
depends
me,
on what's
there is no
copyrighted.
copyright.
It really depends on
I
what's
think they're just.
copyrighted. You could have a storyteller, for
yeah.
instance. Like, imagine somebody wrote the story, right? So you had, like, one guy who wrote the story, and then he wrote in his contract that you weren't allowed to use, like, you know, his story. And his story includes all the names and everything that he came up with, and, like, and that could be basically how that works. Like, you know Robin Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Robin Williams put it in his contract when he did the genie in Aladdin. They basically that Disney was not allowed to use his likeness or any of his material or his recordings on any promotional equipment or anything without his say so.
Yeah.
And after he died, in his will, he put a proviso that said that Disney was not allowed to use his Aladdin, genie performances for anything. Basically, Disney lost all copyright, rights to the frickin' performance of the genie in Aladdin, which is their movie. So they own the Aladdin movie, they own copyright to the Aladdin
But they
movie,
can't
but they
use-
lost all
yeah.
copyright rights specifically to the genie.
Yeah, see, that makes sense.
And that's how complicated some of this stuff can be sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then it comes down to what can you copyright? Can you copyright a symbol? Can you copyright the color of something? Can you copyright the shape of an object? Like I was thinking about that recently with the runes. I was thinking about that recently with the runes. Like, are the runes copyrighted? I mean, they're pretty much just a symbol on a gray trapezoid. I don't think you can copyright a gray trapezoid. It's a little bit too simple for
I don't
anything.
think you should be allowed to copyright anything that isn't real.
And then on top of that, the symbols themselves, I'm pretty sure that a couple of the symbols are real, runic symbols from old
yeah.
times. So you can't really copyright those either. Those are ancient symbols from, a database of old runes. I think the Burr rune is one of them.
I think the problem with D4 is they're trying to make it all fresh and hip and this and that, and they keep going away from the actual Diablo sort of.
I mean, Season 4 was great, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they understand what they're doing either. I think we're just slowly getting to a good result just simply because the community's, giving them the feedback that
Pushing
they
them,
need
yeah.
to hit the good result, but not necessarily because they actually know what the hell they're doing. I don't know, if it wasn't for the community, I think the game would have just gone to pot by now.
I just still don't like that. I can't put a shield on any character I want. Really bugs me.
They actually did just recently open up a lot of the weapon types
They
to
changed a
use
lot of that.
across all the characters. They haven't messed around with the shield to be used across all the characters yet, but
I just felt that
pretty much
itemization was weird.
all the characters can utilize most of the weapons now. There's very few weapons that are locked to a specific class. And because of that, a lot of the uniques have been opened up to other characters as well. I think they realized a lot of the like arbitrary blocking of certain weapon types to certain characters was kind of stupid.
I just wasn't as keen on the whole itemization in D4. It made me think more of D3 than the D2 stuff. Which I get, but at the same time, it just didn't feel like you had a choice of what you wanted to do. It was like, this is just for this. You know, like the uniques or the rares and stuff. It's like rares. It wasn't that great to find rares.
Kurast is Nahatu. Isn't it called Nahatu? I mean, like, I could have sworn that if you go and talk to some of the people here, don't they talk about like what the area is called? I can't even remember. I think Wareve talks about it.
Oh, there you
The
go.
Kurast docks are basically just like garbage by comparison. This isn't a real city. For those of you guys who are unaware, this is like the last refuge. Basically, think about Kurast docks as the people in this area kept slowly moving away from the evil, and they kept running away, and this was the last possible place that they could run to. They're literally like squatting in a swamp basically with a couple like stones between them, and they're living in this area not out of like want. They're living here out of need, out of necessity, and they have nowhere else to go. So this is just like the area that you come into.
Apparently the bird rune is a old ancient rune from Norway or something. He put it in one of your chats. That's what it popped up.
So Mashif is from this area. Let's look up Mashif. So let me look up Mashif. Mashif. He's got a lot of dialogue. He calls it his beloved Kurast.
Yeah, because Kurast used to be like the jewel.
Well, it's his homeland, apparently.
Yeah.
Mashif was born in Kurast, where he spent his childhood. He made port runs around the Twin Seas and occasionally out to Kingsport.
I think Kurast used to be a lot nicer. It used to be like a grand place, but then obviously the swamp and evil took over.
Kurast lies in the heart of Nahatu. That's what it says. So Kurast is the city in the heart of Nahatu. This was confirmed in a couple places. I mean, if Kurast is just the name of the city in the middle of the nation, then, I mean, Mashif is talking about his hometown, basically. So he's not talking about his home nation, he's talking about his hometown, which is something different. I mean, it should still be called Kurast. There's nothing wrong with calling the city Kurast. My first comment is, why do you even care, basically? I don't know. I just don't understand why it needs to be changed. Why just keep it the same? Why change it at all?
I have no idea.
It always makes me kind of upset when they change stupid stuff like that. It's like, why are we?
Yeah, it ruins the story, the nostalgia.
Or it's just
everything.
why are we changing it? I don't. Is there a specific reason why it needs to be changed?
I don't think it's copyright issues. I think they're just trying to make it their own, like new, fresh for all the new audiences, but they forget about the old audiences that have
I mean, it
played
doesn't
the
need.
whole
I think that most of them are objectively worse. So I would say that it's not objectively fresh.
Yeah, but we know that they don't know what they're doing. I think they just have it pop into their head like, oh, let's do this.
You're old, AJ? Oh no, AJ's old. That's right, now you got an old tax. Old person tax. I mean, wouldn't you be running from evil if friggin'... I mean, come on, look at this place. If you're just a regular human without any powers, what are you doing? What are you doing versus these giant thorn hulks and all these demons and undead everywhere? What exactly are you doing?
Put a stick up their butt and hope it makes them run
I
away.
don't think you're doing nothing. I mean, you're pretty much just staying in your little castle and you're not going out. That's what you're doing. And honestly, if the demons come knocking at your door, you ain't turning them away. Like, I mean, look at Aragoth. Aragoth almost got overrun.
Making changes to treasure goblins in season 5. Oh yeah, they need to improve the loot quality because they're terrible. It's like they drop the same rubbish that you could drop off of any monster. There's nothing special to them.
Yeah, I saw they were making changes to the treasure goblins in season 5. Have they announced new changes to the treasure goblins in season 5?
There's also a link in there. Diablo 4 reveals new consumables coming in season 5. In the link you posted. Another adjustment to the treasure goblins will be the gold drop, which will get a buff.
I don't know, I just want to hear the devs say something stupid like, well, we didn't like their old names.
Treasure goblins will be common ore herbs, leather, and gem fragments, apparently.
Yeah, that was part of the patch notes.
Yeah.
Apparently somebody didn't watch my patch notes video.
I haven't watched it yet.
It was long. They had the campfire too. There was campfire, there was the patch notes. It was a whole lot. They went over everything. I mean, some of the changes were good and some of them were kind of bad.
Yeah, I think they're running around in circles with a lot of it. Unique items. Problem is, treasure goblins just don't feel like anything special. They drop the same rubbish that you can go and kill a boss and get.
I mean, they always did.
Like, to me, a treasure
Diablo-
goblin, it should be something that you're
In
like, oh, I
Diablo
want to
3,
run
they
after
in Diablo 3 they did the same thing.
that. Yeah.
What was the
difference?
difference between the ones in Diablo 3 and the ones in Diablo 4? They had
Like,
a
it
chance
should
to
drop
open up the
something-
portal. That's why. They
It
had a
should
chance
drop
to open the
something
portal.
That is special just to treasure goblins.
The portal was the thing that made them special. The portal to greed. That's what everybody got excited about. Like it wasn't what
Yeah,
they
it wasn't
dropped.
the
It was the fact that they had a chance to spawn the portal.
Yeah, they had a specific purpose. Where now it's like you find one, and it's like I can't
Well,
even be bothered to
there's
run
no
after it.
there's no greed area. I mean,
Yeah.
I throw shade on Diablo 3 a lot, and I talked about how crappy that game was. But the treasure goblins spawning the portals to the greed area was one of the more fun things in the
cool idea.
game. They should have just
Yeah.
like brought that in immediately.
Yep, they should have brought the best bits from each game.
Oh, glad you enjoy it, Nerdy Devil Dog.
Like, personally, I think that itemization should have been from D2. I think it should have been the same sort of concept.
Yeah, well, they don't even know how to do the itemization, so.
Because D2 is probably the best itemization you can do. It's
Not
so
if
damn
you're
good.
real.
You can run around as a barbarian with a bow if you fancy it, and somehow you will make it work.
You know why?
it's-
You know why itemization is so good in D2? It's because it doesn't scale infinitely. That's why. Because there's a set area at which the itemization ceases to go any further. If you took Diablo 2 as it was right now,
Oh
and
no,
you
it
just
all
and,
need to be buffed and
and
improved.
no, if you took Diablo 2 as it was right now, don't change anything about Diablo 2's itemization, but you increase the difficulty of the game. You added I don't know, a difficulty past hell.
yeah.
If you added like torment difficulty or something,
Yeah,
or you did
Torment
like,
or Inferno
or you
or
did
something.
like torment 2 or torment 3 or something, right? You just kept bumping up the difficulty. The itemization in the current game would allow players to reach those levels, but you would start leaving behind certain builds. There are certain builds that can barely
Yeah,
complete
because
hell,
they
and they
wouldn't-
would get left
yeah.
behind in torment 1. And then certain builds wouldn't be able to go past torment 2, and so forth and so on. And builds like the Mosaic Sin, which are extraordinarily powerful, would have the ability to complete like the highest torments, and then you would have other characters that were only able to complete lower torments. The reason why Diablo
No,
2's itemization is so successful is because they have a capped difficulty, a difficulty that goes this far and no farther. Because as soon as you start scaling the difficulty into the infinitum, what you end up with is you end up exposing all of the faults in the itemization and the characterization of the characters. And it would. It would very quickly expose the faults in how things
tier
work.
of item. It's like you've got your normal, you've got your elite and all that. Like you just have another tier.
No, you wouldn't even do that. Just keep it just as it is. The tiers don't mean anything in Diablo 2 anyway.
I don't know. There's a lot that I love about D2. The skills, the way you can build your character however you want. I still feel like D4, some of it is like that.
I mean, it's
But
getting to
a
the
lot of
point
it-
where they're opening up builds tremendously in D4.
Yeah, I need to play again.
They added a couple
been a
new
while.
items in this new season. The Shard of Verithiel and also the what's the other one? It's called the Crown of Lucion, and then there's another item too. They basically kind of enable pretty much every single basic build and every single build that you would
See, that's
pretty much
cool.
want. Like they've kind of like realized that we really like the basic characters, and so they gave
Yeah,
us
we
like
like
basic
doing
damage
what we
weapons.
I think my main issue is that we know that the next expansion's going to be costly, and I don't know if I can afford it. So it's like, do I really want to get into it again?
It's only $40.
Yeah, but that's a lot for me. I didn't even buy the original D2.
I mean, I was
D4. It was gifted to me.
I was actually surprised to see that the expansion was only $40.
Yeah, it was one of the. I can't remember who it was. It was someone in the kinship that gifted it to my wish list. So I couldn't afford 100 bloody bucks on the game at the time.
100 bloody bucks. I don't think it was 100 either. Like you could have picked it up for.
I think it was 70.
It was like
70
70.
pounds, something like that.
A lot of people look at those uber ridiculous editions, and it's just not.
Oh,
really,
I just did.
That's not the
did,
game. Like the game
no, but
itself,
we had
if you
to do
just
the
want to get the
middle.
game, is much cheaper.
We had to do the middle one so that we could do the early access though.
Yeah, if you
So-
wanted
so
the
that
early
I could play
access,
with
yeah.
everyone. Yeah.
I was playing. I do the early access because I'm a streamer, so I mean it makes
Yeah.
sense.
I'll have to
If I
see if
don't
I-
do the early access, then I'm kind of stupid, aren't I?
Well, it's just going to kick you in the butt, isn't it?
Well,
When is the expansion coming?
I think August 8th or something.
I'll have to try and save up for it. Make sure I can buy it. The annoying bit is we know that 2 months after it comes out, the expansion's going to be $10. Because look at the amount of sales that have been on since, and it's just like, really. Oh,
I mean, if they could ever figure out what they're doing with the game, I think we'd be in the money. But
I'm looking forward to playing it again, but I'm taking time away from it because I want it to be like a big like, "Ooh, this is cool," instead of like, oh, I'm just grinding dungeons again. I don't want to go back to that.
That's what I don't like about it. I don't like.
Yes.
I don't want to do dungeons. Like that is
It
not.
bugs
It's just
me.
not fun.
Yeah, it literally felt like, well, I had trouble opening the whole map, I had trouble finding all the statues, all this. I enjoyed it because it was sort of like a trying to unlock everything. And then I was like, well, what's next? You know, finish the story that I really enjoyed and all that. And then it's like, really? I've just got to sit in these dungeons constantly? Like, is there nothing new? No new big bosses? No new Andariel and this and that? And I was a bit disappointed in that.
oh, we've got Andariel
Right.
now.
It just felt
And
very
honestly, the
lackluster,
new
like that
bosses
game.
are pretty good too. They
I'm looking forward
they
to
added
that.
tormented
I've not
version
taken time off.
of all the bosses, and they actually are pretty difficult.
That's
I
why I
mean,
took time off though, because I want to wait and see Like I want it to be like a lot of improvements and stuff, and then I'll be like.
But I mean, I've pretty much said the same thing. I'm like, somebody needs to tell Blizzard that like the content doesn't need to have a boss at the end. Like, I mean, I don't know where they got the idea that every single bit of content needs to have a boss at the end, but they don't all need to have a boss at the end. Like, I don't know how many places I went to go farm where, like, I didn't care if there was a boss at the end or not. Like, in Diablo 2, you go to, the cow level. Like, okay, the Cow King is there. We don't even really consider him a boss. He's just like a regular elite monster, basically, that we kill while we're in the cow level.
He's a male cow that seems to have udders. It's confusing.
I mean, you go into a lot of areas, and most of the areas don't have, like, a boss there. And I think that's one thing that Diablo 4 is missing. And that's what the Vault content really was. So the Vault content really focused on, like not having a boss at the end. Instead, it was just a whole bunch of elites. It was way better content, in my opinion. I liked having a place where my clear character could go. A character that's specifically designed to clearing large groups of monsters, and not particularly very good at single target damage.
Well, it's the same with Path of Exile. Like, the builds, like, a lot of them will build map clear characters, and a lot of them will build bossing characters that are rubbish at the clearing, but they're just for boss killing. So it's like, it's the same sort of thing as what you're saying. It's like, some characters you build it for clearing large packs, but for the DPS on a boss, you sit there and you feel like you're just clubbing it over the head. But I definitely want them to bring all the old bosses. I want Duriel, I want all of that as like a main content, not
they're
just
building
the storyline.
They're building stuff. I mean, we're getting more and more bosses as each patch passes. So
yeah, because the story was brilliant. I really enjoyed the storyline, but I want to fight Diablo. I want to fight Baal. I want to fight all this.
Diablo's coming back, and he's got D cups.
Yeah. Wait,
he's got D cups now. That's right.
Why has he got D cups?
Because he had A cups before, and nobody was impressed, so they wanted to bump it up a notch. God.
Does that mean they've given Andariel 5 boobies instead of?
She's got 3. She's got a flaming titty, actually. It's on fire.
Oh my!
It's on fire.
What are they doing to her boobies?
You haven't fought the new Andariel yet?
No, I haven't played it since.
Fun. It's a pretty fun fight.
I've played it since season 3, I think. Season 2, 3.
Well, season 4 was a huge change. You missed out if you didn't play season 4. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it'd be there for season 5.
I'm not entirely hopeful that season 5 is going to be as good as season 4. They made too many.
Until they fixed a lot of things.
They made too many nerfs. They did, however, make an interesting change to Hydras, where you could have extra Hydra heads. So every when you cast your Hydra, you get more heads. People are still complaining the damage is kind of low, but I saw somebody have like a Hydra that had like, I don't know, was it like freaking 10 heads or something?
See, I think every build should be decent enough to be able to do the content. Like, every build should be viable. Yes, maybe it's a bit slower, or one of them's quicker. Just same as D2. You've got some builds that are a bit slower, but some that are a bit quicker. But I think every build should be able to do it.
Some GGM people that helped you with your ancients? Well, I'm glad. I need a report card. You gotta tell me who they were, so I can make sure to give them golden stickers. In case they're gonna get a star. Black.
I will definitely play it again. It's just I want them to fix a lot of the stuff.
I mean,
and we all said it would take them a couple of years to and that's what it's been,
I mean, personally, like, if we're not there, I don't think they're gonna fix it. It's like if you're thinking on the idea is I'll go away for a couple of years and then I'll come back and then the game will be a good game, and everybody has that mentality. I hate to tell you, but I don't think it's gonna be a good game. Like, the only way that it's going to be a good game, honestly, is if people are playing the game actively and giving them feedback on the changes that they make. Because I have this this very poor understanding of the way that developers. Honestly, I don't think they really understand how the game works or like what's fun about the game.
They don't sit there and grind their game. They play it for 10 minutes every now and then.
It feels to me like they don't. I don't think they know what they're doing. I don't think they have their finger on the pulse of the community, so to speak. And if the community's not there holding their hand for basically every change that they make, I feel like the game's just going to continually get worse and worse and worse. So
I think
if the whole community has that mentality of, I'll just stop playing for a while and I'll come back later, I hate to tell you, it's probably going to be the worst game ever when you come back in a couple of years. So
I think the problem now is that not a lot of developers have that passion for their game. Like, they're more about money. Blizzard, we all know, they don't have passion for their games anymore. It's about how much money can we make. And that's the issue now. It's all about money. It's not about, I want to make an amazing game that people love. It's more about how much can we sell. And I think that's what puts them off. Like, because you might have developers and designers and that are really passionate, but then it'll be the up top people. Just like when D2 came out, it wasn't ready.
What's
the
up,
developers knew it, the people that built it knew it, but the up tops wanted it done.
It wasn't ever going to be ready.
So it's like...
That's kind of the point I'm trying to get across now, is that I don't think it was ever going to be ready. I feel like they made a game functionally and they didn't understand how to actually turn it into a real workable product. And I think if you gave them 10 more years or 20 more years, I think it still would have remained an
they needed
unworkable
people
project.
to sit and play it and tell them what's wrong.
They needed people to actually come in and sit and play it and figure out what was wrong. And without people to do that, the game never would have matured into what it is now. It would have just languished. It would have languished in obscurity forever.
They charged everyone for the game, and it was an unfinished product. They should have just let everyone play it for a couple of months without having to buy it.
They should have had actual beta tests. They should have done all sorts of
things. And allow people to fix
it. They should have done, like PTRs for the patches so that we could have tested out features that they were going to be adding in. And what the funny thing was is there was a comment by the developers where they said something along the lines of like, well, we feel like the PTR is giving away the secrets of the the patches. Like, we had surprises for you guys. Like, surprise! It's your birthday party. Like, and let me tell you from experience. Like, surprises are fine if you trust the person who's giving you the surprise. So, like, if you have a significant other, like maybe your husband or your wife or whatever, or maybe it's your parents and they actually know you in some way. And let's use a cake as an example, right? So let's say like, you like chocolate cake with vanilla icing, or maybe you like vanilla cake with chocolate icing, whatever, right? And then, your birthday comes along and they throw you a birthday, and you're like, like, hey, Mom, can you get me a cake? And your mom's like, oh, sure, I'll bake you a cake. And she bakes you an octopus-flavored cake with blood frosting. And you're like, Mom, when did I ever tell you that I liked an octopus cake with blood frosting? And she's like, oh, that's your favorite, isn't it? And I'm like, no, Mom, it's not my favorite. And there's a certain point at which when someone makes those mistakes, like repeatedly, that eventually you don't let them make those mistakes anymore, right? Yeah. And if they want to make surprises for us, I mean, like, I'm all for that.
They need to hire game testers.
I'm all for that. No, I'm all for the surprises. But what they need to do is they need to actually figure out what the hell people like before they start trying to make surprises.
Throwing stuff.
We would be more than happy to let them have their surprises if they didn't have a track record of introducing game-breaking bugs every single time they introduce new things. Like, and because they introduce game-breaking bugs every single time they introduce new things, we're over here like, we don't want surprises. We want to see what you got on the table. And then they show us some, like, Sesame Street Elmo drawing, and we're like, okay. I mean, there's something here, I guess, like, if we want to refine this. But if you released it in this state, it's just going to break the game. And they're like, what do you mean? And then we literally go out and we show them a character that does like 13 trillion damage, and only then do they put two and two together.
I saw a clip of the druid apparently doing that.
Yeah, it's the Crown of Lucian that they introduced in Season 5 PTR. Like, if it had gone live, it would have been stupid. Every single character would have used it as best in slot, and every single character would have went to go hunt that thing down. And as soon as you put that thing on your head, you basically become a god. And it's honestly very sad to see an item like that make it into the PTR even.
Like an enigma.
Like, I don't even understand what they were thinking.
No, I agree, Emperor. They need to actually hire proper testers. whether it's major streamers or something like most games do. They bring in some of the top streamers, but they're just not allowed to stream it. But then they get to record it, and then they can bring out the videos once the game goes live, so that they still get, you know, revenue and stuff. But no, they need to do something where they have proper testers that know what the community wants. Because yeah, using people that, you know, use the hard-earned money to buy a game that they're excited for, and then just to be disappointed because of all the problems and that, and then it's us having to tell them what's wrong. Shouldn't be like that.
Mhm.
But I did have a question, Ginger. Did they ever find the cow level?
No, we still haven't found the cow level.
I bet it's going to be like some weird chicken level or something. It's not going to be cows anymore. It's going to be little chickens with daggers. They're going to remind us of little dolls.
How long did it take to find the cow level from D2?
They ruined the surprise, as the answer to that question.
Well, how long was it after the game came out?
Not very long. They ruined the surprise. In the promotional material for the game, when they originally launched Diablo 2, there was a clip of them fighting cows in the promotional material, which immediately spurned everyone to go hunting, and they found it relatively quickly.
Gotcha.
It was spoiled essentially by the
And
developers.
I think the
they
difference
spoiled it.
between D2 and D4 is D2 it's just the cube and where its leg and a book, where D4 it seems like there's trillions of different things just to make this one thing.
Nah, so in Diablo 3
But
they
it
kind of
looks
did
like
something
it's-
similar, which is basically where they had like a really complicated way of getting into the cow level, and it was supposed to be like a like an adventure to go and find something important, and then eventually they completely took away that part of the puzzle, and they narrowed it down to like find this one item and put it in the cube and hit the transmute button. It was actually even simpler at a certain point than Diablo 2's, because all you had to do was find that one axe and just put it in the cube and transmute it, and you immediately had a portal. You didn't even need 2 items. But
Yeah,
like I imagine it'll be much the same. Is they're going to send us on a merry goose chase to figure out where the cow portal is, and then eventually
And then
it'll
it
be
just
super
unlocks it
easy
or
at some
something.
point. It'll be ridiculously easy to open the cow level, like once a certain amount of time goes by.
I wonder if it will be a cow level or if it's going to be. But I think it should be like a loot goblin level or something. It should be something funny.
I
that
think they
people
should get a
actually like.
partnership with Chick-fil-A, do the cow level, have the cows carrying "Eat More Chicken" signs, and they're thwacking you with "Eat More Chicken" signs. Take the sound from the scepter, like that thwack noise of like the wood on wood
my
sound,
God.
and like put that in there with the thwacking of the signs in your
Just
face.
start throwing like roasted chicken.
Give them like massive physical damage.
They need to do something fun that pulls people to want to do it. Because if it's all that work to find it and then it's really crap, people are not going to be happy. Because you want to have a good reward at the end of your hard work, you know. It wants to be exciting. And yes, a lot of people really enjoy the whole finding it, but you also want, once you found it to be enjoyable to do.
God, I'm tired of doing the frickin'. Let me go kill Draft Council real quick. Why not? Let's go murder them.
See if their names have changed.
Oops, Caleb the Flame.
I still wonder why they did that. I really don't think it's a copyright thing. I think it's just the devs being idiots. Personally. I mean,
I'm
they're
just
just
not
trying
sure
to put
why
their own
they-
little twist on things.
I just don't know why
I
they
think
would
it-
arbitrarily change something for no reason. It reminds me of this time I was watching this movie, and the movie had source material, and the source material was like really good. I mean, it was like a well acclaimed like television show or like our book or something like that.
And then
And
they just-
like we've been watching the movie, and that was based off of like the book, and like the whole movie for the most part followed the source material perfectly, and it was such a good movie. And then at the end, like the ending was changed to something really dumb from what it was before. And I looked up the interview with the developer, or the director of the movie, and he was like, yeah, I know our ending differs from the book. He's like, but we felt that, you know, artistically, we wanted to do something different than what the book had done, and basically for no other reason other than because we didn't want to do the same thing that the book had done. We did something
And that's what
different.
I'm thinking.
And I'm like,
Sort of what
and I was like, so you ruined the movie specifically because you didn't want the movie? Like if it's perfect, you can't. Changing it doesn't make it better.
That's what I think of like Blizzard at the moment. They literally just want something of their own.
I tell
They just
people,
want, you know, they're doing stupid stuff.
I tell people this all the time. Okay, if something is perfect or nearly perfect, the
Don't
closer
change it.
to perfection it is, the more likely it is that changing it will break it. So like think about like you're crafting something. I don't know. Maybe you're carving the world's best handle for a hammer or something, right? And like you look at your hammer and you show it to somebody, he's like, "Oh man, that is like nearly perfect. It's like 99.99% perfect. Like I can't believe how amazing that handle is. Like it feels great in the hand." And then you try and chase that 100% perfection, and you do like one or two more little things on it, and you sand it a little bit more or something to try and make it 100% perfect, right? And then you show it to your friend, and he's like, "What did you do? It's horrible now. Like it feels horrible in my hand. Like I don't know what you did to it, but you ruined it." Like the chances of you ruining something when it's nearly perfect go up astronomically. The closer to perfection something is, the worse it is when you change it or you try and do anything to make it better. That's why I tell people all the time, if something is really close to perfect, just leave it.
I just think
Just
the
leave it.
problem
You don't
is-
need to chase 100% perfection. If you're 99.999, that's good enough.
I think they're just being what they always have been for a long time. They're just a thought comes into their head. Oh, let's change the names. Let's make it a bit new.
But then,
Make it fresh.
But then that's the thing. So like with the case of the movie, and they're changing the movie to make it like more their own, right? They had a story that was perfect. The ending to the story was perfect. I mean, they had to know that changing the end of the story was going to ruin it.
Yeah, but they
When
do
you're
it anyway.
copying something and you want to change it, that's when it gets really bad. But when you're creating something like new, I mean that's your chance for creativity.
Yeah,
Not
but the problem
copying
is
something.
Yeah,
D4
your
is
chance
the
for
move.
creativity
Still-
is not copying somebody else's work and then changing their ending.
Yeah. The problem with D4 is, yes, they can bring new stuff, but they've got to keep the lore and stuff intact. They've got to keep,
isn't there?
like, bringing Travical into it. Well, keep the bosses the same, because that's the lore, isn't it? That's who was always there. Changing it, that's just changing the whole story. It's like saying suddenly you change Kane's name to Bob. You know, it would be stupid.
Bob like barges in, but Bob's a great
Yeah,
name. We
or-
should change it to Bob.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think Blizzard literally just sit there and they have these stupid ideas pop in their head and they just do it. They don't think of the consequences of what it does.
Well, I mean,
I think it
we
literally
also
just
have a
pops in my head.
situation with Diablo 4 right now where it's basically it's the unfortunate situation of like, you know, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. They've got so many teams and they've got so many people like making like
But they don't
they got
communicate.
one team making unique items, and they've got one team trying to balance the game, and they've got another team working on seasons, and they've got another team working on like new end game content, and like, and it
they
doesn't
don't
like
communicate with
none of
each
it
other.
is, they're not communicating with each other at all. No, they're not. And so like
So then they bring out that unique and it totally breaks everything.
well, like,
Yeah.
so like the balance team will literally spend time trying to balance the game so that everything's not broken, and they do a pretty good job balancing the game. And then the unique team comes out with a unique item that's like just ridiculous. That literally is so broken that literally it's the best in slot for every single character that would put it on their head. It's freaking hilarious.
Where if they spoke to the balance team and went, "What do you think of this, guys?" they would have got feedback of, "Well, that's ridiculous. It's too powerful." But they don't. Yeah.
Everybody
Exactly,
put
they
this helmet on. It's the
communicate.
best helmet. Everybody put this helmet on. It's the best freaking helmet in the game. I'm not sure why you would want to do that either from a standpoint of a video game. Why would you want to
you won't.
create one item which is just superior to every single other item in that particular slot? Like,
Yeah,
you
because
know,
then it makes no one want to wear anything else. It's stupid.
well, I just don't. I don't see. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Well, not even that. I don't. It's not really a matter of like not wanting to wear anything else. I mean, like, can you imagine you spend like hundreds and hundreds of man hours developing unique items and legendary items and stuff, things that go in your head
And
slot, like the
no one
artwork for the
touches
head
any of it.
slot, and you know, like you got all these unique items for the head slot. You've got all these legendary powers that can basically only go in the head slot, and then you just release a unique item that's so much better than everything else that you put out that you basically just invalidate like all of that hard work, and you're like, okay, I know that we put out a bunch of really cool stuff for the head slot, but you're not going to use anything else except for this piece. You know, the Uber Uniques, screw those.
Yeah, so
Legendary
your one
items,
shape
screw
is
those.
worthless.
Unique items, screw those. This is the only one you're going to put in that slot ever. Like, and it's just silly. It's really silly to create an item like that that just completely overrides every other item that you can put in that slot.
I still also dislike that there's no like normal trading and stuff as well.
I mean, Diablo 2 did it. They didn't quite like invalidate every single item you could put in that slot, but
No, but they did it with
but it was very
other stuff, yeah.
close. The grief weapon almost completely trumps just about every single weapon you can put in your hand slot. The only reason it doesn't completely annihilate every other choice is because some of them can't get the effect of what grief is offering. So like the only reason it doesn't
Like a kicksin.
it doesn't completely invalidate all other options is because there are certain classes that it doesn't work for. But that was accidental.
I mean, Enigma's also pretty close to that.
But I think
Yeah,
the
but
thing
there's a
is
lot of
'cause they
classes that
stopped
don't really need
developing.
Enigma either. I mean,
Like, I
you
think-
don't
I
need
think
it on
if-
your martial arts sin. She can teleport on her own. The sorceress can teleport on her own. I mean,
I think if
one of
they'd
the
carried
closest
on with D2, they would have eventually balanced it all a bit more.
I don't
Really,
think-
I think we should have just got
was
another
Enigma
expansion
even
for D2.
added by the original team?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Like I
I
can't
just think they should have
remember.
done an
I could have
expansion.
sworn the original team had like completely moved on by the time Enigma was added.
I think so. I think so.
Charles,
Yeah,
you
I
shut
think-
you shut your dirty whore mouth, Charles.
We shouldn't have even had a D4. It should have just been a D2.1.
Shut your dirty whore mouth. Somebody time out Charles. Wait, he's a mod. I
What?
gotta time him out. I'm timing out
What?
Charles.
I heard Ginger likes to use grief on
You're getting timed out, Charles. I'm timing you out, Charles.
I felt a vengeance, Pally. That's terrible.
That's dirty. Dirty mouth. You shut your dirty whore mouth, Charles.
But yes, but Enigma's also lacking a lot of things like resistances and that. But yes, it makes up for a lot of it with the strength and stuff. But yes, I do believe if they'd carried on with D2, they would have eventually have nerfed some of the rune words and balanced it a bit more and stuff. But, you know, the game pretty much got infested with bots and just died. Like, even you look at D2R, it's like there's bots everywhere. What are they doing about it? Nothing. Like, you literally see constant bot games.
You trollies. There's so many in there, and they got Might Aura too, the little bastards.
It's like you're naked killing things. It's funny.
I can kill stuff naked, but I can't kill that many things naked. I can actually kill quite a few of these monsters naked. It's pretty funny. The damage of Dragon Tail is kind of nuts, since it comes from my boots. If I was wearing boots, it'd be even better.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen
Come out here and say that to my face. How about
like
that?
a new expansion for D2. I think that would have made them more money than D4 did, to be honest. Just carried on the D2. I think we would have
Oh, you
all
guys are
paid
healing
for.
each other, huh? Okay. Okay. Just heal each other then. Let's see if I can. How can I deal with that? Let's see if I can kill these guys. Mind blast. That's what I did.
Just go
Oh,
get
I
your
don't-
mercenary.
I don't
Sweet.
have mind blast. My mind blast is. Oh, okay. There you go. I got him by himself now. Let's go. God, what are you? Physical immune? Ow! You got all fire hydras.
Well, they take some of the stats off of the rares, don't they? Just go get your merc, because then you can kill the little one.
I'm working on it.
Charles is crying.
I only timed him out for 10 seconds. He's already been untimed out for a while now.
Like, the day I actually see Ginger using Enigma, I will probably just be shocked. I'd have to take a picture of it.
I used it on my Pyromancer.
Yeah, but you don't use it on much unless it's really needed. Like, unless the character really must have.
I like the
teleport.
raccoon. Okay, I want a raccoon.
But most of the time, you make do without it. You'd rather run around.
Raccoon mode activate.
Remember to grab some full juice on your stash.
Raccoon mode. I want to do the raccoon with my grubby paws. They have to be grubby. They're very grubby paws. A rare Martel Day fur. It's poopy.
No, I think it would have been amazing to have got an expansion to D2. Like another act, another story in the lore. But I just don't think they could do it with what we've seen with D4. I think they'll just mess it up.
You think they're just gonna mess it up? What?
Yep.
What?
Well, come on, they can't.
I think
even keep the
Vicarious.
bots out
I
of
think
D2R.
Vicarious Visions could have done it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think they would have been good at it. But Blizzard, no. But really, I want to see them get rid of all the bots and sort it out, because it's just becoming like the original D2 Lord was, where it's just bots, and it's
Bots.
you know,
Bots. Who says
it's like
there's
you start
bots?
you start a new season, and day 2 there's already been 10 Annie runs. Like, yeah, sure, there's no bots. Yeah, you could literally go in and put in like bail into
about?
the
There's
search
totally
game
no
bit,
bots. There's totally no bots. What are you talking about?
and it's just full of bot bail runs and bot chaos runs.
I can't carry anymore.
They just need to change the teleport on the Enigma where it teleports you randomly. It doesn't let you teleport to a spot you want. Sort of like Oculus, where it just randomly
you don't even
teleports
need to,
you.
you
It
don't
should
even
be like
need to
that.
go that far. If they just put a delay on it, it would completely and utterly kill the bots.
Oh yeah, a cooldown.
Because the bots wouldn't
5
be able to kill things in between the teleports. The
Yeah,
whole
you just
thing
need
is
like
that
a 3-second cooldown.
if you're actually there at the controls, you can, run, you can, like, do a little dance while you're waiting on your next teleport or whatever, but, like, your regular player, like, your regular bot, there's nobody there at the wheel. Like, they'd have to program in a lot of, like,
Yeah.
things to try and keep themselves alive in
teleport-
between the teleports. So if there was a delay, even if it was
should
just,
have
like,
been a
even if it was just 1 second
should've-
on the
yeah.
teleport, it would massively decrease the number of bots.
I think 2 seconds on the teleport, because it should be more about using the teleport to get out of danger, or it should be more of a you need it for that, not a I'm just going to skip over the entire map. There should be it should be more.
Well, that's
of
the whole
a,
thing with the bots, is that they're not using it to skip over the entire map. What they're using it for is to get out of danger. So, like, if I want to go farm, I don't know, let's say Neelithak. Like, let's use Neelithak in this example. And I don't have teleport, then I have to get through these monsters, right? So I've got to get through these monsters here, and it's a lot more difficult to just simply run my way there. I mean, I could try to run there, but there's danger on the way. Obviously, we've got frickin' the lords, the little frickin', I don't know which ones those are, moon lords in the way,
Yes.
right? I can get amped, I can get poisoned, there's other things that can happen to me on the way. So if you're teleporting, what you're doing is you're basically just bypassing all that. So you're teleporting straight through, you get the right break point, you don't have to fight any of this stuff, nothing is basically going to be in your way. You don't have to run through any of these monsters. If you take teleport and you put it on like a 2-second cooldown, the bots now suddenly are going to be exposed to the monsters on the way to the boss. And even though they'd still be able to teleport to the boss, they wouldn't be able to teleport to the boss as easily, and they would actually have to fight things. And since the bot programs aren't programmed for
But not that complex.
they're not that complex. They're usually very simple. Teleport to destination, kill monster, pick up items, you know, rinse, repeat, right?
Oh yeah, I used
so
to
like
do all them scripts.
so when you're doing that kind of stuff, you know, like you can do that. The teleport makes the whole botting stuff like 10,000 times easier. Basically, it's just you're essentially just enabling the bots with the teleporting, not the other way around. Like you're not hurting them in any way, shape, or form. So if you take away the ability to teleport to the destination, and you make it so that they're actually in danger on the way by putting a delay on teleport, you then disable like 99% of the bot programs out there. The only ones that would be left are bot programs that are extraordinarily simple, like farming Pindle, which doesn't require teleport at all. Pindle is pretty much just run through the portal, so you literally spawn, you walk down here, you walk through the portal, you immediately run up here. You don't need teleport for any of this. You then stand right here, like on the edge here, so Pindle doesn't charge you to death immediately, which he loves to do. Kill Pindle, pick up loot, rinse, repeat, right? So the bot programs would be limited extraordinarily to only repeatable monsters in a like a window of area, right? So then you like diminish the bot programs tremendously. And by default, you actually increase the economy and make the entire game more fun too, because then items become less available, and then like the
items are worth actually finding.
They're actually worth finding at that point. It just becomes more fun in general to have items be more rare.
Like literally, John, day 3 of ladder, I had 20 or 30 Annies in my inventory.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad with the Sojas
specifically. It's sad. It's like I found one Soj this ladder, but somehow by day 3 they've had like 500. And then like you type in chat to like look at games, you literally type Bale, and you'll literally see like gold shop Bale -1 like -957, and there's like 20 or 30 of the games, and it's like, you know, nothing's worth anything. Like literally you're selling unID'd Annies for Malrunes. Like they're just on day 3 they're just worthless unless they're perfect. Worthless. And it's sad. Like there's no desire to chase it because there's so much there. Like they need to fix it, but I don't think they give a crap. I think they're too busy with D4 that they're gonna let their other projects die. But I don't know. Like it saddens me because D2R, and you know, it's such a good game. They need to keep up with it and keep updating it, and you know, even if it's just getting rid of the bots and ban waves. Because it's not like the old D2 where, you know, you could have multiple accounts with just one copy of the game. This one, it's one account per game. So if they ban someone, that copy's useless. So they have to rebuy the game, so it gets more costly. You know, just ban wave everyone that's botting. Eventually they'll get, like, if every month you do a ban wave, eventually they'll get sick of buying it. Or like every 2 months. But that's also I think that's also what they want, because I think their mind is, well, if we do a ban wave every like 6 months, they'll rebuy the game. We're making money. And I think that's why they let the botters do what they do. As sad as it is. You know, it's a shame because it's such an amazing game. But it's like the devs are just letting it go exactly like D2 Lord was, where, you know, unless you find that Shaco that's perfect defense and this and that, it's just rubbish. Because the botters are just overdoing it. And no one enjoys that. Like, yes, there's some good things to it. It does make things easier to get. But at the same time, it's like, you don't feel happy when you find something because it's worthless. Like, you know, you find that Griffins, but because it's not perfect, it's worthless because the bots have already found 1,000 of them.
I get
What?
happy every time Asia has all my stuff I need.
Yeah, but it's just annoying. Like it's like me and Ginger sat there going into Asia bot games, like guessing passwords, and they're just dropping items on the floor, like trying to mule
I
to
mean, it
their
doesn't
like the
necessarily have
bots
to
are
be
muling.
bots. It doesn't necessarily have to be bots.
Oh come on, that game was definitely a bot.
I mean, I'm
game
not
that
saying
we
bots
went
aren't an
into.
issue, but like you guys are saying, most of my stuff comes from Asia. That doesn't necessarily mean they're bots.
No, it doesn't mean they're
There's a
all
lot of
bots,
people in
but-
Asia, and there's a lot,
Yeah.
and by default, there's probably a lot of people that play on Asia. It might even be higher than the
Oh, yeah.
American player base. But like, when you have that many people playing it, they're just going to find items more often than we are.
Oh yeah, but I do agree they need to start doing ban waves. They need to do something because. Oh yeah, I agree as well. JV skeleton mages always needed a buff.
Welcomes you.
I got a
They
whole
always
video.
feel like
I got a whole
they
video
feel-
on how to fix the skeleton mages.
they
got
just need a
a
skeleton
video.
mage mastery that lets the mages have a bit of
Who is this shell shock person? Who is this?
like
I'm
minus enemy
Who
res
is
to the skeleton
this?
mages.
The biggest bot here.
Hello, botty.
It's a bot. It was the anniversary of Diablo, so I figured I'd come on play some Diablo.
D4 is enjoyable. Like if you ignore the problems and stuff, it's enjoyable just to play through.
I think it's
Like, if-
enjoyable no matter what.
Yeah,
Like I understand,
I've really,
I understand the stuff that you're saying, and I understand the negative, like you know, how things
I
that
really
you're
enjoyed
highlighting.
the story and stuff.
But
It
I
was
feel
brilliant.
like Diablo 4 has been an enjoyable romp for every single
Yeah,
season that
I
I've
enjoyed
played,
it.
including season 1. I still had fun on season 1.
Oh yeah, I
And,
did. I did the
and it's
basic
just-
barb and stuff.
It's just
and
been
it was
getting
great
better
fun.
every single season. I played Diablo 2 when it was garbage too. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, we all did.
gasp.
Yeah.
Some of you are gasping right now. Diablo 2 was never garbage. Oh, you evil
Oh, it
person,
was.
you.
Oh, it was.
No,
Back
Diablo
in the
2
day,
was
there so
totally
many issues.
garbage when it first came out. Like there was a lot of things wrong with Diablo 2, and I played that from the beginning as well. And you know, I liked watching it mature and become a better game through the community feedback and everything that was going on at the
DP,
time,
please.
and us, you know,
DP.
like
DP,
us
please.
exploiting the crap out of things and then them fixing what we were exploiting the crap out of. You know, like there was a whole like back and forth there in the D2 days as well.
I don't think Ginger has TPs on him.
Oh, you need a TP. TP
Shell
TP.
Shock wants a TP.
TP TP.
But no, I really enjoyed like the storyline and like the actual story content. I absolutely loved that on D4. I thought that was so enjoyable, and I did enjoy, you know, trying my character and seeing if it would work and trying different. Like it was a lot of fun
You're getting more story when the expansion launches very soon.
if I could afford it.
Yeah, we get to watch Narelle get killed like an idiot because she's a Dumbo Dumby.
Hope so.
I'm honestly
that's
like
right.
I hate Narelle so much as a character that I'm really hoping that Mephisto just like rips her asunder in the beginning of the thing and I don't have to listen to her talk.
Charles, will someone please mute Charles? He's got terrible insight. He hates the large stash and the multiple stash tabs in D2.
I mean, we did find out that the stash tabs actually did change the game.
Oh yeah, of course they did.
No, they like.
Oh yeah, I watched all your videos with like the
so
seed stuff.
The number of items determining the like what drops on the ground.
Yeah.
And the stashes and all of the stuff counted. So like the Diablo 2 Resurrected that we have now and the Diablo 2 that we had before are kind of like two different games at this point because the number of items changed the drop amounts. I remember people when Diablo 2 Resurrected launched, they were talking about how like it felt like the drops were different. Like certain items were dropping way more often than they were used to. Like runes were dropping more often. And people kept
Yeah, it's 'cause
talking
the
about
traffic
like
built.
conspiracy theories of them changing the drop, you know, like percentages on items and stuff like that. They didn't change anything. All they did was add more stash space, and they increased the stash space actually created changes in the way that the item drops worked because the item drops were based on the number of items that you held in your stash. And so yes, they did inadvertently change the way that items dropped by increasing the stash space.
I've been about, John. I just take time off every now and then.
Meow abandons us whenever he wants to.
My spine gets painful, so I take time away from it.
No,
all
no,
just
it's
to
okay, Meow. You don't have to.
old.
You don't have to spare our feelings and
Okay,
give us excuses
okay,
about
there's-
your spine. We
Okay,
know that
John,
you just don't
there's
want to play with us, Meow. We know that we're
There's
playing
only so
when we
much
play
of you just
Diablo
thinking
4
I can handle
and
per-
stuff. We know you don't love us anymore. It's okay. You can just give us the divorce papers.
I love you guys. You all know that.
Everything dead.
So when's the next season of D4 start?
August 6th, I think.
Okay, I'll have to give it a go. I don't know what I'm gonna make. I haven't played since like season 3.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what to think of Diablo 4 Season 5. I think Diablo 4 Season 5 is all over the place.
It is.
I think it's all over the place in a bad way.
It is.
I think it's got all the earmarks of a repeat of Season 1, which is unfortunate. They
problem
nerfed
is-
way too much stuff, and then they've got way too many like weird things going on that are like the Crown of Lucian. If they don't reign that Crown of Lucian, man, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen.
Well,
And then
like, all those uniques are counter to what they said uniques were going to be.
I
Those
know
are all
they said in
general
the
unique.
campfire they were gonna like do more specific uniques that affect specific things, and then they didn't.
Worn out for everything. Just makes everything easy. Yeah.
Dude, the Crown of Lucian, like I still don't understand how the math works with that thing because it doesn't work as it states.
Yeah. It's
However,
definitely-
whatever it's stating on the item is not what's happening.
What does it
because-
do? I haven't even seen it.
So the Crown of Lucian is this new unique item in Diablo 4. It's a helmet, and basically what it says is that it increases the cost of all of your like resource costing abilities. It doesn't specify core or anything. It just says any ability that costs resource. It increases the resource that it costs by 75%, and then it increases the damage that it does by like, what was it, like 30% times or something?
like 25%, so up to 125%.
Yeah, like 25% times with a total number of stacks of 5, right? So supposedly you were supposed to get like 125% additional damage but you were also going to like get a huge increase in the cost of the ability. So it was going to be like a quid pro quo, like a change out. And then, but what actually happened was people went from doing like 500 million damage to 13 trillion damage.
Oh Jesus!
And I actually had somebody the other day message me on Discord, and he's like, bro, you still play Diablo 4? He's like, did you hear? He's like, billion trillions. He's like, the druid is back, baby. And I'm trying to like calm this guy down. I'm like, look. It's the
I saw
Crown
a
of
YouTube
Lucian.
video about
I'm
it.
like, it's super bugged. It's probably not going to make it into Season 5 in that state. Like, there's no way that they're going to let everybody in the game do, like, trillions of damage, like, clearing tier 200s with ease. Like, I don't think that's happening. And he's like, no, I got a video right here. And he links me a video to, like,
Can't carry anymore.
I think it was, like, Darth Microtransactions video. And I'm like, yeah, it's in the PTR right now.
Yeah,
it's
I
in the
think
public
I
test
saw a
realm.
video of it.
And I'm like, it doesn't actually mean anything because it's a public test realm video where we're testing things, and they're very likely going to patch that
Nerf
out,
the
and
hell
it's
out of
not
it.
gonna make it into the game. I'm like,
The
so
best part.
Well, they just need to
the
fix
sad
the
thing
numbers
is
on
though
it.
is there's a small part of me that thinks that it might actually make it into the game because that's how stupid
Hopefully,
they are.
if it does,
last
hopefully they
PTR.
just change the numbers on it.
Last PTR, we were like, hey, the sorceress has the ability to become infinitely invincible through Flame Shield. And they're like, and we report it, and they just leave it in. And then after the season's over and people exploited the crap out of it to do like the highest dungeons in the world, they were like, we didn't like that you did that. And I'm like, if you didn't like that
Well,
they
we
did
already
that,
told you.
maybe you should have
Yeah.
fixed it the first time when we reported it during the PTR.
Yeah. No, it's silly. Like, I think there should be some good items that are chaseable that do make you, like, stronger. But there shouldn't be, a helmet that literally just makes you one tap everything and you just walk for it. Like, it's just useless.
They
What's the
they need to stop this multiplier bull crap, and they need to
agree.
just like this multiplier it's trash. It's a
They
trash
should
way
remove
of making
all
characters.
multipliers.
Like, there shouldn't be a single multiplier in the game as far as I'm concerned. Like, I'm tired of seeing the damn things, and I'm also tired of seeing people exploit the crap out of them. To the point where literally you have a character, like, one character is doing like 30,000 damage a hit,
Well, it's
and
like
the
that
other
Bull
character's
Lightning
doing
talk.
30
It was
billion
ridiculous.
damage a hit. Like, it doesn't make any sense that multipliers should have that much of a play in what's going on with your character. If I have a character that is 100% built correctly, and you have a character that's 100% built correctly, and you're doing in greater factors of like 400 to 500 times the damage that I'm doing, and we're both built entirely 100% correct, and it's just simply because you have an extra multiplier that I don't have. It's not that's not good
ridiculous.
gameplay to punish the person who's built correctly, who's not utilizing the right multipliers.
Well, it's like that Bull Lightning Sork. It was just stupidly ridiculous. Like, with the balls going round her instead. Like,
The thing is, all those builds that were ridiculous back when you played are actually bad builds now. They wouldn't hold a candle to the new scaling in the game.
oh wow,
was part of the problem.
it's been ages. Yeah,
Ginger
while.
was making this argument as soon as they announced pits, because pits are like a D3 thing. They're basically rifts, and it's infinite scaling content. Yes, it caps at 200, but it might as well be infinite because no one's getting 200 realistically, unless you're using the bugged helm in the PTR, because then you are.
Yeah, if nobody reaches the end, it doesn't really matter that there is an end if the end is unobtainable.
Right, because at that point, they have static content, they have level 200 bosses, but everybody can blow by the static content, which makes it useless. It's just like Helltides back in the day. Like, when you could do tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon, a Helltide was a joke to you, because the monsters were level 100, the monsters in tier 100 were 154. Your build can do 154 monsters, a level 100 monster stands no chance. It's the same thing with pits. If you can do pit 120, then a tormented boss, equivalent to like pit 100, 110, is a joke. Because 10 to 20 levels of pit is a huge level.
Oh yeah, it's massive.
Difference. It's massive. So it basically invalidates all the static content in the game to even have all those pit levels. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I haven't even done the pit.
Well, see, and that's another thing that I was making an argument for earlier. I don't, you weren't in here earlier, Leon, but I was talking about how in Diablo 2, if you were to increase the difficulty of Diablo 2 and not touch anything else, like say you made a torment difficulty or something of that nature, like you would run into the same issue. There would be builds that would be capable of doing Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, Diablo 2, or whatever. But then there would be other builds that would be left behind in the dust. They would get stuck in hell. They would get stuck in like Torment 1, and they would never progress forward. Because, people who are smart enough in the game would know automatically. They're like, who would be able to, go into the next difficulty with ease? Well, the Mosaic Sin. Like, think about the Mosaic Sin.
Yes.
Extremely powerful build, right? But who cares that it's extremely powerful? It's like somebody one time told me, they're like, Mosaic Sin can do players 325, and I was like, and there is no players 325.
Yeah.
I was like, so all that power is wasted, right? And that's kind of like the par for the course, is that if you don't have content that character can go up against, then it doesn't matter that they're powerful. But if you balance the entire game, but look at it from the other perspective, all right? So let's say the Mosaic Sin could do, like players 300 content or whatever, right? Which I totally don't really think that that's the case, because I've seen some of those videos where the Mosaic Sin does players 300 content, and what they do is they go to the Bloodmoor and they build their charges on like one like fallen monster in the Bloodmoor, and then they take their charges to the area and they actually do the real content, because they know without their charges they can't survive. But like basically, if you balance the entire game around the Mosaic Sin, how trash would all the other characters in the game look? Like, every single other character in the game would be garbage, by example, right? The Zeal Paladin would be trash. Like, the freaking Dream Paladin that Leon's playing right now would be trash. Like, there would be so many characters in the game that just wouldn't even compare to the top end of the spectrum, right? So you can't take the highest character and balance the game around the highest character, because that's stupid.
No, it should be around the medium character.
Well, no, you should pick a point at which you want to balance all characters around, just like Diablo 2 did. They're like, okay, well, the highest difficulty in the game that's ever going to be is going to be players 8 hell difficulty, and that's the highest difficulty that we're going to be at. Look at this, a champion nest. Those are really rare. You don't see champion nests all the time. That's kind of hilarious. But if you balance the entire game around a specific point like Diablo 2 did, you end up with a much better game in general. So Diablo 2 was like, okay, players 8, hell. That's our hardest difficulty. Now let's balance every single character around this idea that they need to be able to complete Players 8 hell difficulty. And I don't even think they balanced it around P8 hell. I think they just balanced it around P1 hell, is what they did.
DM's Druid did 9 quadrillion. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the Crown of Lucian is so stupid. It's ridiculous.
Mosaic needs to include aspirin and...
By the way, I played around with the Starlight aspect, Leon.
It's amazing.
And I just tested it for a little while, and it was absolutely insane. You can basically make any character, and this goes along with the Crown of Lucian, by the way, because if you're using the Crown of Lucian and the Starlight aspect together, you can basically cancel out any resource cost and then just make it so that you can fire off those ridiculous abilities over and over and over again.
That sounds fun.
But the Starlight aspect, meow, but what it was is it was every time you healed yourself for 20% of your HP, you would immediately recover, was it 40 maximum resource? And then it also scales with resource generation. And so basically what you would do is you would put things like the Undying aspect, or you would put an Andariel's Visage on your head, or you would put you would go for the Shapeshifter build that has the chance to restore health. Or you'd get life on hit, or there's a couple different ways you could do it. But how it worked before is when you overhealed yourself. So if you were already at full and you healed yourself, it wouldn't count. So they changed. Okay. So they changed it now. So the Starlight aspect works with overhealing, and it's dumb. Like at this point, all you need is like one good healing source, and you can pretty much maintain your resource permanently.
That's kind of fun though for certain things, like the builds. Like I really wish that I could whirlwind constantly, but you couldn't because you'd run out. So on certain builds,
it would definitely work with whirlwind. It would 100% work. Put an Andy's Visage and friggin' Ring of the Starlight on at the same time, and you'd be set.
Like,
I don't think Undying works with it, but Undying doesn't work with whirlwind, right? Because it's a channeling skill.
I'll definitely have to play again next
Or it works
season.
with like the first pip and then doesn't work with anything else.
Undying is the one that heals you per cast?
Yeah, per cast of a skill. I think channeling only counts as one. It counts as one cast, so it works for the first bump, and then that's
1
it.
second.
Yeah. Which I mean, I guess you could just sit there and just go whirlwind stop, whirlwind stop, whirlwind stop, whirlwind
figure out
stop.
what this extra Hydra head
Isn't there
what they do now?
That's what they do now.
Because Whirlwind doesn't scale with attack speed, so when you stop Whirlwind and recast it, you get more and Materials Might procs, you get more Dust Devils, you get more procs because you're recasting it.
Yeah.
Now, in the PTR, it scales with attack speed, so if you actually stack max attack speed, you don't have to recast it, you can hold it down, and you get tons of procs, because now it's actually scaling the spins.
Interesting.
Okay.
Mosaic needs
How
to
did they
include
add more
aspirin.
Hydra head?
So you haven't played since season 3, so you don't understand. So they added the tempering system, and the tempering system was one of the best changes that they made. Basically, what the tempering system is imagine, you remember before when you used to find an item and the item would come with something stupid like I don't know, +3 ice blades or something, or it would come with plus 50% damage while injured or something stupid like that, right? There were a bunch of things that were very hyper specific, plus 50% bone damage, and you're a shadow necromancer, and you're okay, well, who wants bone damage? Well, the bone necromancer wants bone damage, but you don't want bone damage, right? So having that roll on the items was stupid. So what they did was they took all of the stuff that would be considered hyper specific, and they put it into the tempering system, and they left the less specific, more generic items, things that everybody universally wants, and they let that roll on the items. So the items only roll with 3 aspects now, or 3 affixes now instead of 4. And the 3 affixes that they roll with are generally more useful for your character. They're mostly useful. There's a couple that I would still probably remove. And then what they did was they took all those hyper-specific ones and they put them in a tempering system. So you take that item that you find now and you put it into the tempering system, and you get to choose which ones you want on them. So instead of finding a hyper-specific item, you create it, right? And that's the biggest difference. So you find a very generic item, which is generically good for your character, and then you take it over to the tempering system, and you put the hyper-specific affixes you want on there. So say you're a Hydra sorceress. So Hydra Sorceress in specific has a tempering affix now that is +1 Hydra head for your Hydras. And you can put that, what is it? It's in the utility category, right? So I think they can do it like 5 or 6 extra heads.
Yeah, I don't recall where it is.
I can't remember which category it's in, but there's different categories. All right, so you would temper on an affix of +1 Hydra head. And that way you could create items that are very specific to your build and how your character works.
See, I think that sounds really good because it's more towards, like you say,
Oh, it's amazing. It's probably one of the best systems I've seen in any ARPG.
I might have to do a Hydra talk again.
Originally, I had thought that they were just copying the system from Last Epoch, but that was a very big mistake to assume that, because when I actually started to play around with it and I started to realize how it worked, it is not the Last Epoch system. In fact, I would definitely say that the Last Epoch system is trash by comparison, because Last Epoch system lets you basically min-max and customize every single aspect on the item. So instead of feeling, you know, like super excited that you found an item in Last Epoch, you can pretty much just take an item and re-roll all the stats on it. You can make whatever you want out of it. But the way that they did it in Diablo 4 is you find an item, and you're actually excited to find an item that has the base stats that you're looking for. They made greater affixes, which basically make it even more exciting to find a base item that has the stats you're looking for. And then you take that item to the tempering system, and you temper on the specific affixes that you need for your specific class. And in doing so, they've made an absolutely excellent system for customizing items to make the characters that you're looking for. I mean, I would even say that like the majority of the power of your character at this point is coming from the tempering system. And then the masterworking system is the new system they set up for upgrading items,
Which is hit a specific side.
Which is basically just increasing the power of the item once you have it all set up. But there definitely is a lot of power to be gained from the masterworking system as well.
You know, I was just reading something about the Hydras, and someone said you can, like, if you've got all your Hydras up and the healthy and stuff, it's 60 heads in total.
Yeah, it's
5
insane.
Hydras.
Yeah, because you can have what, 3 Hydras up, or is it 4? Because with the
5.
enchantment. Yeah, so
5 Hydras actually.
Yeah, so then you get all the extra heads, and then once you get all the extra heads, it's like a lot of freaking heads.
But I still think that Hydra damage is an issue. Like, the damage was just really bad.
Well, I mean, Hydra cost resource, so it's the only one of the 3 conjurations that actually cost resource. So you could use the Crown of Lucian.
Oh god.
On top of that, it's also a conjuration ability, which means that you could set up for the new conjuration stuff. They've got some ways to scale conjuration damage, which is pretty nice now.
I'll have to have a look into that, but I don't know what I'll build for the next one. I'll have to wait and see.
You better be a dang Hydra Sorceress.
Part of me's thinking about it.
Better be a dang Hydra Sorceress.
The game is getting better, but at the same time, they have like a large balance issue that they need to address, which is what we just talked about. They need to pick a point to balance around.
Well, that's the thing, is I think they've demonstrated that they have no clue where to balance around.
Yep.
Take for instance the Ball Lightning Sorceress, right? Do you remember when the Ball Lightning Sorceress first came out and they had no clue that the Ball Lightning Sorceress is even really going to be a ridiculous thing? And then afterwards, in one of the campfires, they said something along the lines of that we had made this content specifically for you Ball Lightning Sorceresses, remember? Because we had created a character that was outside the bounds of what they knew was capable. Like, we kind of blew their wigs back, right? And then after we blew their wigs back, they were like, okay, well, let's make some content that, like, you know, the Ball Lightning Sorceresses can, like, cut their teeth on or whatever. And they literally made content specifically for the most overpowered builds in the game. Instead of nerfing the builds down to a realistic level, they were like, okay, well, let's just make a bigger, you know, playpen for them so they can go play over here in the corner. And then everybody else wanted to go into that playpen too. They're like, well, why can't I do this playpen? Why can't I go in there?
I think the sad thing is all the years worth of the game being out, like all the nerfs they did, not bug fixes, but actual nerfs, like Grizzly Rage nerf, Hoda nerf, like the actual nerfs don't mean anything with the new season, because the new season introduced so much like power skill with tempering and pit that those old builds are actually nowhere near the current modern builds. So like all those nerfs don't matter anymore.
I just
They
don't
shouldn't do them.
understand what they're doing. Like, I mean, let's do a quick recap on like the past. Okay, so in the beginning we had no multipliers for equipment. Instead, it was just mainly like the additive bonuses, and then we were getting a huge amount of additive bonuses from specific things, right? So then they were like, okay, well, we're gonna cap out the amount of additive bonuses that you can get from any specific source, and then in the same hand that they capped out the additive bonuses, because remember they capped out vulnerable, and they capped out critical strike damage, and they capped out a bunch of stuff so that you couldn't get any like additional multipliers from them, and they would cap out as additive bonuses if you like stacked them past a certain amount, right? And then they were like, okay, we're going to cap this out this way. And then once they capped that out this way, they were like, oh, but we're also going to be adding these new, you know, like if you build this additive stat, you get this multiplier, right? And then they left those uncapped. Then eventually they got to the point where they were like, okay, we don't like the fact that you're stacking these additive multipliers that we added into the game, and now we're going to cap out these additive multipliers, right? So you would think that that's finally a key toward balancing the game. But then they add in things like the Shard of Verithiel, the Crown of Lucian. They just add in more multipliers. It's like every single time they take away one of our multipliers, they just add in another way to multiply the damage, and then they don't realize that they're just... It's like taking away a kid's vanilla pudding cup and then giving him like a tapioca pudding cup, and then like you're like mad that he's got the tapioca pudding cup, and you take that one away, and then you give him a chocolate one, and it's like, but you're still giving him a pudding cup every single time. You get mad at him, you're still taking one away and then giving one right back to him, and it's stupid.
They put themselves in a rare position now, because now, to quote-unquote balance right now, they have to cap everything, which also makes gearing uninteresting, because now everyone's just like, cap resist, cap armor, cap your hemorrhage node, cap your berserking node, 350 volt, 300 berserking, and like everyone that has the same stats now, just cap, 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 and you're done with your character, because that's all as far as you can go. That's it, everyone's the same. So now they've created like...
Well, I do think it makes some things a little more interesting, because... So let's use the hemorrhage character. Well, let's not go into gushing wounds, but let's pretend you were a bleed barbarian, right? And you capped out hemorrhage with vulnerable.
Yep.
Before, you would stack as much vulnerable as you possibly could, because every point of vulnerable meant more multiplier, and that was a good thing, right? Well, now stacking vulnerable isn't necessarily the best, thing anymore, because, well, vulnerable wasn't really better than other options. It was just the best option because it was giving you, like that particular stat that you were looking for, right? So now the best option is going to be whatever gives you the most amount of additive bonus, which could make things a little bit more interesting. That's a silly magic fine charm.
So the way it is...
So close damage, for instance, would be better than vulnerable because it scales higher. Distance damage would be better than vulnerable because distant damage scales higher. And so forth and so on. And then you have like specific bonuses, like like the Necromancer has like specific ones to add bone damage, or you've got like the bone spirit Necromancer has one that adds bone spirit damage directly to only the bone spirit, and so forth and so on. I think it kind of opens things up a little bit, because if you cap out those things, then everybody's not just stacking that one stat to the moon, and they might actually look at the other additive bonuses to see which ones are better. But then from another perspective, you got to think, well, the additive bonuses don't really do a whole lot by themselves.
Anything, exactly.
So by themselves, they're not really all that effective. I mean, we're talking about... I would put it in the min-maxing category at that point. So, like, when you're talking about additive bonuses are nothing more than min-maxing. It's the equivalent, essentially, in Diablo 2 terms, of roughly like 40% extra enhanced damage. Like on like a pair of gloves or something. Like 40% ED is relatively nothing in the grand scheme of things. And so additive bonuses become really weird. I don't really know why we have both, though, because additive and multiplicative, I don't really think the multiplicative should exist. Like, I agree with Leon. What Leon said earlier, he's like, we should just take all the multipliers out and just go straight to additives, because I feel like the multipliers just complicate things way too much. You're just in a situation where you're always just looking to get the most number of multipliers. And if you don't have the most number of multipliers, you lose.
Yeah, because they're going to cap Gushing Bones next. Because right now, what it is now for a bleed barb is you get your vulnerable cap, you get a berserking cap, you get your armor, your res cap, and then you just stack crit damage. That's
Dude,
what it is right now.
I put the Shard of Verithiel on the Flay Barb, and his damage went up to like 2.2 billion without even trying.
But it's just meaningless numbers. That's another thing. It's just like, why do we need such large numbers? Like, why can't we go from doing 10k damage to 30k damage? Why does it have to be going from 10 million damage to 10 or 30 billion? Like, why does it have to be that? Like,
It's ridiculous.
I've always agreed. There's no reason to keep scaling the numbers up or keep scaling. And it's honestly because they keep scaling the HP of the monsters up to the moon and back.
It's just meaningless.
I think
It's
Diablo
like,
2
why?
came up with Crushing Blow as a way to fight that as well. I think that's why Crushing Blow exists. Because if you think about it, like being able to take off a percentage of the monster's HP is huge. Like it's a huge boon. Like no matter how much the monster has, no matter how many millions of HP they give the monster, if you've got a 100% chance to reduce the monster's HP by 12.5%, you've got a pretty good little chunk of HP that you can take off the monster no matter what. And then it's just a number of hits until eventually the monster hits, like the dead.
What they're doing.
I think adding Crushing Blow into Diablo 4 would be a massive fix to a lot of the issues that people have with bosses, and honestly, just make the Crushing Blow work with spells too. Might as well make it function exactly the same way it does in Diablo 2, because Crushing Blow is very powerful.
Getting muted today, doesn't it?
I don't even see what Charles said.
The shorty's like, Blizzard's making big numbers sexy again, that's all.
Sexy. I don't know about
I also
sexy.
think the bigger the number, the more meaningless it becomes. Like, you notice, like, if you're doing 100 damage hits, then all of a sudden you're doing 300 damage hits, you're like, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
When you're doing like 100 billion and then you go up 150 billion or 300, it's like, who really cares? Like, at that point, it's just so out there that it's like, it's meaningless.
It's funny. I had this issue when I used to play Final Fantasy 11. So Final Fantasy 11 was my MMO. I played that a lot. But in Final Fantasy 11, the HP and the damage numbers were very small. Like my hit points on Final Fantasy 11, like on a Paladin tank with like the best gear imaginable, I was sitting at like 1,500. Yeah. And then I would talk sometimes with people who played WoW, and in WoW, like the health numbers in WoW were in the like hundreds of thousands, and there was like no way that I could communicate with somebody from WoW about like how much health I had, or like how excited I was that my Paladin had finally hit like 1,500 HP, and they're like 1,500. That seems really low. My Paladin has like 400,000 HP, and I'm like,
Yeah.
And then like I'd be on my warrior and I would hit like a really amazing crit on like a boss, and it would be like some crazy number like 2,500 damage, and I was like super duper excited about my 2,500 damage hit. And then I would talk with somebody on like another MMO and they would tell me their highest damage hit was like in the billions, and I'm like, well, we can't communicate with each other.
Yeah, because it all depends on how the game's built.
But I mean, that's kind of the whole thing, right? I mean, I was genuinely excited about something that I should genuinely be excited about. I had hit an HP point that was extremely high for my particular character in that particular game. Ooh, a gull rune. Nice. Popped out of a butthole.
It's all relative. Like 10 million to 100 million is a times 10, right? Well, 10 damage to 100 damage is a times 10. It's the same thing. It's just one is way easier to understand and see and process and calculate on. Where the other one is just so large that it becomes like this abstract thing. Like it doesn't have to be that way. They're making it that way.
Yeah, with all these stupid multipliers.
I mean, they're digging themselves a grave too, because they got this mentality where they don't want to take things away. It's like, oh well, I gave the kid the candy bar, I'm not going to take away his candy bar. Like, no, take his candy bar away and stop being like stupid about this. Like you're digging yourself a grave, and the more you do this, the bigger the grave gets, and eventually you're not going to be able to get out. Like you're going to try and reach for the top of the grave to pull yourself out of the grave, and you're going to realize that you're like 1,000 feet deep, and like even if you climb for like 3 hours, you still wouldn't get out of the freaking grave. Like they're just digging it deeper and deeper and deeper at this point. And eventually it's going to get to the point where when they have to take it away, it's going to be too much to take away, and people are going to be upset about it. But like, it's like, stop giving them this stuff. Like, stop going deeper into the well. Like, find a point and leave it there. Like, basically what they need to do is they need to, if pit is their end game, then they need to take pit and they need to go 200 pit. Okay. We want to balance out the game so that the people with the best gear in the game can complete 200 pit. But I think what the problem is right now is that 200 pit is currently uncompletable deliberately. I think that's what we're looking at. I think they made 200 pit as an unreachable goal that they were hoping that would, you know, like keep us busy while we desperately tried to see if we could get to the 200 number.
Min-maxing.
Like constantly min-maxing, trying to see if we can reach it. And, you know, later on, they're gonna, if we can't reach it, they're gonna come out with a statement, and they're gonna be like, well, you know, we never actually intended you guys to reach 200. You know, like, and you know, it might be a lie or it might be the truth, but the moral of the story is they're gonna use how high we get to balance the future versions of the pit.
Probably.
So later on, when like, you know, the streamers and you know the people who are really pushing the pit, which I haven't, by the way. And they get, you know, say if they get to 140, say if that's the highest number they ever get to, they're going to take 140 and they're going to make that the new 200, and then they're going to balance out the rest of the levels down.
I've never even played the pit.
It's basically just a new form of the rifts from Diablo 3. It's kind of stupid, to be honest.
And the crazy thing you got to understand about the pit is like 3 levels is much different. Like level 95 to 98 is way different than level 125 to 128. You're like, oh, but they're both 3 levels of pit. The mob health and the boss health is insanely different. Like the scaling is just multiplicative. It's not like 3 levels difference. It's like trillions different. It's insane. Like I did a 125 pit on my one bar with 8 minutes left. Then I tried a 128 and I could not kill it in time. 3 levels, I could not, like, that change was so drastic that 8 minutes left on 125 was me making this on 128. Like, that's the damage gap and, like, the difference. It's just stupid.
Yeah, it makes it unobtainable.
Unobtainium! I don't know, I've adopted an entirely new mindset. I don't think Leon has adopted this mindset yet, but I have. I basically just don't even bother scaling the pit at this point. Like, I just go whatever. I don't care.
Hey folks.
Like, I've realized that it's not really important to like setting up my character and like figuring out whether a character works. And if I do go into the pit and I play around in there, like I just do whatever level I can do and I just move on.
Are you going to be playing Arc 2 and stuff?
The what?
Like Arc 2 and all that.
What's Arc 2? Survival? Arc Survival Evolved?
Yeah, there's Arc 2.
I mean, I've played Arc. I might play Arc 2 when it pops up, yeah. I mean, I've done a lot with the game. It's really, their games are really buggy in the beginning. I might wait, to be perfectly honest. And not to like throw shade on the game itself, because Arc Survival Evolved is a really fun game. The graphics in Arc Survival Evolved are terrible. Arc Survival Ascended is the second version of Arc Survival Evolved, and that one actually has better graphics, but it's just as buggy. Eventually they'll come out.
I like watching you do the survival games.
Eventually they'll come out with the second one. He's talking about the second one right now, but honestly, it's probably going to be buggy as crap when it launches too. You might want to hold off on it because the studio has a tendency to release really buggy crap. I'm being hyper realistic here. I've never really said this about a company before, but that particular company, I can't remember the name of the company that puts out the Arc series, but they just, man, I've had so many issues in their games I can't even explain. I would rather wait until it was more stable.
There's one that came out on the 7th of June called Once Human.
The frickin' it was when I played Ark Survival Ascended, my character fell through the game world. Like my dead body just fell through the game world. I died,
remember we
and I
couldn't
went to
find
go
your
get
body.
I went to go get my body back, and I couldn't find my body. And I
I
searched. I
remember.
literally turned on the like the mode where you can just like
Yeah.
go through the walls, you know, like no clip mode. And I was trying to find my body, and I knew exactly where I died. And I turned on no clip and went straight down. And it felt like it was like an eternity of straight down because the bottom of the game world was really far away. And there my body was, laying in the abyss down at the bottom of this giant chasm pit. And I got my stuff back. It took me quite a long time of trying because there was some sort of like teleportation system in place where when you went past the specific like points in like dropping down, it would automatically teleport you back up to the top. So I had to find a way down that wouldn't teleport me back up to the top. It was a pain in my butt. I'm pretty sure I just stopped playing for that day once I got my stuff back.
Loft? What's that? Survival sandbox. Floating islands in the sky. Okay. I was just seeing if there's any new good survival games. I see that
BH said, I
Pacific
find
Drive
it
in the-
horrifying the idea of spending my hard-earned 3 hours in a game that's constantly being changed, arbitrarily changed, and messed up by people at Blizzard or anyone else. I mean, think about how I feel as a content creator. Like, look at it from
Yeah.
my perspective. Like, if I make a video on a unique item, like if I made a video on the unique items today, in Season 5, all of the unique items are about to change. So
Yeah.
every single video that I currently have up on unique items is invalid. Like, they're all invalid at this point. And then people watch my videos and they're like, you know, like, oh, this isn't how the item is, or that's not how the stats are. And I'm like, yeah, this video is from, you know, like such and
Legacy.
such patch number. They're basically legacy now.
Your videos is like
You know, legacy. I'm about to tag them all as legacy videos at this point.
item.
It's so stupid. I mean, some people might be wondering why I'm not coming out with like more Diablo like 4 videos, and that's really the reason. Like, I don't really feel like there's any way to put content out for Diablo 4, which is what I would consider to be evergreen content. That's usually what I like to make, is evergreen content.
Yep.
And you can't make evergreen content on a game that's constantly changing. I mean,
We're about to have a huge expansion now.
dude,
so-
the freaking unique items are about to all change in Season 5.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up as well. Like for the average player or like someone that doesn't play a lot, it's very hard for them to keep up because they'll be like, "Oh, I really enjoyed this," and then suddenly it's totally different, doesn't work how they used to work, and like I feel sorry for like the very average gamer that doesn't really play a lot. Because you know you might have got used to one thing that you really enjoyed and now it's just totally meh.
I remember back in like Lord of the Rings Online, the big patches were once in a while. But every single time there was a big patch, they would give everybody a free respec on their character. You could respec your character for free. Like, you'd log in and all your stat points were already reset, and you could spend time like redoing your character. But like those respecs were rare. You know, it wasn't something that happened every freaking day, or like every month. Like it was when they had a really big patch, and then you know when that really big patch hit, yeah, everybody got a free respec because they changed a lot of stuff. But the only reason that Diablo 4 is getting away with it is because they have seasons. So they're basically just putting all these big changes into each season. But I mean, God, I can't even imagine. For those of you who don't play seasons, if you're playing like Eternal Realm, I don't even know what the hell you guys are doing. Like, how have you not pulled your hair out by now? Like, at basically them changing every single one of your characters and how they work constantly.
Annoying bit for me is like it took us so long to get a Shaco. If this new helmet is like, you know, the dog's balls.
The dog's balls.
I don't know.
I didn't know the dog's balls was considered.
I was going to say the dog's
rare.
bollocks, but like, you know, if it's so damn good, suddenly like finding that shaker, it's like meh. Like that bugs me because it was so hard to get.
Well, I mean, that's what we were just saying. Is it's like why make one item literally better than 99.9% of all other items? And then on
But it
top of
ruined-
that, the really stupid
wanted
thing
to
about this
find other
helmet is that, well, so what if I want to make a, you know, like a Tempest Roar Druid, or what if I want to make a, you know, a character that's utilizing a helmet, like the Starfall Coronet Sorceress,
Yeah.
or the Vasily's Prayer Druid, or, you know, like there's classes that require the helmet slot
The helmet,
to make them
yeah.
work. And now you've
Like
got
the
a
Barb
helmet
with the
slot
Thorn
item, which
armor.
is so good that literally they just don't even, they can't even do it. They're like, oh, okay,
It's
well, I
also
guess
better
I
than
just suck.
Uber Uniques, which are the rare items.
Yeah, which is sad because
Yeah,
they were
and
meant
better
to
than
be
the
best.
Uber Uniques? Like, oh, okay.
Which is
Like-
the thing that's actually interesting about Shaco in that game is the +4 to skills is great for your damage skill, but it's actually better for all your other skills get leveled up to level 5 minimum. Like your defensive skills, your utility skills, they all get leveled up,
And
it's
it's
a
the
massive
damage
difference.
reduction as well, which is
Yep,
massive.
and then has resource gen, damage reduction, health, all set. Like the Shaco is actually an interesting item, even though it's very generic. But
It's
this
just sad
item
that this
is
new
so
helmet.
generic. This
Yeah.
item just says damage. The item might as well just say you do more damage.
I mean,
And then items done.
we're basically approaching the point where they're doing that, by the way. It's like, we might as well just have sets at this point that just say, like, you put it on and it's like, when you use this skill, 250,000 extra damage percentage is for, you know, this skill.
It's just sad because it's like that whole chase after getting the Uber Uniques was so fun, and then like if it's the point where it's not even worth using them, it's like, well, that's another part of the game you're not even going to bother. to touch.
I think another problem with all these multipliers is it overshadows how to build your character. Like, I feel like at a certain point, you know, the fine-tuning, like, that Diablo 2 creates, of, like, making a character and understanding your stats and how everything works and getting the most out of your abilities through the way that the game functions. And then you just, like, imagine if in Diablo 2, instead of actually having to pay attention to any of that stuff, having to understand how your character works, having to understand the negative resistances, or like, how you get your damage output in specific builds, imagine there was just an item that was just, like,
You do more.
10,000% more damage, and you're just like, oh, okay, and you just put that item on and you just forget everything else. You just don't understand how any of the other min-maxing works, because why do you need to? Why do you need to understand how the min-maxing works when you have a helmet that makes you do 13 trillion damage?
Yeah, I definitely think they're going the wrong way with stuff. Like the Uber Uniques should be Uber Uniques. They should be the best, and it should be the thing that you strive for.
The thing is, though, is we could give all the feedback in the world on this, and there's a very good chance that they're just going to take it the wrong way. Like, and they've done it before. They're like, oh, we know you complained about this thing, so we just removed it. And you're like, what? Like, we didn't want you to remove it. We liked it. We just wanted you to fix it. And they're like, yeah, we just removed it.
Yeah, and that's the
It's
problem
gone.
with them.
Bye.
Like, they just need to balance it and make it good, but it shouldn't be the best. You should be like, oh, but I'll do a bit more damage with this, but with the Shaco, it helps me with my DR and this and this. So it gives you that, you know, you're sat there thinking, well, this one helps me for this and this, but this one helps me for this. And it's like that choice of, well, do I want to be a bit more tanky, or do I want more damage instead, but be a bit squishier? Like, it should be that sort of, you're sat there trying to decide what's best, not well, this one gives me trillions of damage, I'll just put that on. You know,
I mean, honestly, it's
it
getting to the
ruined.
point where the damage that the monsters do is so ridiculous, and they can't reel it in because they just keep scaling the monster's level to, like, insane degrees, that I feel like we pretty much just need generically, like, a skill that allows us to, you know, like there was this skill on the Necromancer. It was for the minions, and they kind of, like, incorporated it into the minions now, so it's part of the minions. But basically, it was like, if a monster hits you for more than 40% of your life, you can only take 40% of your life in damage or something, right? Like, they honestly, at this point, need to just incorporate that into the game, because there's so many monsters that will one-donk you for, like, in excess of, like, 30 to 40 times your max HP, that we might as well just have some feature like that built into the characters that prevents them from getting one-shot.
Did they ever fix the whole ground effects where something would overlap something else and you can't actually see a ground effect that's going to one stomp you?
I mean, it's a lot better than it was before, but I wouldn't say that it's been fixed completely now.
Because that kind of bugged me. It's like, if you can't see it, how are you meant to avoid it? That got quite annoying when I played.
I haven't had the fullest of time to test out PTR, but I mean, of what I've seen of it so far, I'm not like horribly impressed.
Yeah, I'll just have
I mean,
to...
the new content that they added is boring.
Yep, they introduced
It's
once again.
boring.
It's like a year ago with the game, a potential that needs like vast changing. It's just
I think the best one they did was that green area, whatever it was called. It was like Helltides, but the green area with the little
Helltides
gem.
are now that green area. Helltides are much better now because they basically took that green
yeah,
area.
you haven't
brought
been
out-
here since season 4, so
Yeah.
you last for season 3. They basically took the Helltides and they like gave them a huge makeover. They're like 1,000% better now.
Oh, nice.
Honestly, I would rather have, and this is just my personal opinion, but I would rather have a beefed up version of Helltides that I could go into
Like Uber
and
Helltides.
farm than the crap that they came up with the council.
Yeah, I'd love like Uber Helltides where it's just really hard,
Like,
but
just-
it's actually worth doing.
Well, so what they introduced in season 4, another thing you missed, Meow, is they introduced this thing called the Profane Mind Cage. It's a consumable that drops from the monsters, and basically what it did was it would increase the level of the monsters by 10 levels inside the Helltide, and basically made them harder, more HP. You know, they obviously were going to kick your butt a little bit easier, and on top of that, they had like better drops because they were higher level.
Yeah.
It was a rousing success. I think everybody likes the Profane Mind Cage.
Yep.
And then I think the Profane Mind Cage didn't come back in season 5, which was really weird.
Correct. I don't know why it was a season mechanic. Everyone said just make it permanent back then, and
They
it's not
never
gonna be
did,
terrible.
do they?
Hey, what's up, Watch J Bat Rick? Do I think Diablo 2 Resurrected Uniques need a rework to be more competitive with runewords? Oh, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate that. Honestly, I don't really think so. I feel like the runewords are, for the most part, and the uniques, for the most part, are exactly where they need to be. I mean, there's a couple tweaks I would make to some of them. But I feel like runewords are where they need to be in terms of output. And the Sunders kind of made runewords less effective for the most part because a lot of the runewords don't have negative res on them. And so when you're trying to get negative res, the runewords don't really look as appealing. There are some decent negative res runewords, you know, like Phoenix and like Flickering Flame and stuff like that. But at the same time, you're also losing out on the fire skill damage from the other part of the facet. And so you end up with a lot of the times, even unique items can become better options, like Arcane's Valor, because you can put a facet in there, or J-Mod armors, because you can put 4 facets in there, and so forth and so on. I mean,
There's more choice.
people are addicted to Enigma, and they're like they don't want to put that thing down, and I don't think anything's going to compete with +1 to teleport unless they do something to teleport to make it less effective. But overall, I mean, I think the unique items are usually in a good place. Like, you can't really compare a normal difficulty or an exceptional difficulty unique to runewords because those are meant to be used on the way up as you're leveling.
I do think there's a couple, like Grandfather.
Spirit might be one of the few that could probably use a little bit of a nerf, but that so many people would cry if you did that.
Yeah.
And I don't really think I don't really
see
necessarily
change.
think Grandfather needs a buff. More so,
No, I
it just
just
needs it needs to be found ethereal. I think
Yes,
some of
so
the
repair
items that
durability.
were prevented from being ethereal for some reason, like Grandfather was prevented from being ethereal because it's
Storm
indestructible.
Shield. Yep.
Those honestly, if those can be rolled ethereal, that would make a huge change as well.
Yeah.
Set
Yeah.
items should also be able to roll as ethereal. In
Oh
my
yeah,
opinion.
can you imagine like Ethereal IK mode? Ooh. Be great.
I mean, you don't need to buff the unique items. You need to let the unique items leverage their benefits over top of runewords. And one of the
Yeah,
benefits
like-
that unique items have over runewords is the ability to have a socket, which means that they
Yes.
can be indestructible, which means that you can put facets in them, which means that you can do all sorts of beautiful things with them that you can't do to the other items, right? So
think-
things like Skin of the Viper Magi can have a facet, you know, like Arcane's Valor can have a facet. You can put, you know, like a gem or something in Haas. Haas is still ridiculously good. Honestly, I think Haas is better than Exile, in my
Oh, yeah,
my humble opinion. A lot of people are really like they got hard-ons for Exile, but Ever since the e-bugging went away, Exile's main advantage kind of disappeared into the wind.
Yeah, you just use Drax. Or Last Wish. Well, I do believe, like, certain uniques that are indestructible, like Doombringer and Grandfather, they just need to change that to repair durability and let it roll ethereal. And that would fix it. Because then you'd have a weapon that's got a bit more damage, but it's not overkill. You wouldn't need to Zod it, so that it frees up that socket, so that you can put an ED jewel in it or whatever, and it makes it still wouldn't beat a Grief and certain things, but it makes it usable where you can actually enjoy it. Like they don't need to beat Griefs and this and that, but at least finding one you could be like, yeah, I want to rock this. You know, I want to Wolverine round with a Grandfather.
Speaking of grief, you could fix the majority of the problems with physical damage just by reducing the physical negation. Like, if you took grief out of the game, and I know gasp, people will be like, if you take grief out of the game, you're gonna nerf all the melee builds. Like, just hear me out. Right? The only reason grief is needed is because monsters have such high physical damage reduction in the first place. The monsters are so high in physical damage reduction that pretty much, like, the majority of all monsters in Hell difficulty have 50% physical damage reduction or higher. Okay? I've played a barbarian that is completely lightning based. I literally did a lightning barb using crescent moons and lightning charms, and I swear I killed things faster than I ever did running a physical damage barbarian.
That was a brilliant build.
And the funny thing is that I think it really comes down to the fact that the developers really didn't want physical damage to do anything. And so physical damage reduction, or physical damage resistance, is just so high across the board on every single monster you will ever encounter. Combined with the fact that the attack rating system is borked. So if you removed grief from the game and lowered the physical damage reduction of most of the monsters in Hell, maybe brought it down to 25% instead of 50, which would basically be doubling most physical damage characters' ability, and then fix the attack rating system so they stop missing on a regular basis on every single monster that they come across, you'd fix the issue entirely with physical damage, and it wouldn't need any kind of rework on any items.
No, that's true.
Honestly, then the Grandfather would be OP again, just like it was before.
I think next you should do a cold barb. Instead of it being the lightning one, you should try doing it the cold one.
The problem with cold damage is it's the lowest of all of them. So lightning is the highest damage with the worst range because it's one to whatever, right? 1 to whatever damage. Fire is the medium one in between that does decent fire damage on both ends, but it's not really high on the top end and it's not really low on the bottom end. Cold is the worst. It's the lowest on the bottom end and I think it's the highest on the bottom end and the lowest on the top end. And so it ends up being like the worst one overall in terms of damage output.
Is there a rune word that gives good like negative fire?
Well, the only one that you would want for cold is you would want the Doom rune word, but then the Doom rune word doesn't work because the Doom rune word breaks all the time. For fire, you could use Hand of Justice, or you could use Dual Phoenixes or something.
Well, you could do a Rift Barb.
It's not as effective as you would think. Yeah. It just the problem comes in that it's really a lot harder to get the damage output that you need. Crescent Moon is just kind of insane. It's negative 35% per. The only thing that comes close is Doom, and Doom is negative 60. So
because you have to make it an axe, it's horrible.
Yeah, well, it's very horrible because you can't make it in anything that actually has durability on it. I kind of would want to test it just to see, maybe like make 2 Dooms that are indestructible and just see how well it would work if I stacked cold damage charms. But the other problem with the cold damage version is you can't hork. So the lightning version you can hork. Okay, if you don't really break corpses as a lightning version. The fire version, you're going to break corpses because Hand of Justice freezes targets, which is unfortunate. You could go with Dual Phoenixes, could also be an option. But then Phoenixes, but then again, Phoenixes suck up the corpses, so then you're right back to where you started.
Yeah, but the phase blades don't. You don't get redemption on the weapons. It's just on the shield, I believe.
Yep, you get it on both.
Really? Oh wow. What other stuff is there? that you could try like a funky build, maybe like dual Stormlash or something. Like do like a Stormlash build. That could be interesting.
Well,
But then maybe
there's no
Crescent Moon would
negative.
still be better.
There's no negative res, so Crescent Moon
Yeah.
is better. That's why I did
It's hard,
Crescent
but-
Moon in the first place.
Yeah. It was such a funny build, but it'd be nice to see other variants of it.
I think that's the only one that's gonna work. To be perfectly honest, I just don't really see the other ones being viable. Either you make them viable and then they can't work. They're gonna shatter. They're gonna shatter everything or suck up all the corpses. I mean, there's really no way to roll it that actually like functions properly.
Maybe you'll have to do like a Zealer, using like a Crescent Moon Zealer with Dream and different things. Like try something like a different character built around that whole lightning stuff.
You think physical damage is balanced around having leech? I mean, well then how do you explain monsters that you can't leech from?
That's true.
I mean, is that just deliberately a slap into the face to physical damage characters?
I also think physical damage really struggles with the mana leech mobs because it literally takes your mana and suddenly you can't whirlwind, you can't move, you can't do anything, and you're just
But I mean,
stuck. And then
so
because you're not leeching.
I've spent plenty of time on playing melee characters, and I'm gonna tell you what. If you're playing a full melee character that depends on leech, and you go into like say the sewers in Act 2, and you start fighting the skeletons, and you realize that you can't leech any HP from them, and you just slowly die, it's not a fun experience to go in there and just slowly die to the skeletons.
I'm trying to think of like a weird build you could try, because obviously you could do like a Crescent Moon Druid, but I don't think that'd be as fun.
Well, the only reason the Crescent Moon Barbarian works is because you can use 2 of them for negative 35% res on both, which brings you to negative 70% total.
And the static is insane.
Yes,
Yeah,
and the
I'm just
static
trying to think of
static
any
also
other
benefits
builds.
from the negative res also, which is like a big thing of the build.
I just don't know if there's any other funky builds maybe like a lightning based Zealer or a
What about
fire based
obedience?
Zealer.
So obedience has negative res, but it can only be put in two-handed weapons.
Yes.
So
So
the-
you
the-
could do
the
like
goal-
an obedient Druid.
so
That's
the-
like 5 goal.
The entire goal of this dual Crescent Moon Barbarian is to stack as much negative res as you can. So obedience wouldn't allow you to do that because it's going to take up your shield slot, first off. And then second off, it doesn't really have enough negative res on it to begin with to reach the values that you're
Like
looking
if you were going to do that, you'd just go with dual Phoenix
I mean,
for the res. But
well, yeah, that's what we're saying. But the problem with Phoenix is it sucks up all the corpses. Because I was trying to find a good way to do like a Horker Barb that was an elemental Horker Barb, and what it really comes down to is that the Thor version is the only one that actually works.
oh yeah,
properly.
it was so good.
Hand of Justice has Freeze's target on it, so it shatters all corpses. Phoenixes have the Redemption Aura, so they suck up all the corpses, which is awful. I mean, for the most part, there's not a lot of options. Doom, of course, has the cold damage, and it also freezes the target, so that one shatters everything. Like, if you're doing the Doom build, you're pretty much just going to shatter every single monster you come across.
I was just wondering if there's other builds that could you could do some sort of weird elemental build on a melee character, like a Zealadin or a Wolf Druid. Like, it'd be interesting to see. Because that 4-barb was amazing. Like, it did so much better than we thought it would. Like the lightning procs, like just because the minus light res and the
an elemental
statics and that
kicks in
was
could
so
be
good.
really fun, but I just don't really know.
Like a Rift Sin.
No, so the Rift Sin is basic. I'm thinking about something more advanced.
But what would you use?
I mean, you would still use Dragon Talon. You would stack Elemental Charms. I mean, the goal of it would be very similar to the way that the Thor Barb works, because of course you can also
Would you use a
dual
Crescent
wield.
Moon? Or would you use claws? Like, what claws would you use?
I mean, I was thinking as an odd twist, because I'd said Venom was the worst skill in the game, and I still believe that Venom is the worst skill in the game, but it could be kind of interesting to set up a like Venom
Pure poison.
Venom
kicks it.
Assassin with like Dragon Talon as her main ability, and then like cap out Dragon Talon, and then go for dual plagues is what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Because
dual plague
plagues
claws,
have
Bramble.
negative poison resistance on them, but I don't really know how well that would work either. I feel like it would be kind of substandard.
I
'Cause
don't
I'd
think
have to
it'll do
single
damage.
kick
Yeah.
every single monster. It'd be kind of rough.
The only other way you could do that would be a whirlwind sin, but then you'd get better odds out of just doing a bloody poison necro. It's like, I don't know.
I mean, a infinity version like kick one might actually work surprisingly well because it has a large
Infinity?
amount of negative lightning on it. Maybe go with like an infinity, or maybe dual crescent moon. Maybe dual crescent moon could work on there too. I guess you can't really use two, but
No, but you could do like. Problem is, it's like, would Crescent Moon be the best, or would it be better to do like the Rift or Stormlash, stuff like that, right?
so the problem with those builds is that they rely on the damage of the AoE effect that they're proccing.
Yes.
And the AoE effect that they're proccing isn't their own skill, and it doesn't really work very well.
Yeah.
So it's really relatively low, almost inconsequential damage by comparison. What I'm doing with what I did with the Thor bar wasn't relying on a proc; it was relying on the damage output of the lightning combined with the negative res to equal into
Yes.
a large amount of damage, and then maximizing the number of hits. Obviously, Dragon Talon is a ability that has a large number of hits. It's a extremely high speed ability. So you would basically be increasing the elemental damage and the negative resistance of one particular element, then stacking that element, and then hitting the target with that element to dish out a massive amount of damage to that particular target. I mean, it would be very single target.
Yeah.
I
think
imagine
it'd
it
be
would
very-
probably put out a lot of damage, but
but
the
it would
question
be
is
horrible for
what element would you use? So is it fire? Is it ice? Is it lightning? Is it cold? Or is it, poison, fire, whatever? I think I said ice twice. But like if you have to choose, you got to choose an element, and then you got to make the gear work toward that element. I was actually thinking about this like dual Phoenix crap, because Phoenix has a 100% chance to cast, or sorry, 40% chance to cast level 22 Firestorm, which is
Yeah.
interesting. And then you would go
Then do,
with
like, a
Fire
flame.
Charms, and then you would go with negative res equipment, and you could probably make that work too.
That could be interesting.
I don't think Flickering Flame is really all that good. Like every single time I think about putting
No,
Flickering Flame on a character now, I think about like Crown of Ages, and I'm like, okay, well I could have Flickering Flame, or I could have Crown of Ages with 2 Fire Facets. Like,
Yeah,
which
I
one
think
do I
Crown of
think is
Ages
better?
is
And I'm like, oh, Crown of Ages with 2 Fire Facets seems way better than Flickering Flame.
And you could make like a dragon armor for the extra fire damage on your kicks. That could be interesting. Do like
What makes the Crown of Ages better?
You're getting damage reduction, you're getting resistances.
The
you're
Crown of
also
Ages
getting
is +1 all
+2
skills.
sockets.
It's 30% faster hit recovery. You also get the 30 all res on it, and I think it's 15 physical damage reduction. So
Yep.
15
So the
DR, 30 all
the DR
res,
is a big piece,
30%
yeah, and the
faster hit
res.
recovery, and then also the fact that it's facets, not negative res.
Like, yes, you're
So
not getting the two
So the facets,
extra skills.
depending on what you're doing, you're losing essentially 10% fire skill damage by putting the flame the Flickering Flame on. So the Flickering Flame does have 5% more negative res, but you're losing 10% fire skill damage.
Like, Flickering Flame is better for Enchant Sword because obviously you need skill levels, and it
No.
also gives you a bit of minus res.
No.
Really?
So skill damage actually applies to enchant twice. It applies the first time when you cast it, and it applies the second time when you actually attack with it. So 10% fire skill damage is the equivalent of a lot more than 10% fire skill damage. I don't even know what the equation would be. Because if you take, like, say you do 1,000 fire damage and you add 10% to that, it's going to give you 100 damage. Then it's going to double dip when you go to attack, and it's going to give you another 10% on top of that, which is going to be 11 that time. So you're going to get more from it from the double dipping. So having more fire skill damage actually helps out a lot as well. I mean, having more in the skill helps out because that increases the base, but having more fire skill damage also helps out because that increases the... It's an odd calculation. So when I was running the my Pyromancer and I was trying to optimize out his damage, I found out that Flickering Flame was less effective than the Fire Facets. So putting a like Harlequin Crest Shaco on his head with a Fire Facet in it was better than putting the Flickering Flame on his head, because he got +2 skills with the fire skill damage versus +3 skills without the fire skill damage. And you can actually see that on the character, like the difference between the two. I can actually just show you. I still have my Pyromancer. Infernus. And I actually have a Flickering Flame on standby, so let's go.
So your Holy Fire would have Crown of Ages instead of a flame.
I mean, it would be more damage because you're gonna get the skill damage added to your on attack as well as your pulse. Of course, the negative res is also applying to your pulse. Okay, so here's the practical example. Okay, so see how my enchant sorcerer, or my Act 3 sorcerer has 401 fire damage. Okay, so if I take off the Harlequin Crest, he's sitting at 360. The Harlequin Crest with +2 skills and a fire facet brings him to 401. If I take the Flickering Flame and put it on his head, he's sitting at 398. So you notice how the damage actually went up by, what is that, 3 points, because I put the fire facet in there versus the +1 skill. So the fire facet was worth more than the +1 skill was in terms of enchant. And I was like, okay, well, every single point matters when I'm trying to min-max out, like, you know, I got like 50 minions, and then that 3 points of damage times 50 minions actually adds up to a lot more than it actually seems. And then the negative res was applying to the minions, so we ended up with a nice little crazy little thing going on here, because I got the fire flame rift breaking the immunity, and then I'm casting the lower res, and everything worked out nicely. So I had to like optimize for damage output. So I got a fire facet in the weapon, I've got a fire facet in the helmet, and I've got a fire facet in the Ormus robes. That gives me +3 with a facet. Of course, these facets are trash. I need better facets. And my Ormus robes isn't the best either. It could be a perfect Ormus robes. I can get this a lot higher, basically, is what I'm saying. And sometimes you got to like work out that. But there's also the other part of the equation, which is, do you have enough negative res? Because like if you don't have enough negative res, then you're not hitting like the magical breakpoint. Like you need to have at least negative 35% and negative res to hit like the good numbers that you're trying to get to. With the dragons, for instance, you would probably prioritize negative res over skill damage, because you're in a position where you don't have a lot of slots and you can't really afford not to have more negative res, because dragon is going to consume your shield slot, your armor slot, and your weapon slot. So you can't put any negative res in your armor slot, you can't put any negative res in your shield slot, and you're stuck with the -20 that's on the Hand of Justice. So your helmet slot is the only slot left that you can put negative res on. So you're probably going to go with Flickering Flame in that situation, because you don't have any other choice. You need as much negative res as you can get to make the build work, and there's no other slots that you can put negative res in. A similar situation happens with the fire sorceress. So if you're doing the enchant build, you wind up with an odd situation where your enchant sorceress is trying to get as much damage as she can out of her, her attacks, right?
Yeah,
so you want
very hard for negative res. Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. Like if you're an enchant sorceress, like you've got a body slot, which is probably going to be. Why is all her equipment missing? All her equipment is missing, pretty much.
Thinking, if you were doing that kick sim, would you use dragon armor so that you get the extra damage from the?
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to Theorycraft it out. But basically, in this situation, you've got your Flickering Flame, right? And then you're using a crossbow, so your shield slot is stolen. You don't have that anymore, right? And so you have an armor slot left, and that's it. That's the only other slot you have left. So like when people tell me they put a Shale Rune in their Demon Machine, I'm like, why do you put a Shale Rune in your Demon Machine? I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. You can get the IAS elsewhere. I'm like, you can wear yourself a Nosferatu's coil. You can wear yourself like a 20% IAS pair of gloves. You could put on some armor that has IAS on it. You could put on an amulet that has IAS on it. Like you can get the extra increased attack speed anywhere. I was like, but think about it. Like use your brain. Where are you getting the extra negative res from? because you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not getting any more negative res from any other sources. So why are you going to use the only socket that you have for negative res for something that's not negative res? So, like, it's a very similar situation. She's kind of tied up on equipment. She doesn't have a shield slot. She's already got her helmet slot tied up in the negative res that she needs from that. And then on top of that, like, her armor slot might already be decided with something else in it, right? So she pretty much has to use that slot for negative res, otherwise she's screwed. And then that really just depends on how you're building your character and what you're doing, right? Because, like, if you have plenty of sockets, which is why I think that the native, like, Holy X characters are better now, because they have more, like, ability to use negative res in their equipment, and that means that they're going to be stronger against monsters that they're immune against. And that's the weird thing about a lot of these builds, is that, like, I would never have any issues killing a monster that wasn't immune to lightning on my Dream Paladin, but I always had issues killing lightning immune monsters that, you know, that were immune to lightning. Basically, like, they were the ones that gave me trouble. The more negative res you have, the less trouble you have with those monsters, and so the more freedom you have in the way that you set up your character. It just works out easier, and that way when you come across a fire immune monster, you just cut right through them like they're regular monsters, and you don't even care. I mean, this character's kind of similar. Like, and I need the negative res on this one though to make it work. What's up, Carlos? Random question: does it increase the quantity when upgrading Titan's Revenge?
No.
It stays the same.
Quantity stays the same. It's just the damage that increases.
It's actually a common misconception, and I don't know why. Actually, I don't think they ever really called it upgrading. I think we were the ones that called it upgrading. It's not really upgrading.
Yeah.
So you're actually converting the item into its higher like tier, or to a different item entirely. If you ever take a look on, like, let's go to Ariat Summit. And let's take a look at the weapons in Ariat Summit. So we're gonna take a look at the weapons real quick. If you ever take a look at the weapons and you actually compare them to their exceptional counterparts, you'll notice that they're not even, like, the same item. They look the same, but that's about it. Let's go to maces. I think maces is one of the easiest ones to look at this with. So look at the Legendary Mallet. The Legendary Mallet is a average damage of 55.5, which doesn't really matter too much for what we're looking at, right? But it's a specific weapon that has a really tight range of 50 to 61, right? It's a very tight range. And the thing is that the tight range on this doesn't exist until you get to this tier, right? So if you go back and you take a look at, like, the exceptional version doesn't really have the same tight range. It has a range of 35 to 58, which is much wider than the original. So when you upgrade the item, you actually upgrade it into a completely different item, which changes the way that it works entirely. So when you're upgrading, like, for instance, the Titans into its upgraded form, you're really just turning it from one javelin to another. So in this particular case, it's the Amazon only javelin, which is the ceremonial javelins to the
matriarchal
elite, and there actually is no exceptional for the javelins. Is there no exceptional? Or is there no? It's maiden. It's maiden to ceremonial, and then ceremonial to matriarchal.
Yeah, because they're not maiden; they're already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So things like the quantity or the max stack size sometimes do change when upgrading the item. So this is what I wanted to get across. So
durability changes too sometimes.
Yeah. So when you're changing an item from a normal to an exceptional, or an exceptional to an elite, you're actually changing it to that form completely. So when you change it to that form, it can sometimes change the stats depending on whether or not the stats on the item change, but only if the stats on the item are different from the previous version. So if you go back and you look at the normal version, you see the stack size is 80. If you go back and you look at the exceptional version, the stack size is 80. And then you look at the elite version, it's still 80. So in this particular case, they didn't change that between the normal, exceptional, and elite versions. However, there are some items that do. So what you're asking is actually a really valid question, because if you go look at some of the throwing items, I do believe some of these actually do have changes between some of the earlier versions and some of the later versions. Like, if you look at the balance axe only has 130 maximum stacks. And then you go look at the elite version, which is the winged axe, it's 180. So if you upgrade a balanced axe into the winged axe, it will actually gain more stacks, because the winged axe is a completely different item that has more stacks. And that's part of the way that upgrade system works. A lot of these are like this. Like the balanced knife is 160, and then it goes to 200 on the winged knife, and so forth and so on. So you're going to get extra stacks when you upgrade those items. But the Amazon one didn't actually get more stacks, and I don't really know why. Some of them have different durabilities too. Like if you look at the, I think it's the maces. I want to say it's the maces have like different durabilities depending on their tier. So like, we'll see. Warhammer, flail. Let's go with the club. The club is 24 durability. So we go to the elite. Yeah, the elite one is 55 durability. So you're going to gain durability when you go up between the different phases. There is also a possibility that you can lose durability too, and that's something that a lot of people don't know about. So if you get a, like, say you find a normal item, I don't know, let's just say you find a warhammer, and it's like a godlike warhammer, and it has I don't know, like 175 durability, because it was a failed unique, and the failed unique rolled with triple durability, which would be 55 times 3. And then what happens is when you upgrade it, and I've actually tested this before, the triple durability gets wiped when you upgrade it. So instead of it maintaining its 175 durability, it'll then go down to the durability of the next item, which is the exceptional mace, so it would upgrade to the 55 durability of the battle hammer. And then if you upgraded it again to the legendary mallet, it would go to 65, because the legendary mallet is 10 more than the previous version. Unfortunately,
sometimes on ethereal stuff, you can also, like, if it's about to break and you upgrade it, sometimes you can get a little bit more life out of it.
Yeah, what it does is it kind of resets the durability to like a half, like somewhere in the middle. It's kind of weird.
Sometimes it's really random. Like, I've had it give me less durability before than I had before on ethereal.
But basically, I mean, that should answer your question as to whether or not you can get more stacks by upgrading an item. You cannot do it on Titan's Revenge, but you could potentially do that on a lot of the throwing items. There are a lot of them that will actually gain stacks depending on, like, your, you know, like whether you upgrade them or not from an earlier version. They go up in damage too, obviously, but I mean, if you had like a really sick battle dart that you wanted to upgrade at 160 stacks, and you upgrade it to the elite, add the flying knife, it's going to be 200. So you're going to gain 40 stacks from that, because that's the way the new one works. Bink. Back to killing stuff. Did a new season start? No, new season has not started. It's just today is the 24th anniversary of Diablo 2, so we're celebrating. I'm celebrating. You guys made it. You guys might not be celebrating, but I'm celebrating. Hey, look, we got a lot of people in here today. Who the hell is Rumblefish?
Your mum's a Rumblefish.
We got a new guy in here named Rumblefish.
Who the hell are you?
I don't even know who that guy is.
The way you said that is
who the hell is
welcoming
Rumblefish?
sounding.
I mean, he didn't even introduce himself.
Well, he's a fish. Fish can't talk.
Oh, you're right. Maybe he's underwater and he can't have a microphone down there.
There you go.
Is there a tool to simulate damage in D2 like Path of Building? I think Max Roll has a tool that helps you simulate damage. I don't particularly like using it. I mean, it kind of calculates out how much the damage would be, but every time I've ever done that and looked at it, I'm like, okay, let's see how it actually performs in game, and it doesn't perform anything. like in-game anything like what it says. I would much rather prefer like a training dummy in the game to the way that Max
that'd
Roll
be so
currently
much
has
fun.
things set up. And seeing the numbers doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't understand how the numbers work, how they're applied, the percent chance of things casting, like the defense of a monster, your attack rating, how often you're going to hit, like, you know, what's your negative res, like, what about in correlation to the monsters, how does it perform in P8? Like, a lot of the times you go in and you want to see, like, well, like, how good does it do, like, in farming chaos? Like, what's my chaos farming time? Like, how long is it going to take me to run through the entire chaos, kill all the monsters, and kill Diablo? And that might be your metric on how long, you know, how good you think a build is going to perform. And Max Roll's not going to tell you that. Like, it's not going to tell you how quickly you're going to farm chaos. You gotta. That's why I like building the characters, and I like going in there and testing them and seeing how well they function.
I love being in the terrorized zone and then turns terrorized.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Is that the fish?
Is it the fish?
Yes.
We has a fish?
Yes.
Alright, get your fish food out. We need the fish food. Why does Rumblefish remind me of something? It reminds me of like a...
The movie. The movie.
There was a movie?
About a
Yeah,
fish?
Rumblefish from the 80s.
Oh,
Did
no.
it, is
I
it
was,
like a fish that
no, I
pops?
was thinking of that. Wasn't there like a search engine or some kind of like... Babblefish?
Rumblefish.
Babblefish. I was thinking of that. That's what it was reminding me of. Yeah, that was the one that was supposed to like auto-translate stuff for you.
Was it in Hitchhiker's Guide or something?
No, it's a real thing.
Oh.
It's real. It's a real search engine. I think it still exists.
I know Babel is like a way to learn
Yeah,
new
it's
languages.
literally,
isn't it?
literally right here. Babblefish. Babblefish.com. You translate. You can translate things in different languages.
Are you still crafting?
Yeah,
Do
they make. Yeah.
you want some amethysts?
Don't be throwing stuff at me, meow.
I was just seeing if you wanted some amethysts.
Okay, and where were you? Okay, so we could have more Ginger's mom memes.
Are we doing
I'm
a dance
right
party
here.
later?
A dance party.
Dance party.
Yeah.
Up, down, up, down.
Just like on Diablo's star.
Pants off, dance off.
If you come to Act 1, Ginger, I'm going to drop some perfect amethysts.
No, I don't want you to drop nothing. I'm already full of
not?
crap.
Well, stop filling up the crap. Fill up with
You
good stuff.
Hey, at least you're admitting it.
keep your crap. My grubby raccoon paws don't like handouts.
I need a better amulet. You need to start trying to find me a true to Assassin's Creed amulet with resistances bits.
You want a
That's mine's
2 to
rock.
assassin skill amulet with resistances. Okay.
Mine's just one to
You
Assassin's
you have
Creed.
requested, and I will deliver. Here you go. Take it. There you
That
go.
was fast.
Just had it.
Thank you, sir. Better than mine. Hey, I can run around and do frost
Hey,
nail.
you
It's got
never
flavor
know
card.
until you ask.
Hey, it's better than mine. Mine was just one skill.
Cody, what's the matter? Do you got a bug up your butt? You got a bug butt? You got butt bug?
Photo, please.
He said, I do got a butt bug. He said, there's mean and they bite. And there's fleas and I don't like them. Oh my god, I saw this old butt cartoon because my girlfriend's got on this cartoon kick where she's putting on like Pink Panther and stuff. And it was this old cartoon, I think from like Nick days, like back when I was a kid. It was a cartoon of a flea chasing a dog. It was like a blue alien dog or something, and it was like an alien flea. And the flea was just chasing this dog everywhere, and the dog was just running for his life, trying to get away from this flea. And I felt bad for the dog. I was like, oh my god, he's trying so hard to get away from this flea.
Are you going to put a portal up for your mother?
And you know what ended up happening? At the end of the freaking cartoon, the flea ate the dog. I was like, what a horrible ending.
Was this a Hanna-Barbera cartoon?
I don't remember. It's freaking saddening is what it was. And then like some of the Pink Panther cartoons were kind of like, they were kind of cool. You know, it was usually a Pink Panther just trying to live his best life. One of them though was really disturbing. Like basically this guy was coming to the park to photograph nature. and he was just taking pictures of like flowers and squirrels and stuff. And the Pink Panther apparently was trying his best to ruin this guy's day. And every single time he would go to take a picture, he would like put his hand in front of the camera or like, or do stupid stuff to prevent his from getting the pictures. And I'm like, what exactly is he doing wrong? Like, he's just taking pictures of nature. Like, apparently he's not allowed.
The original streamer, and the people are like, "Don't record me."
All right, Cody, you gotta go Peppadoo. Cody's gotta go Peppadoo. He said he's gotta go Peppadoo. It's like 8,000 degrees out there. Are you sure you even want to go outside?
It's gonna cook his poop quicker than a frying pan.
I mean, it might burn your wiener because the sunlight might heat up into pee and turn it into steam, and then you'll cry, and you might get mud butt. It might dry out your poop as it's coming out, and then it gets stuck.
Oh, that's terrible.
He said mud butt. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Ginger's raccoon skills are terrible. I just walked past loads of chests that he missed.
What's the difference between a peeping Tom and a pickpocket?
A peeping Tom, pull your trousers down first.
No.
No?
A peeping Tom and a pickpocket. What's the difference?
I have no idea.
So
This feels like a joke.
The pickpocket is trying to snatch your watch, and the peeping Tom is watching your snatch.
Oh, that's just terrible.
I was so close to a ban. I'm not gonna lie.
You think?
It was very. It sounded close.
Yeah, it sounded close.
Yeah, I'm glad Ginger here wasn't here for that.
I can't really say much. My character's named Ginger's mum.
It's definitely better than other phrases I could have used, I guess.
Yes, but the
that was how I was
alliteration
told
wouldn't
the
have been there.
joke.
Yeah, I found the tower, at least. Ooh, Ginger left. Who left?
But we are doing a dance party for the Diablo birthday party, right? Or no?
I'm totally down. Yeah, I
Okay.
already said I'm with it.
Okay. Have Ginger find some royalty-free techno later.
Royalty-free techno.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely exists.
How do we dance without /dance?
Well, no, you just hold shift and then melee over and over again.
You lot are weird.
Or if you're like a caster, just
I was
like
about to say, I'm about to static. I'm about to static.
exactly.
I'm about to twerk.
Who we
twerk up in here.
twerking? Why are we twerking?
Oh, we're
working.
figuring out the logistics of our dance party later.
Oh. Well, you just need you need static field in there. That's definitely a twerk. Everybody needs static field.
Or telekinesis looks pretty similar too.
No, I think it's the Barb Hawk motion.
We can hand out casting wands at the door, entry fees to the party. You want to collect entry fees?
No, we need a barb, and they have to have inventory full of gold, and then they have to make a macro that just drops 1 gold over and over again really fast.
I remember people used to do that in
I
PvP.
remember they used to, yeah, exactly. Just fill up the entire screen.
Yeah. So that you couldn't get your body back. Funny old days.
I moved on to number 20, meow.
Oh, I'm in the tower. I'm just seeing if anything's going to drop.
Black Hades and 2 keys.
I think I was still using a Black Hades on one of my mercs. I got an F one.
Oh yeah.
My mode's got a plate.
Yeah, some of them early uniques are still really good on your mercs. F-Dura shell. I don't know if I'd
Oh.
ever take that off.
Yeah, that thing's amazing. Up it, so
Yep.
good.
If you
Yeah.
don't sit down.
It's like an
Some
ethereal
people really
rampage.
sleep on those because they're just like so oriented to, oh, I need to put a fortitude on my character,
Yeah.
and it's like,
Sure,
bro,
yeah.
a shaft stop and a vamp gaze, if they were both F, is way better than a fortitude.
Well,
when it
people
comes
don't
to-
I
people
played
don't understand
Furies.
why fortitude is good, and they also don't understand why
They
fortitude
don't-
fails.
yeah.
Like, they don't understand either. So like, I talked to this one guy. He's like, "You just put a fortitude on your merc and you just move on." And I'm like, "Let me guess, your merc still
Yeah,
dies
like
whenever
that.
you fight like Uber
Mhm.
Diablo or any of those other characters, right?" Because they don't
And he
even
just
they don't
said- and
realize.
he just thought that, yeah, that's what he does. It's Uber Diablo. They can't do that. What are you talking about?
Speaking of ranting and raving against people who don't really know what they're talking about, Ginger, did you look at the kinship ladder chat the other day?
I don't know what.
It was like 2 days ago, around 8 p.m. Bobby and some rando got into a heated conversation.
Oh yeah, which one?
Let's see.
Yeah, which one?
I can't even remember what it was about at this point, but it was so funny because I was trying to explain it to my wife with no
In voice,
context.
or- oh.
No. It was just the
Okay.
kinship ladder chat.
Is it that stupid guy that I got into an argument with?
I think so.
Because I literally, I'm not even gonna lie. We were having a conversation about like Holy Freeze and Holy Shock and Holy Fire and stuff like that versus like Dreams and whatnot, and we were talking about like the differences between them and how they worked and this guy kept chiming in who had absolutely no clue what he was talking about. Like, this is the same guy who was telling everybody you needed to wear like a +3 offensive skiller amulet with your Dream build or your your Dragon build. Yeah, and man, I was trying my best to like just explain to this guy the differences between how things works, why they work specific ways, and every single time he would chime in with some like absolute bullcrap. I ended up timing him out, and I literally timed him out for the reason. And I said, "Shush, the adults are talking."
Oh,
And
no,
that
but
was
this
that was how
was-
bad it was. It was really bad.
People just kept posting memes in between the conversation.
I wish
now.
I could find him. I want to see.
nearly
So
as
this
bad as
started-
White Monarch Knight by the sounds of it.
This started around 8:22 p.m. on 6/28/24. I don't know if you can
Now
search
I
that.
gotta look here too.
Yeah.
Curious now.
Key Lazarus.
6/28/24. Can you search by date?
I think Kay
You just
Lazarus.
scroll up.
I think that's
you
a
can search
that's a
by
brand
name.
new. I think that's a brand new person.
Oh, okay.
Let me see here. I can
The
mod
confidence.
view. Discord join date, server join date. No, he joined back in 2022. Huh.
Maybe just a very quiet person.
My favorite part is
Pepper
just
on
the
it.
popcorn memes.
Pepper on it. He's an old one. He changed his name.
He probably changed his name again after this one.
Where? Hang on, I'm looking now. What's his name?
I don't know if you want to put him on blast on the stream.
Oh yeah, my bad. Never mind.
Good guy, body pig.
Sometimes. Yeah, if you just scroll up to around 8 p.m. On,
6/24.
June 28th, 6/28.
28.
I mean, Bob's not wrong. He's trying to teach people the difference between why something is valuable and why it's not valuable.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Some
might have
people
sold
don't like to be
something,
told
and you'd
no.
be like, "Man, I can't believe I got this much for this piece of crap," and you're like, but honestly, like you probably had something that was actually exceedingly valuable. You were just too stupid to realize you had something that was valuable.
Yeah.
I
And
like
for a different
I
reason.
love the first meme that is on there.
Yeah. That's how you know.
Yeah, that's how you know it's like, oh, this is about to get
I can't carry it. I am overburdened.
My first thought was like, oh, this guy must be new.
Well, he's definitely not new.
Uh,
Definitely not new. I don't know why I thought it was Forgotten Tower. It's the, I mean, Black Marsh. It's Forgotten Tower, not Black Marsh.
yeah, it's frustrating that they will just do the hour.
What is this build, Lobo? It's the kick everything in the face, or in the throat. Sorry, in the throat. Kick everything in the throat build. That's what it is. I kick them in the throat and they die. The bottom of my heel is also a red hot, like iron. Yeah, it's like a iron, just like really, really hot. I got insulation so I don't burn my toes. Insulation.
The bottom of your boot's just full of asbestos.
Yeah, asbestos works really good as an insulator if you're not worried about living for the next 40 years.
Yeah, exactly. This character only needs to live a couple months.
It just cannot be cut and become airborne.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, a lot of people don't know this because asbestos has gotten a huge, like, you know, blowback from like the mesothelioma and other things. But the reason why it was so widely used is because as a heat insulator, or as a substance which is almost completely impervious to fire, it is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like, let me just say that if I had some sort of contest where I needed to be on the back end of a jet engine that was firing directly in my direction, and I could put like one substance in between me and the jet engine, it would probably be a giant wall of asbestos.
Are you guys still doing giveaways?
I got a couple giveaways that still need to get to their owners. I got a Burroon that needs to find its way to regen.
Oh yeah.
And I got a Insight polearm that needs to find its way to Crazy.
Come to this Swaffy Ginger. I'm going to give you a few bits that you can raffle.
No, because that means you're not going to play.
Wait, is one of them a griffin?
How about you raffle them off because you're a captain?
Is a Griffin.
How about that? How about that?
Ooh, putting the workload
How about
on
that?
them.
Yeah.
Put them to work.
How about that?
Ugh.
You're a captain.
Backfire.
And that means you got to log back in to give out the items when the raffle ends. Haha, see?
That's just horrible. Ethereal Smoke, that's pretty nice. Area's Face. Crescenty Moon. That. Treachery can go. Another Crescent Moon. Why is someone needing a Griffins?
It's someone needing a Griffins. You're funny. I'd be like if you walked out on the street and said, I've got $100 bill here. Does anybody need this? Like, you know, I could just throw this in the trash if nobody wants it. I know these are like garbage tier items that nobody wants. I mean, does anybody want this $100 bill? I mean, I just, you know, like, I don't want to judge you if you actually
If anyone's
do
still
want
struggling
it,
to get one.
If it's of reasonable quality, I will give you a low one for it.
It's I think it's got like a -3/4 in it or something. It's a -23/14. I can't remember what I put in it. It's not a 5/5 though. I know that.
Oh, there's a facet in it too?
Yes.
Wow.
But it's a low facet. It needs a 5/5 putting into it.
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
but still.
comes with a facet, you know.
Yeah. Fully
No big-
kitted.
No big deal, you know.
Already got a socket. Dang.
Yeah, I'll take a low because I'm just gonna muck around and play with stuff.
Muck
I want to make some weird
around.
build.
He's mucking. That's what he's doing. Mucking.
Yeah.
I'm in the swappy.
Your mom's a
Oh,
muck.
there's a swappy. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm just looking at stuff.
The other way. Do you have it with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you? Do you have it? Do you have it with you?
Ooh, essence. Oh. Let's have a look. Ooh, Magey fist.
It's a little
That
fan I
password is
got under
great.
here. I don't know if it's actually doing anything. We got a Swappy. Meow loves his dang Swappies.
I do.
It's a
Can't help
Swappy
myself.
fanatic. A
He just hates
Swapatron
throwing stuff away.
5000 over here.
Ooh, Templar's Might.
Where did you
Seen
put
one of them
this?
in ages.
This Swappy at?
The ladder chat.
How dare you?
Oh my god, everything's.
Ruby Jaw.
How
37 ED.
dare you?
Laying of hands.
Meow, where are you?
I
Who's all this
am
crap in
Ginger's
here?
mum.
Who put all this crap on here?
Ginger's mum has got it going on.
That's terrible. It's terrible. Can't believe you did that. It's terrible.
Oh, a 2-sock ethereal Tomb Reaver just got dropped in here.
Cody, why are you sniffing my leg? You're weird. You're a weird leg sniffer. You're a weird...
Oh, okay. So you're gonna say. Oh, there you are. Found you.
I'm Ginger's mum.
leg sniffer.
Yeah, you'll have to remove the
Hope you
facet
guys
and
can
put it
hear
in a
those
better one.
horrible
I think it's a -3-4 or a -4-3.
jowl
It
pops.
was-
I'm not removing the facet. What are you talking about?
It's not a perfect facet, so
I don't
eventually,
care.
if you do get a 5-5, you'll want to
Oh,
replace
okay.
it. But
Well, yeah.
What's this?
that,
See this?
that is a
See
nice
this?
jewel. Someone just dropped a 14 all res 5 MF jewel. Like, damn.
How about that? Hmm?
Have we got anyone that needs a merc weapon? This ethereal Tomb Reaver's not bad. It's only 2 sockets, but it's nice.
What, you want to fight? Come here. Come here, let's fight. Come on. You want to fight? You want to fight? Yeah. Yeah.
Iron,
How about that?
cold res.
How about
oh,
that?
man.
Want some more? I got some more. I got some more. You want an elbow maker? How about that? You want 5 fingers? I give you 5 finger punch butts. How about that? Come here.
Oh, Ginger, that game you were playing yesterday was awesome.
Oh yeah. Which one? The boat game?
Yeah, yeah.
Boat game.
It was like trapped on an oil rig or some such thing.
One to Barbie skill.
Punching dogs right in their butt. That's right, I said it. Punch you right in your butt. All this heat coming from my PCs. I got a little fan down here. I'm gonna see if I can mess with it.
Yeah, that's a really nice Tomb Reaver.
I need Blip to come back so I can give his mules like 3 pages worth of runes. All right. Thank you for the amazing.
You are welcome.
I've been trying to figure out a couple methods for. I got like this under the desk area here, and it's just like piling heat right on my feet.
What do I do with this?
During the
Oh,
wintertime,
turn my
it's
tower
nice.
sideways.
Well, during the wintertime, it's nice, but during the summertime, it's not. I also thought about just putting the tower up on the desk, laying it sideways. That way the heat's up here instead of down there.
Assassin, 1 to necro, 2 to traps.
In the summertime, you could just hook up some HVAC to it and pump all the hot air right outside.
AJ donated $10. He said, money for the most underrated home security defense system. Its name, though rarely uttered in the underworld, is enough to cause tremors in the cartels. It is the Chinchilla, and it wants treats. All the
Someone
treats.
just dropped a goal ruin in this swapping.
There's a low rune sitting on the ground, too.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
There's a low rune just sitting on the ground.
Oh, I yoinked it.
He just yoinked a low rune.
Yes, I did.
There's a mal rune sitting on the ground, too. And there's a gold rune. And there's a gold rune sitting on the ground.
I need to figure out what to make. I want to make something funky. I just don't know what yet.
Yep, gold rune sitting on the ground. More mal rune sitting on the ground.
Where is this?
Oh, that's too slow.
What is this
What
torch
character
sitting on the
do I
ground here?
make?
Probably a druid torch.
Just
It is a
Yes,
druid
it
torch.
is.
It is a druid
You-
torch.
Have a look at that Tomb Reaver ginger. It's not 3 sockets, but it's ethereal too. 2 socket is quite nice.
They make good merc weapons.
Yeah, it's not bad. It might
The
be givable
real
to,
2
like,
sockets
someone.
are like amazing merc weapons, especially for magic finding, because it's got the 62% magic find on there. You use it to make yourself like a really sick like magic find merc.
Like, yeah, it's not 3 sock, but it's still really nice. Ooh, Arctic fur, Arctic binding. I'm collecting a few low level stuff because I'm probably going to do a new character tomorrow.
Just a random torch.
Yeah, it's a low druid one I found. Can't decide what I want to build.
Jewel of Fervor.
Ooh, 14 ED Archon plate, 598 defense.
Okay.
Ah, that actually works really well. Need something to put it up on. The fan blowing directly on my legs from the. I was trying to like experiment with different ways of doing
Anyone
it,
got
but it
death-
seems like the
Death glove and
fan
belt.
pulling air in from the outside toward my legs seems like the best method.
That is looking for death glove and belt.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's really nice. Oh yeah. Cracks of the heavens everywhere. Who wants a crack? You got a crack?
You are.
I got a crack. We got a crack. Everybody's got a crack. 3 demon limbs on the ground.
Ooh, a Jalal's. Do I do a druid?
That's how you know there's not a lot of people playing this season.
Wow. We
there
actually
a-
did have a pretty good like starting, but it's definitely getting lighter toward the end of the season. It's a nice little 3 socket
Always does,
headhunters.
though.
And Eth Cryptic Axe.
3 socket headhunters.
Mm-hmm. Lots of jewels of fur
Headhunter.
laying around.
Headhunters is ace. Two Nadges staffs.
What's up, Skillform? You got questions? Playing a Javazon at the moment, and every guide is to find suggesting infinity, which makes sense to run huge damage, but how do you fix the mana sustain then without insight? So you're running into the common problem, which is you've become crutched on insight. Insight is nothing more than a crutch in this game. Like, if you rely on it for your character, unless your character is like specifically one of those characters that gets, you know, like massive benefits from having a an insight, which there are some that are like specifically designed around insight. Like Mana Shield is nice to have insight with because it gives you more survivability. But like on the whole, when it comes to characters, if you rely on insight, you're kind of just like not living up to your full potential. There's plenty of ways that you can address mana consumption issues on characters that don't have to do with insight. So, to give you a couple examples, there are things like mana after each kill. So mana after each kill is a pretty huge one. You can get huge amounts of mana after each kill. A really easy way, honestly, is that shield still on the ground, the Headhunter's Glory?
I grabbed it. Do you want it?
I just need it for demonstration purposes. I'll give it right back.
Yeah, I'll drop it at Chelsea.
Okay. So the Headhunter's Glory is an interesting way you can do this. So Headhunter's Glory has 3 sockets. It also has +5 life after each kill. You can fill it with 3 tier runes, or you can find +3 mana after each kill jewels. There's a lot of really nice +3 mana after each kill jewels.
I actually
and
have
basically
one.
You can run like +3, which is 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can get 9 to mana after each kill there. There's a couple different ways that you can use.
There you go. You can show it on your stream.
There's a couple of different ways that you can use like mana after each kill to your benefit. There's also a really nice item. It's called the Wraith Flight, which a really easy way to do this is to use Wraith Flight to bring your mana back. So Wraith Flight has +15 mana after each kill. It's actually a massive item for mana regeneration. So you can kind of like keep that on a swap. When you run out of mana, you swap over, you throw your Wraith Flight, you kill a whole bunch of cows with your Lightning Fury, restoring huge amounts of mana, like refilling basically your entire pool and making it much quicker. Another thing that's very important for sustaining your mana output is things like more mana in general. So the bigger your mana pool is, the better your mana regenerates. The smaller your mana pool is, the worse it regenerates. And that's just a matter of fact. And if you don't set up your mana like regeneration properly, you'll end up having issues. Even Insight, for all of its amazingness, is literally just an increase in mana regeneration. And mana regeneration by itself is not going to make your character be able to sustain itself. Let me pull up the mana regeneration chart for you. I think I'm pretty much done here.
2 neck 20 castrate helmet. Pretty. 2 traps.
Alright, so if I pull up the mana regeneration chart, what you're going to see here on this chart is this is the one. Is this not the one? This is not the one. Where is the one that has the... yeah, I think this is it. Okay, so this is the chart right here, and the chart basically shows you how mana regeneration works. And what you'll see from this chart is that mana regeneration by itself is rather useless. So if you have, say, if you have a mana pool of 35 mana and you have 350% increased mana regeneration, you're going to get about 1.3 mana per second. However, if you have 0% mana regeneration and you have, say, like 400 mana, you're going to get 3.3 mana per second. Notice that this is with 0% mana regen. However, with a large mana pool and mana regeneration, notice now we're at 14.9 mana per second. So the goal here with mana regeneration is not just to add large amounts of mana regeneration like Insight, it's also to get your mana pool up high enough so that you're actually able to take advantage of the mana regeneration that you do have. If you set up your character properly with a large mana pool, and you add on things like mana after each kill, and you utilize items like that give you small amounts of regen, you can usually completely eliminate the need for Insight. And once you completely eliminate the need for insight, then you can move on to better things. I actually don't recommend,
Thank you, sir.
personally, Infinity over Plague. I think Plague is better for Javazons than Infinity. That's just my personal opinion. I think most of the time Infinity is useless for Javazons. The real problem with Infinity is that most of the
Unless you
time the
self-build it.
monsters are dead. I mean, you can't self-build Infinity as a Javazon. You can do it as a Spearzon, but
Yeah, spears on, yeah.
the problem is that by the time Infinity hits the target, most of the time the monsters are all dead. Plague tends to work a little bit better because the curse kind of like proliferates outward from the minion, and kind of helps a little bit better. I mean, they both have application issues, don't get me wrong, but I think the application issues of Infinity are worse than the application issues of Plague. Plague actually goes much further than Infinity does, because it also procs on monsters that hit the target from at range, and it casts on the target. So a lot of the times you'll have packs of monsters that are, like lower resed, way outside of the range of your screen even. Like if you have, say, gloams shooting at your minion, the gloams will hit your minion, and then the curse will cast on the gloams off screen. And then when you walk on screen, like they literally will have lower res already pre-procced on them. It's also cheaper too, in general.
Yeah.
Why is there so many Nudges plates in here? There's like 7 of them.
And not only that, not only is it cheaper, but you also get the really, really nice cleansing aura with Plague. I think that's just like one of the biggest selling points, is that even if you say that Infinity is technically better than Plague, which I would fight you on, Infinity does not have the cleansing aura, and the cleansing aura is so freaking good. It is so good.
Ethereal Flame Bellow in here. It's pretty cool. Don't see that all very often.
Yeah, but see, the problem with Javazons is that Javazons are hitting basically like an entire screen half the time when they throw their javelin. 13.3 yards is about this. That's about the maximum range that your Infinity is ever going to go. And as a Javazon, this is mostly useless to you unless you're fighting a monster that is within range of that, and that you're obviously attacking within range of that. And your mercenary is wherever he wants to be. So instead of it being around you, it's around him, 13.3 yards. And so if he's standing over here and you're fighting monsters over here, it's completely useless. Just like Plague is completely useless if your monster's over here. But at least if you have a ranged monster over here and they're attacking your mercenary that's over here being an idiot, you can still have the resistance aura proc over here. But you can't have the Infinity aura proc over here if your merc is over there doing something stupid.
It's good if you have Enigma and you're just telestomp him, but even then.
I mean, even with Enigma, there's still application problems from basically the conviction aura itself doesn't actually apply immediately. Yeah. I've talked about this with Nova Sorceresses as well, and like I think Nova Sorceresses, for the most part, are missing out on large quantities of damage because of the way that conviction applies. So, you have like a Novasaur, and she teleports into a pack, and let's say she's self-wielding, so she doesn't have to worry about the mercenary at all. She teleports into the pack, and it takes literally about 2 seconds for the conviction aura to apply to the monsters. In that time period, in 2 seconds, she's already cast her Nova like, what, frickin' like 5-10 times?
Yep.
So she's completely not getting the bonus of the conviction aura for 5 to 10 casts of her Nova, and then finally, the conviction aura will then apply to the monsters after about 2 seconds, and then once it applies, then she's getting the damage bonus from the actual conviction aura that's on the target. Honestly, self-wielding the Infinity is more about that huge negative res that's on it than the conviction aura itself. The negative 55% lightning res on the actual Infinity is really what's pulling muscle. That's what's doing all the work. The conviction aura is doing a lot less work than you would think, because it's got application problems just like anything else does.
You can open this swappy if you want, Ginger.
Open the swappy.
There's still quite a lot in here.
I don't know if I want to open the swappy without with that password on it.
Couldn't help myself.
If you guys want to hop into the swappy, we got tons of stuff in there. The game name is GGM Swappy, And the password is Ginger's mom. You guys can hop
Next
in,
time
grab
I'll
whatever
do-
you want. It's on ladder. You can get some doojanks. There's probably tons of crap on the ground in there. And when I say crap, I mean actually some pretty good stuff.
There's some decent bits.
Be little
We've got
grubby
Jalal,
raccoons and come pick
Arcane's
up all the
Valor.
stuff. Come pick up all the stuff, you little grubby raccoons.
I am overboard.
There's some crap.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down, little grubby raccoons.
Get some mage list, 25 turns. Yes. Then mages. Trying to think what to do with this low rune. Do I make a grief or do I make a fortitude?
Would Phoenix fix the mana? So a lot of people talk about like redemption aura fixing mana problems, but I don't really see it. I mean, if you're in a situation where you can kill monsters and you can suck up their corpses, then it's going to help you in that situation. But then when you're in another situation where there's no corpses, then you're screwed. Or if you can't kill the monsters effectively, then you're screwed. Let's put a hypothetical scenario up, okay? So let's say you're in the cow level and you get to the Cow King. And the Cow King is immune to lightning and you're having trouble dishing out damage to him because you only have, say, like negative 30% lightning res. And you're trying to kill the Cow King, and you've already killed all the cows around the Cow King, and you're slapping the Cow King for every bit of damage that you possibly can. You're going to run out of mana because he's immune to physical too, and you're not stealing any mana from him. So you're just throwing your bolts at him, you're consuming all of your mana, and he's not dying because it takes a large number of hits to kill this guy. He's immune to lightning. Phoenix isn't going to help you in that situation because you've already sucked up all the corpses around him long before he's ever died, and you're just going to be out of mana pretty much forever. Mana Leech helps out for that if the monster's not immune to physical, but then when they are immune to physical, then that becomes an issue too. Mana after each kill helps if you have large numbers of monsters to kill, but doesn't really help when you're fighting one specific monster that is, you know, particularly tough. That's where things get kind of nasty. You know, Mana Leech itself is useful on Javazons as well. You can actually Mana Leech with Lightning Fury, but you do actually have to hit the target to steal mana. So it's a little wonky because it's not really an ability that you usually build attack rating for. So it's kind of hard to actually hit the target sometimes. I mean, it's difficult to fix all of the issues with mana, like, immediately. My general assumption for the most part, though, is that most of the time people just don't have big enough mana pools. That's usually the main issue. You need a bigger mana pool, like 99% of the time, than what you think you've got. Unless you're running like an energy shield sorceress, and then your mana pool's probably already plenty big. But like, honestly, most characters should have somewhere around the lines of, like, if you're a mana heavy class, you're probably looking at anywhere between like 600 to 800 mana pool. Even as a Javazon, like, your Javazon should be looking at somewhere around a 600 to 800 mana pool to be effective without having to worry about mana on a regular basis, so that you can chug a potion or two to fill it over time, so that your mana after each kill has a chance to replenish it slowly as opposed to needing to replenish the entire thing. I mean, if you're throwing like 2 or 3 javelins and your entire mana pool is gone after like 2 or 3 javelins, then your mana pool is too low.
I just made a nice fortitude, 30 or res.
You already burned that low rune already.
I've got to. I made a nice fortitude Archon.
Here comes the grief.
I'm thinking of making a grief as well.
Yep.
But I need a
it's-
5-star phase blade.
I knew it. What are you making a grief for?
I don't know. Not sure. I don't know what
He
I'm
doesn't
gonna
even
make
know
yet.
what he's doing.
I'm gonna do some sort of weird melee build, and I just thought 40 would be fun to make. And it rolled nice. It's over 1 life a level. It gave me 95 life, and I'm at 85, level 85. And it's 30 or res too. So it rolled really well.
Boop, boop. I mean, honestly though, the moral of the story is skill form is that if you can free yourself from the need of insight, then you will turn into a beast in terms of damage output. The insight is literally holding you back. That's what I would tell everybody right now who is listening, who is using insight on your character. If you were using an insight, it is holding you back. You could be doing better without it. Like, it's just a matter of fact, not a matter of opinion. The insight is great for temporary use, like when you're leveling up. It's great for, like making your sorceress, viable so that you can actually regenerate mana. It's great for making your freezing arrows on, give her the ability to fire off as many shots as she possibly can. But at the end of the day, when you're trying to min-max your character and get the most out of what your character can potentially put out, the insight is never going to be like the best in slot for your character. It's going to hold you back. If you are, say, even an energy shield sorceress, you're probably still better off with something else. I don't particularly like insight on my energy shield sorceresses, nor do I like infinity. I usually prefer plague sword. That's usually my preference, because plague sword gives me cleansing aura, and cleansing aura is massive in terms of taking those poisons and those curses off of me, which are pretty much the only thing that kill me anyway. Like, when you're an energy shield sorceress, a lot of the times the only reason that you die is usually because you're poisoned with some sort of crit poison, or you're cursed with that stupid blood curse spell that burns your HP instead of mana. Those are the two things that kill you on your frickin' energy shield sorceress, like, more than anything else. And cleansing aura fixes both of those problems. I mean, it is comfy to use an insight. It's a very beautiful crutch. But if you can figure out how to free yourself of the crutch, you'll do better. You'll do even better, and you'll feel even more comfortable than you did before. You just gotta work out a way to allow yourself to function without it. I also just really don't like using anything on my mercenary that is required for the build to work either. Like, I fell out of love with that a long time ago. People are like, just put a, if you want to hit your breakpoint, just put a faith bow on your merc or something, or, if you're having regen issues, just throw an insight on your merc. And I'm like, well, what happens when your merc's dead?
Nice try.
What happens when you're in Uber Tristram and Bale jumps on your merc's head and kills him instantly, like at the get-go, which happens all the time. What happens when you're fighting Uber Diablo and your merc can't last 3 seconds with Uber Diablo? What are you going to do then? Like, any situation where your merc can't hang is going to be a situation where you're without whatever the thing is that your mercenary is giving you, that you are basically requiring yourself to survive with. Oh, there she is. There's the Countess. There's the one who hates me. She gave me an Ort rune, guys. 1 Ort rune. I am just beside myself with excitement. Hey, what's up, Leroy Spankins? That's Leroy Spankins. Thanks for the raid, man. That's how we do all our gaming, Leroy style. But do you have chicken, though?
Chicken?
But do you have chicken? That's my favorite part of Leroy Jenkins thing.
What's up, Ginger?
What's up, Bob? That's at the end. At the end, after they're like chiding him for his bad behavior, he's like, "Well, at least I got chicken." At least I got chicken. Y'all ain't got chicken. Y'all just jealous.
So I was listening in on your last conversation.
Which conversation? What conversation?
The insight conversation.
Yeah. There's very few builds that require.
There's only 2 characters that really require it.
Yeah, there's very few that actually require an insight, and I would say that the majority of the builds out there would be better without it.
It's Hammered In and Self-Wield Infinity Sword, and that's it. Everything else you should be able to run without insight. Hammerden will never have enough mana regeneration to be able to do what he has to do on a regular basis.
You don't think he could get it without it?
No.
I mean, he doesn't have access to warmth, which I understand. But, I mean, if you run 2 soldiers,
he can use.
And you get enough mana. If you get enough mana equipment, I mean, I feel like if you prioritized plus mana equipment to get the pool large enough, you might be able to.
His regeneration still isn't enough.
I mean, does he use Mage Fists? I mean, that's a little bit of regeneration right there.
Guys, there is
Yeah,
someone
almost every Hammerden build, unless you don't have them, which I mean, you should
There's-
have.
I mean, do you have a Hammerden build? Like, what's your mana pool at?
I don't think I currently have him made right now. I think he's set up on non-ladder right now as a faux pally.
who wants to help one of our members kill Hell Ancients. They're asking in the swappy for help.
Tell them to put it in Kinship Ladder Chat. Put the game name in Kinship Ladder Chat. We'll come kill him. Because I was just looking at the chart. I just had the chart pulled up, and like, I mean, it's the amount of mana that you can get per second is crazy. Even with 0% mana regeneration, it's pretty crazy. Let me pull it back up here real quick. I mean, I don't know exactly how much they're burning.
It's more for the defensive capabilities for the Paladin than anything, because you have to put max block. You really have to have a high life pool. You can't really slack off on those things because you have to telly stomp everything.
But I mean, like, let's say for instance they had a 600 mana pool. With that gives them 5 mana per second. With a mere 50% regeneration, which I don't remember how much is on Mage Fists, they're sitting at 7.4 mana per second.
25%.
Which is pretty darn good. I mean, depending on the mana pool that they're capable of obtaining, I mean, the regeneration that they can get is kind of insane. I mean, granted, with Insight, they can definitely pull off, you know, a little bit better. But the thing is that the lower their mana pool is, the worse that regeneration works. So having a larger mana pool in general is going to be beneficial. I mean, like, for instance, if they had a 600 mana pool, that's 5 regeneration, right? That's a whole 5. But if they only had 200 mana pool, and they had 200% regeneration, that's still 5. Basically it's the same exact regeneration if they have a small mana pool with large amounts of regen or a large mana pool with small amounts of regen. It just goes back and forth with each other. So, like, what is Insight like if they got like a 17 Insight?
Yeah, it's more because they have to use points in so many other things that they don't get the points for energy, or that they can sacrifice to put into energy. Because, like, there's no defensive capabilities for their mana, right? So they didn't. It's their dexterity and their life pool that they have to worry about.
Couldn't you just redemption after every kill? Yeah, you could. You could redemption after every kills. I mean, it really depends on what they're doing. If there's a large number of monsters to be found.
He put the game in Kinship Ladder Chat. For Hell Ancients help.
I don't. It's not up.
There's also really nothing you can put on your Merc as a Hammerden that really does anything of substance for you.
I mean,
there's
honestly,
not a lot of mercs.
The Plague Sword is really nice, though. That Cleansing Aura is amazing.
Yeah, but a Pally can literally just put that on himself really quickly, get rid of anything.
Even as a Paladin, and even having access to your own Cleansing Aura, there is a big difference between permanent cleansing and, like, I toggle it every once in a while. Like, you're talking about poisons are always lasting way less. The curses are always lasting way less. You don't have to swap off your aura, so you don't have to lose any damage output. Like, you don't have to stop and wait for anything to happen because it's constantly being removed off you on a regular basis. I mean, even as a Paladin, the Plague Sword is still amazing.
Yeah, true. It is amazing.
I mean, defensively, I think it offers some of the best defense in the game because you're basically immune to poisons at that point, and you're immune to curses. I mean, the curses will still hurt you temporarily when they first get cast on you, but you're going to remove them really fast. 9% enhanced ethereal wire fleece. Maximum.
I've got a
sockets.
14% enhanced Archon plate.
Mm.
Don't know what to do with it.
I don't know, but the point is not to say that insight is completely useless, because it's very useful early game. It's useful as a stopgap measure to get your regeneration in order. Like even on my freezing arrows on, I used it for the longest time until I got the amount of mana leech that I needed, and you know, like mana after each kill and things like that to make the build work. But
I think because
like,
you could use insight at level 27, it's really good for.
Yeah, but once you get to a certain point in your build, like you start working away from it. That's what you start doing.
Yeah, because there's other options.
I mean, that's when you want to try and get access to your Infinity or your Plague, or you want to start using, you know, like, I don't know, maybe you're a melee character and you were using Insight just so you can spam your ability, and now you're using Reaper's Toll for the Decrepify, or maybe you just need a tank that actually stays alive. I mean, I made this joke a while ago, and people have kind of like taken with it, but like your Insight does nothing for you if he's dead on your merc in town. Like, if that Insight that's on your dead merc in town is useless, okay? Like sometimes it's more important just to have a mercenary that stays alive and is actually useful than a dead mercenary in town that's got your Insight on it.
That's true.
I'm working my way towards the Ancients, unless you guys already found it. What is Seymour Butt doing?
So nice seeing an ethereal flame bellow, but just no use for it.
I wonder if I can even kill the Ancients on this guy.
Oh,
what if they're immune to? What if they're immune to fire and physical? I'm just screwed. It'll take me forever.
I don't think they're ever immune to physical. I think they're only ever immune to elements.
They can be stones. They can be stone skin.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, they can. Yeah, forgot about that one.
The Ancients are unique because they actually have equipment. And they can be immune to things that most other monsters can't be. They can also have poison length reduction on them too, which is crazy. And they can be immune to multiple elements, more than 2. Which is a whole thing with them as well. They can actually be immune to like 4 elements at once. If you're really super unlucky, they can actually be immune to all the elements, but you would have to get like super unlucky with their equipment rolls. Except for magic. They can't be immune to magic as far as I'm aware. But they could be immune to fire, physical, ice, cold, and lightning.
Which is kind of bonkers when you think about it.
Could you imagine if you were one of those people who rolled it too? You're just sitting there and you're just like,
Garoon.
Nice.
From your boy Deceased.
Sweet.
Nice.
I got one of them beauties earlier from Travanical.
Yeah, I saw.
It was nice.
Oh, he doesn't need help with the Ancients. What did you say you needed help with the Ancients for?
He asked for help.
But he's past the Ancients.
Someone said they needed help.
When I came in here, he's already in Worldstone Keep.
Unless someone killed it for him.
I mean, I was literally in here the moment that he created the game.
You can see Deceased just chilling. Burr fell out of his back pocket.
Nothing wrong with that.
Man, why you mugging Deceased? Why you mugging? Man, you got like a birthday party going on back there, Bob?
No, I just keep forgetting to mute myself.
No, I mean like the kids.
Yeah, no.
Sounds like a
there's
birthday
2.
party.
That's it.
Pin the
Just a
tail on the
couple.
donkey. You gotta train them how to play Diablo too. That's what you gotta do. Raise them in the way, and they shall not part from it.
Yeah, you have your own little bot farm there.
Yeah. Like, what'd you guys find for me today? Oh, you guys only found 2 Sojas? You guys are slackers. Only 2 Sojas? Only 1 Mang Songs? Oh yeah, I totally forgot about damage taken goes to mana. Damage taken goes to mana is an amazing way to regenerate mana as well, but it does require that you actually get in there and do some stuff. Oh wow, that's actually kind of a neat little sword. Man, that's interesting. Check this out, Bob. Could be upgraded to a phase blade for the indestructibility. It has zeal charges on it. 40% IAS along with zeal charges.
You can put it in ladder chat.
Yeah, sure do that. I don't know, I was thinking like on the terms of like a character that doesn't have access to a main attack, like a necromancer or a sorceress, somebody that like would want zeal. That would be a really fast zeal weapon to apply elemental damage with.
Really fast.
I mean, it's a crystal sword, so it can be upgraded to a phase blade. So that means it would be -30 with a 40% IAS on it, and it has zeal charges. Of course, you'd burn through the zeal charges in a matter of seconds, but
Still fun.
damage goes to mana would be insane if there's a way to self-harm. Honestly, you don't have to. Like, if you're any kind of a melee character that gets in there on a regular basis, damage taken goes to mana is... You don't even need that much. All you really need is, like, a tiny little bit of damage taken goes to mana. Like, 12% is honestly enough most of the time for most melee characters to just get wailed on. Maybe that's the key for Hammerdins. Maybe you just, instead of going with 75% block, maybe you go with physical damage reduction so that the monsters actually hit you and you regenerate your mana that way.
What do you need?
There's a game, Shaco for Griffin. That's funny.
So no points into Holy Shield?
For what? Oh, yeah, well, it depends on what you're doing. Like, if you're in a smite, you might still put points into Holy Shield. I don't know.
Oh, just don't cast it if you're doing hammer.
No, you just don't build for block chance, basically.
Oh, okay.
You have to actually build block chance. Like, you don't get 75% like without building for it.
Oh yeah, because you have to put points into dexterity.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah. Just means more HP. You just be tankier. You just be more tanky and absorbing than blocking. Then you would just eat it and get your mana back that way. Teleport right into the center of the pack and assert dominance.
I can't carry anymore.
What do you get in the anniversary for solo play? A sense of self-satisfaction?
Wait, what?
So I think some people are under the mistaken impression that there's some sort of anniversary event, which my stream doesn't say anniversary event. It says
we're just here to play the game.
Yeah, we're just here to play the game. It is the anniversary. There's no anniversary events. We're just all gathering in, honor of the anniversary. How about that? And we're having a party. And we're chatting. And we're talking.
There will be a mosh pit later.
And we're making memes. Maybe we'll dance. And my assassin's gonna do the kick moves. I gotta scream. I'll scream for you guys. Die. 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 I was trying to think of a build, Bob, basically around the idea of my Thor Barbarian, but like utilizing maybe like an assassin with Dragon Talon. I'm just not exactly sure how I would create it. I was trying to think of like maximum amount of negative res I could achieve. I don't know
if it might be the same. Like, the reason your barb is so good is because you get to dual wield the crescent moons.
Well, yeah, you're right. But, I mean, I think that the assassin also has an interesting, like, take on it because she can attack so fast. Because, like, elemental damage applies per attack. And so, like, if you do the Dragon Talon with, like, the full, like, you know, put, like, dump 20 points into it and with enough skills, it hits for, what, like 9 attacks or whatever? And you're still applying the same elemental damage per kick, like, no matter how many kicks you do. So I was thinking, like, you could take advantage of it in that way, which is, like, an insanely large number of kicks, applying the small amount of elemental damage. But also with, you know, some focus on the negative res as well would be nice. Some proccing effects might not be terrible either. I don't know. I was thinking maybe fire. Like if you went with fire and like dual phoenixes, which I already happen to have, and then you stacked like fire charms, as many fire charms as you possibly could, you could get a decent amount of fire damage. I don't know.
Anybody here want to help me?
What are you doing?
I need 6 socket quests, so I need some people to sit through a game.
That's a lot of socket quests.
I know.
What are you doing with 6 socket quests?
Yeah, what are you doing with 6 socket quests?
Socketing my stuff.
I think you're gonna have to answer some questions here, buddy.
Yeah.
I got a perfect guardian angel that needs socket. I got a 15 ED monarch that needs sockets. I got Tal's armor that needs socket. I have my Kira's that needs a socket, and my Astrion's that needs a socket.
Do I make a boson or do I make a throw barb? Kind of think
Throw barb.
Is your Tal's armor higher than 914?
Probably not.
Okay. I will give you this one.
I will make my throw barb then. And then I'll just give you the socket quest.
Okay. So where am I going to do this?
I don't know. They haven't made a game yet. There's 2 people who asked me for a game. Okay, there we go.
What game?
Kane 1 normal pass.
K-A-Y-N-E.
Alright. I will answer your questions, Skillformon. You have lots of questions. They're good questions. What's the benefit of running an Infinity natively on the Sorceress versus on your Mercenary? It's right here. This is the benefit right there.
You win the game.
That is the benefit right there. That is it. I'm highlighting it on the screen for you. That's it.
There
is no other benefit other than that. The negative 55% enemy lightning resistance that's on the Infinity is the main reason why you're self-wielding it. That negative 55% is the world.
Give that back to the Zon.
Yeah, I was just grabbing it for the fun of it. I need to find some. Is it Ethereal War Strike?
How many do we got in here? 2 so far.
Is it Lacerator and War Strike that's best?
Yes. Yes.
Your Merc can use it, yes, but if your Merc is using it, you do not get this. This does not work on you if your Merc is using it.
Ooh, so
and that 55% negative enemy resistance is massive.
So I need to get War Strike and Lacerator.
For some of you guys who haven't figured this out yet, let me highlight this, okay? Everybody who's listening, all right? Negative resistance in the form of ECR which is negative enemy or
Yo, Spit Roast, do you want to help us out?
negative
Yeah,
enemy
yeah.
lightning resistance.
I don't need help
negative
with the
enemy.
rush. I need. Go ahead, Ginger.
Oh, you're fine. Like these negative resistances are very, 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 very much so more powerful than either conviction or lower resistance, or both. Now, this is ever since the Sunder Charms have been added. Conviction and lower resistance used to be more powerful than negative resistance because they could actually break an immunity, and that's why they were so much more powerful. But now that they are under the penalty of the 1/5 penalty for basically when you're fighting an immune monster, negative resistance became exceedingly more powerful than conviction or lower resistance. So when you're looking at the infinity and you're like, why is this guy wearing the infinity on his character? Wouldn't it be better if he had it on his merc? He's getting the same benefits whether it's on him or the mercenary. And the conviction aura is, on the merc, and the conviction aura is on you, and it's the same conviction aura, so why does it have to be on you? The conviction aura doesn't matter. Like, the conviction aura isn't really the most important thing. We actually just talked about this earlier, that when the Novasork teleports in, a lot of the times the conviction aura, due to the pulse frequency of like 2 seconds, half the time isn't even on the monsters when you're starting to do your little thing. And so the monsters are half the time dead before the conviction aura even touches them. It's the negative enemy lightning resistance specifically that makes that item so much more powerful to wear on you. It's the same reason why Doom with its negative 60% cold resistance is so powerful, and the same reason why Crescent Moon with its negative 35% is so powerful. That ECR, the EFR, the EPR, and the ELR, all those are exceptionally powerful when it comes to making your character able to kill immune monsters. And then also, of course, it helps you when you're killing non-immune monsters as well. But it's the immune monsters everybody cares about. Nobody cares about being on a smooth road. All right? If you're on a smooth road, nobody's complaining. But when you hit a bump, that's when everybody complains. The immune monsters are the bumps. Like the potholes. That's what you want to fix. So ECR, or your negative enemy lightning resistance, is going to help you fix those potholes. And it's going to make it so you can roll right over those immune to lightning monsters as if they're not there. And that's what everybody wants when they're playing on the Lightning Sorceress. Otherwise, the Lightning Sorceress would just stay in her lane, and she would just go to areas where there's no lightning immunes. And then you wouldn't have to worry about Infinity. Like, stay in your lane, sucker. Who did you tell that to when we were like that this season? Like, somebody was complaining, and you were like, just stay in your lane.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. You told somebody. You're like, just stay in your lane, bro.
It was one of the fire characters for sure. It was early on, somebody who was doing fire. I was like, bro, just go do Stony Tombs and stay in your lane for now until you get your stuff.
Just stay in your lane. What's wrong with you? Just stay in your lane. I mean, that's
it's always fire character, fire or cold, that like have problems doing stuff because lightning is easy in the beginning to.
Yeah, you just need a crescent moon.
Yeah, you get a Sunder and a Crescent Moon and you're good to go. You don't have to worry about nothing else. Like fire and cold, it's kind of hard, especially that cold mastery doesn't work anymore.
I mean, it works, but it doesn't work really that well. It's on par with conviction.
Yeah, they should have done. They should have done 50%. They shouldn't have done 1/5.
I think it was easier because it was already in the coding. I think they just copied over the penalty from conviction and lower res, and they just moved on.
I'm still under the firm belief that it didn't do anything except nerf a character, like a viable character. Like the character still wasn't stronger than anybody else.
No,
I think the main problem was it was too easy to hit. It was just too easy to get a perfectly 100% like all game viable character with one item. And so it became so important to just simply get a Cold Sunder, and that was it. And so you just made a Cold Sorceress, a generico-perico Cold Sorceress with basically no equipment, threw like 20 points in the Cold Mastery, got your Cold Sunder, and then moved on. And then you were literally able to farm like the entire game. I think that's the main thing that they had a problem with, was just how easy it was to get that end-game viable character versus the others. Like the other characters, you had to get yourself a Griffins, you got to get yourself Cold Lightning Facets, you got to get yourself an Infinity, you had to get yourself all this gear to even be like on par with it. And I do agree with you, Bob, that like maybe they should have found another way around it. like without just completely
Yeah,
making it
'cause
not viable. But
the cold
Yeah.
Sark is not strong
No, it takes a lot to
comparatively
make it
to
survive.
any other element. It's not strong at all. Like it does way less damage.
well, then one of the
It's
main
only
problems
strong when you
is
get
that cold was
DG
always
gear.
balanced around lower damage output because it had crowd control. So like when you look at the elements, lightning is by and far the highest damage output with the lowest min. Fire is the medium one with the medium min and the medium max, right? Poison is supposed to have really long durations or whatever, so like who cares? And then cold
Super
was
high damage, too.
the really low damage one with a really nice crowd control effect added on. So you got like the chilling effect that was supposed to like balance it out, and you get like so I guess that they kind of always balanced out cold lower than the others because technically it had like another aspect to it. I don't know honestly why sorceresses don't have like, I don't know, like maybe cold mastery should give them something extra in terms of survivability. Like maybe cold mastery should have a like an added effect of like plus, I don't know, like 1% or like let's say 0.5% chance to freeze a target or something like per. Well, I don't know if they would necessarily. I guess it.
Well,
To
maybe
be
it
fair,
should,
I'd
like,
even
to-
be
just
okay
to-
with the changes is if they just made Frozen Orb be able to be cast at 200 FCR. Give me my 200 FCR Frozen Orb Sorceress. I'll be happy with any changes you made. It's whatever.
Yes, please.
That'd be
That would
funny.
be too funny.
It used
Can you
to be a
imagine the
thing. You used to
mana
be able to do it.
consumption?
What if they gave you like 5, or what is it?
I bet you we could achieve
0.5
that.
or
I bet you we could achieve a 200% FCR sorceress.
what if you got 0.5 or like 1% the maximum mana on the cold mastery?
I don't know, but it's all cold damage throughout the entire game, not just the sorceress. All cold damage is balanced toward the lower end because they gave it the ability for crowd control.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Sean wants me to get you killed, Bob.
Why?
Just letting you know. Sean in chat said, GGM, help kill Bob, it's fun.
Bob's very hard to
Why did you
kill.
want me to die?
I am overburdened.
It's rude and uncalled for.
Apparently he giggles about it. If you ever wondered if somebody was going to laugh if you died, well, you know. Now you know. He's laughing.
Hey, at any point he can meet me in the moor. That's
Wow.
fine.
Yep. I mean, it does sound fun, maybe setting up like a cold damage.
I just wish
Oh,
Doom
yeah,
could
here.
be made in
I forgot.
swords. If Doom could be in a phase blade, it'd be so much fun to make like a dual wield Doom barb. I just hate repairing the axes. It's horrible.
It's not horrible.
It is.
No, it's
It is.
not. You're
It is
just
so
lazy.
horrible.
You're just lazy.
I wrote a whole
That's
song
it.
about this, Bob. Okay. I got a whole song. All right.
That's fine. It's okay. I will stick to my
I am gonna
dual
post.
axe whirlwind barb that just murders everything,
I'm gonna.
and I'll do a little repairing. It's
Yeah, but
fine.
you're a barb and you got lots of money. It's cheating. That's cheating. That's just you're just rich. That's all it is.
Hey, Bobby Billions.
Bobby Billions, just
There you
like
go.
anything
For-
else in life.
for those
money,
of you-
money solves all problems.
For those of you who haven't seen my my Doom weapon repair video or repair song, there you go. Doom weapon repair song for you guys.
Ginger and his singing. Scary guys, be careful.
It's not scary. You just haven't heard it. That's all there is to it.
why
Yours
why
being
haven't you gone on
scary.
American Idol yet?
I don't know. Why do I need
Because
to
they
go on
get sick
American
of him
Idol?
singing about Diablo.
I'd probably choke. That's me.
Giggity.
I'd choke. Giggity.
All right, let's see how fast I can do this act now.
My health is melting away and it won't stop.
I'm just gonna hang on to your cube until
Yeah, that's fine.
The end of Act 3.
I would have told you to
Travel
give it
drop
back if
one
I was
for-
worried about it.
Yeah,
I know.
travel drop one anyway. So.
I'll get one in Trav. It's okay.
I'm gonna subject you all to my singing.
Okay.
That's the Great Marsh.
168,
So that
68,
means
360.
this should be it.
No.
And it's it's not. Okay.
There we go. 58,640 gold. That's what you call the big oof. I like big oofs and I cannot lie. I go to the treasurer and sigh at all of the gold that I have to spend when I repair my doom. It costs a frickin' ton. I don't know what to tell you about none of this, son. There's no inheritance, because I spent it all, my friend, at the blacksmith to repair my doom weapon again. And once I repaired it about 3 or 4 times, I burned up all my treasury and I have lost my mind. And there's no inheritance, no gold. We're broke, son, eating mold. We have no money, son. We're going to go to jail, yo. I tried. There you go. We're broke, son, eating mold. Broke. We broke, son. Alright, I'm back.
Bro. Hey Ginger, who made that beat on your video?
I don't know. The guy that I pay to do my shorts came up with it.
Oh.
It's probably copyrighted. I'm sure I'll have to cut it out of the video.
That's
if that's
funny.
what you're getting at.
Oh no, I just thought it was funny. Didn't know who made the. I didn't
It's
know
been
if you
up
like.
for a while, hasn't it?
I didn't know if you
Yeah.
whipped something up or. I haven't seen it.
Well, I don't know if shorts follow different rules or something, because I swear there's a couple things that are in the shorts that I know are copyrighted. Like he did one for the Chinchilla, and it was like, I think it was using like some sort of like thing from some old TV show that I know is copyrighted. Posted it on YouTube, and YouTube didn't care. And then I posted it on TikTok, and TikTok was like, "You can't use that. That's copyrighted audio." And I'm like, "Oh."
I don't think there's many people going through YouTube shorts because they're not as popular yet.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll get hit eventually.
Mm.
I'll take away my money. My 10 cents. The shorts make like no money whatsoever. It's hilarious. The only reason I put them up is for like to draw attention to the channel. Like if I pull up like my most popular short so far, let's see. My most popular short
the one from last season
is
the
Raining
2020.
Runes. It's 44,300 views at this current point. And this is how much money I've made off of this video so far. With 44,000 views, I've made $5.29.
Oof. Ooh, rolling in the money.
But
Let's see,
this is the reason why I make the
44,000.
videos. This is the reason why I make the shorts. See, I got 83 subscribers from this short. So I don't really care too much about these shorts making money. The only reason I put them out there is for like, exposure and get people to subscribe to the channel. Yeah, just like Travis Connor just did. Like the stream and hit the subscribe button, you dirty hose. Or I'll stop making D2R content, and then you'll be sad.
I think you just said you wanted to fight everybody. That's what I heard.
Wait, did you get the eye?
Yeah, we got all of it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Somebody did.
Yep.
Somebody dropped
I'll
it.
drop them all because I haven't got a queue. Well, I'll just grab them.
525. That's like half a Big Mac. Half
There's
a Big Mac? Oh
cube.
man.
There's a flail.
How many junior cheeseburgers is that?
There you go, it's done.
You can get your body if you want.
Why can't I pick up the flail?
Because he already used it.
Oh, it's okay. Makes sense. Great job, everyone.
Wait. That's why.
Everyone got a cube?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Throwing axe. Yoink.
One more.
Is it that expensive to repair a Doom weapon? I mean, yeah. Especially if you make it in a superior base. Like, holy Jesus. I bet you Bob's not even rich enough to make his beast axe in a superior base.
Oh yeah, like 15 ED for AR.
I was until I bought the charm off Chrome. But I couldn't pass up that charm. It's just I need them. I need 40 of them.
I need to get some max damage grand charms. At
It's
some
crazy,
point.
dude. I got no bites on that thing.
What, 320/20s?
It's
That's
a 320/14, so it's the second best one you can have at level 30 duels.
I got a couple 322s. You want a 322?
No, I have like 20 of them or something on my character currently.
322s?
Yeah,
Strengths?
What is it? Is it 2 strength?
straight. Yeah,
They're pretty nice.
What, 3 max damage?
yeah.
I'll take some if you don't need them, Ginger. For this throw barb, I need some max damage.
Nope. Keep them off myself.
Got 110 max so far.
All for myself. I thought Bob needed him like on non-ladder.
Hey Bob, at the end of this ladder, I'm probably gonna dump all of my non-ladder characters and delete everybody. So probably be a good day for you to be on that day.
Wait till I'm here. That'd be.
Because I'll be, what is that, 4 or 5 ladders worth of loot. People can just sift through.
Yeah, I need to go through a load of my non-ladder stuff too.
Because I never play non-ladder, so they're just taking up slots. And
For me, it's literally just there for dual purposes, and I almost got one of my characters fully built, which just takes forever if you're not
Yeah, the items are so hard to
using the
get.
Forbidden Sight. Everything takes forever. So
The
it's been like 4
forbidden.
ladders for my cold sword.
Foreboding.
All 4. Let's go.
are they not on Tradery? Do they just not have blue ones on Tradery?
What?
The cold fats that you're looking for? Isn't that what you're
Oh,
talking about?
they do. I could get them if I wanted them, but I don't want to. I'd rather just wait for ladder. They're cheaper on ladder than they are on non-ladder.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what do you need socketing? Drop stuff.
Moo, moo, moo. Moo, moo.
First things
moo,
first is that.
Moo, 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 moo.
1,
Moo,
2,
moo, moo, moo.
3,
Moo.
4.
1.
Whoever did the death move for the cows in the office, he needs a raise. Like, you need to
Yeah, he's
proactively.
amazing.
give him a raise.
Moo!
He deserves a raise for that one.
Oh, my beautiful, perfect guardian angel.
I
for
want
my...
to let me.
Can you imagine being that guy who made the death move? And
Oh,
then
it's not
like,
letting you go. Just
telling
make a
your
new game and then
friends?
come back.
and they don't believe
Yeah,
you?
just-
Okay.
Or just leave the game and come back. You should be fine.
Yeah, it's
You're like
bugged.
you're just trying to let your friends know that you were the guy that made the death move in Diablo 2, and they're like, yeah.
And then he sits
Oh,
there
I
and
would
goes,
be all. I would rub that in all their faces. You know, everybody likes my move the best. Get out of here.
Everybody likes my move. This is my look. When everybody does the moves, they always do my move. Okay.
Oh, my Astrions has a socket now.
Oh,
Yo, Ginger, I
39.
got my Astrions for a low rune, bro. It's a +4, 77 damage.
Oh, wow, nice.
I got it for a low. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, what? Yoink.
Yoinkity boinkity.
And now it's got a shale rune in it.
Astrions is a beautiful weapon.
Where's my rune at? Gotta put that in my guardian angel.
It's a beautiful weapon.
That's also
So
gonna go on
beautiful.
my.
I feel like with Astrions and a Haas, we could probably just make a character that can do everything. I think it might be possible. Just make an everything character. It doesn't have to do any specific thing very well, but it basically could just do everything equally good.
Hammers, foe, smite,
Bless it.
zeal.
Exactly. You just because Astrion's is a really good melee weapon too. Like it's not a bad melee weapon, so you could easily do zeal with it. If you got an ethereal Astrion, I think that's where things would really start to work in, because an Eth Astrion's with like a Zod rune, you'd be able to vengeance with that, you'd be able to zeal with it, you'd be able to sacrifice with it, you could charge with it. You could literally make a do-it-all paladin with an Astrion, and it would work phenomenally. Like, it might not be better than any of the specific builds, but I feel like we could make it work. We'll just call it like the Swiss Army Paladin or something. So, like, what's the minimum FCR breakpoint we've got to get to satisfy the caster side of things?
It depends on what you're doing. If you're doing foe, it's just 40.
Well, we would want to even include hammers into it because it's a do everything build. So.
75.
Okay, so we probably would need like a 220 amulet then.
Probably a circlet too, which I already have. So.
We definitely would want to hit 75% block. With Haas, that's not... I mean, with Haas and the level of Holy Shield that we would be hitting, it should be super easy.
Yeah, you can always do GA too. It'll make it even easier.
Yeah, Guardian Angel makes it so much easier.
I was thinking, like, for... I mean, you might need to use... To hit the faster cast rate breakpoints and not have to worry about everything else, you might have to use a Skin of the Viper Magi.
Who was dumping their characters at the end of this ladder?
Because you get 4 slots, right? So you could use the belt, the gloves, the helmet, and the amulet.
Well, the North Star
I guess you
Smiter,
really don't want to use the gloves, right?
Well, the North Star
I guess
Smiter
that's what you
does
really
use
don't.
the Arachnid Smash, so that's 20% there, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got 20% on the amulet, that's 40. Even if you had
And then
20%
60
on
from the helmet.
the circlet, that's 60.
And then you don't have to give up your gloves. You could just do 2 rings with like attack rating and damage.
Well, we usually use Sojas, so, but like, because you want the plus to skills, but I guess in this situation you would probably
Want the crushing blow more than the
Well,
plus
you would
the skills.
Well, you still want plus the skills, but I mean, you could go with an FCR ring with like dual leech on it for the melee side of things. Like try and find yourself a 10% FCR with dual leech, maybe a little bit of AR. I mean, that's going to be hard to find, but I mean, it's like a melee caster ring, right? Usually those are we find those, but we don't normally use them.
Yeah.
Unless you're Bob.
I mean, basically having every button at your disposal. That's kind of like the goal, right? So when you charge, you want that charge to actually hit for a significant amount of damage. And then I'm assuming that you would probably use concentration as your main aura instead of fanaticism.
Yeah, if you're doing hammers, for sure. Who was the one that found that other blue facet? Did he respond to me at all?
I'm just checking my non-ladder stuff. See if
Man, it would take some engineering. I tell you what, to make this character.
Oh, it was.
you could use a spirit shield.
No, I think with the way that this build works, you would definitely want to go with Haas. The plus 4 skills is just impossible.
Well,
Holy crap, Gru! What the hell is going on?
Heavy breathing. Sorry.
Holy Jesus! My earlobes. No, the plus 4 skills I think is gonna like far outweigh anything that you're gonna get from Spirit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Haas is too good on the build.
Like
It's
what
too
what,
good.
what we're talking about is making a character that uses every single combat skill. So in this particular case, combat skills is going to be like the main thing that you're going to be building for the character. So with Astrions and Ahas, you're looking at +8, and there's very little in the game that's going to be able to compete with +8 to skills on those two categories. And then of course the Ahas is also giving you perfect, smite damage, and then you're also getting very, very good physical damage from the Astrions, so you get like the best of both worlds there. I mean, you'll be able to zeal, smite, sacrifice, charge, hammers, fist of the heavens,
Oh my gosh!
and even
my
use your
stuff.
holy bolt. Like there's pretty much nothing you wouldn't be able to do on the tree and get pretty decent damage out of all of it.
Why are you trying to cheese me out of an entire Jaru? Counter offer 2. Submit offer. Stop trying to cheeseball me for my almost perfect charm.
The only thing that I'm worried about is the synergy requirements of everything. I mean, sacrifices synergy is fanaticism, so you would lose out if you didn't go with fanaticism.
But you have to go with concentration for hammers.
Yeah, you do.
So.
But you can also use concentration for smite and everything. Like you'd have a bit less
What
IAS,
if,
but it works.
since this is a do-it-all build and we're under the assumption that not everything is going to work at 100% efficiency, what if we just went with concentration coming from a mercenary?
It wouldn't be high enough for the hammers, I don't think.
I mean, if we had maxed out hammers at like level 40 plus, because we're probably going to be looking at bare minimum level 40 hammers, if not higher than that, probably somewhere around 50 or 60, depending on like how many points we decide to invest in hammers specifically. So I mean, we wouldn't be talking about the highest level of concentration, but it would still be concentration aura. I mean, we've got a couple options for that. You've got the Pride Weapon, you also have the Mist Bow. I'm trying to think here. I probably wouldn't prefer the Pride, but probably Mist.
Yeah, because then your Merc's a glass cannon. Or not, I can't even call it a glass cannon. It's just squishy.
Well, he just doesn't have any damage output, so he doesn't have any life leech, and he just doesn't survive. No life leech equals dead Merc. Anything that stops your mercenary from leeching is bad. But if you went with the Mist Bow, you could definitely have concentration and a second aura. I mean, alternatively, you could go with something like Infinity, which would give you, Infinity, like constant conviction plus another aura. I mean, maybe the way to pull this off is to go with a build that allows you to have multiple auras, like a mercenary that's basically like filling in the gaps of the auras that you need for each individual thing. So maybe like you can't get concentration on a barb merc, unfortunately.
I just wish you could give him a beast, to be honest, because then you could do might fanaticism just on him.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. The only other way is doing that hustle, but it's only a level 1. Is a shame.
Yeah, the area of effect isn't good enough.
Yeah.
The do everything Paladin.
Build it.
If you build it, they will come. If you build it, nerds will come.
The nerds.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a mess.
The Swiss
way you
Army
could-
Paladin.
A way to get your dual leech, you could go with some crafted crush and blow dual leech gloves.
I'm not entirely sure if we have the glove slot open. It might be stuck with Mage Fists. I don't really know.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
on that one.
this is a build that would require like figuring out exactly what you need. It would basically be like a bare minimum setup for every single build. So like you need the bare minimum of FCR breakpoint. You need the bare minimum FHR breakpoint. You would need to figure out the bare minimum amount of like skill points that you would need in each particular category. I don't think you would be technically capping out anything because you would be kind of building everything. So it might even be a situation where you end up capping out like your main aura, and then you just kind of like split all the points between all of the main abilities that you would consider main abilities anyway.
True.
Like some things require points to be put into them, and some of them don't really require points to be put into them. Like Zeal, I think, could be okay with a 1-point wonder, especially with all of the plus to skills that we have. Vengeance might even be okay as a 1-point wonder. I'm not entirely sure. Charge could be a 1-point wonder. I don't think hammers could be. I don't think hammers would output the damage needed unless you actually dump some points into it.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Especially if we're not going with conviction or concentration aura as the main. It would have to be a situation where we like, I don't know. And then also attack speed becomes an issue because if we're not hitting our breakpoints, that's also a problem. And I think we have to go with an F Astrions for this because things like Vengeance, Sacrifice, Zeal, they actually need the physical damage on the weapon. So you're...
Yeah, I think you just go with concentration because it's 20, 40, 60 is the foe damage plus the hammer damage, and then the aura being conk is 80, and then you 1-point wonder everything else, and then you're still left with points left over.
Well, if you want to be a good smiter, you got to max out Holy Shield too. That's where most of your smite damage comes from.
Well, I mean, if you're using the Astrions, do you really need to do it? Because you're going to get the
You still
grief
1-point
damage.
smite. You still 1-point smite, but I think you would still want to. You'd still want to cap out Holy Shield.
So that would be 100, and then 1-point wonder everything else.
I mean, I don't think Zeal necessarily requires it. I don't think Charge does. I don't think Sacrifice necessarily needs it. I mean, I was looking at the synergies. Like, let me go take a look at the synergies real quick.
So if we want to get this Astrions, we need a couple jaws or 15-ish ists.
For what? What Astrions?
Ethereal.
What are the rolls?
Yeah, but you need 4 skill and decent damage. If you're going to be like min-maxing for try to do a bit of everything, you want the best Astrion you can get.
So 3 jaws for Ethereal, 4 skills, 271. That's just recent trade. Let's see what we have for... so 2 bears. They're asking currently 2 bears for 4 skills, 245 ED.
That's like bottom roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically with this one, like if we were gonna do this do it all build, we honestly would want like the best in pretty much everything. Because you would want the 85 grief damage, you would probably want as high of a roll on the ED as you could get. It would need to be ethereal. And honestly, even the bonus to attack rating, so that because we're going to have issues with attack rating because we're not going to be a pure melee build. So if we actually want to hit things, we're going to want to have that bonus to attack rating on the character. 200% is a lot, and it's a 50% margin. I mean, it's rough. It's rough. Like it would be rough.
I think that's why you would want to use an Act 1 mercenary, to be honest. So you can get the lower defense procs that she casts.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking Mistbow on the Act 1 merc. That way you get your concentration aura, and then that way you can use fanaticism to shore up the issues with attack speed.
I think you actually do it the opposite way. I think you use fanaticism on the merc, and you use the concentration.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could work too.
Yeah, that would work because Faith Bow works quite nice on the merc.
I think Mistbow works better on the mercenary, but
yes, for sure.
So this one's make an offer. 282 ED, 4 skills, and 292 AR, 83 damage. Or 83, yeah, 5 damage.
How much AR? 200%?
192.
It's not bad.
That's
Yeah, it's pretty
Decent.
close.
That's really good, actually.
Yeah, that
What-
one's gonna cost you an arm and a leg.
How much is he asking for it?
Offer.
Make an offer.
I don't have any of my stuff anymore. I'm gonna offer him 2 Phoenix shields. How about that? A Phoenix
One
sword and a
jaw
Phoenix
ring.
shield. There you go. Let's go. I mean, Phoenix shields are expensive. It's Vex low jaw. Those things are expensive.
I hate when people try to underpay for my stuff. It's really annoying.
I hate when people.
Is that
just
one
don't
on
want to
ladder?
pay
That
my stuff.
Astrions?
Yes. Oh, and it's ethereal. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be ethereal for this to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, for this.
Offer
for this-
him. I'm gonna post it in ladder chat. Offer him this. Offer him this.
220 Amazon?
You see the other mod?
Mm.
That's the mod that really matters.
Mm.
That bonus to attack rating.
Would you sacrifice damage for MF ever? So basically what happens with Magic Find characters is that like you only need the amount of damage output that you need for the area that you're in. So like you kind of like balance your character around what you're doing. So if your goal, for instance, is like P1 Pindle, then you only need enough damage to murder Pindle. You don't have to worry about like over murdering him. Like when you walk in there, if you already kill him one whole time, like when you touch him, he just explodes. Like you don't need to kill him like 3 times over when he explodes. So taking like damage equipment off to increase your magic find in that situation is good. But like if you're in players 8 and you're suffering through and you're doing really poorly and you take off some of your damage equipment to give yourself more magic find and you're just suffering even more, that's a situation that you would definitely not want to decrease your damage output in that, you know, like because you want to increase your damage output. Let's Theorycraft this character up real quick. Why not? Gonna take some doing. Impromptu Theorycraft for today. Let's go. First, let's open up the old Diablo 2 and create our Swiss Army knife character.
Do you know what the percentage is to your AR for the character
It's
level?
visionary mod. It's based on character level, so you just put like 99999.
Okay. What was his name? The name of the sports guy that like could do everything. He was like a football player, a basketball player, freaking like
Bo Jackson.
baseball player. Yeah, Bo
Bo
Jackson.
Jackson. It's Bo Jackson for sure.
Yeah, Bo
Dion
Jackson.
did football, baseball.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna name him GGM Bo.
GGM Jackson.
Jackson.
Can it all fit? Can you just put
I don't know.
Jackson?
I don't know if I
That'd be
can
sweet.
put Bo Jackson. Let's see. I can put Bo Jackson. All right, we got
Yes.
Bo Jackson here. He's gonna do it all, boys. Bo Jackson is gonna do it all. All right, now we get to edit Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson. I remember growing up. I just remember always hearing like, "Bo knows." Bo
One of the greatest
knows
commercials
baseball. Bo knows football. Bo knows basketball. Bo knows golf.
Oh, I forgot to put my gear back on my Merc. That's why he's dying. How did he not die in the last run?
I can't even remember like how good he was as an athlete. All I just remember is that he could do every single sport. Like he could have been terrible in every single sport, and I never would have known. I just knew he was capable of all sports. All sports.
No, he was very good at everything.
Bo knows.
Offer submitted.
Offer what?
It was a Amazon coronet for the Astrions.
I'll honestly be surprised if he doesn't accept it.
Well, I haven't traded for a lot on Tradery, so I could see him being like,
Alright, so I feel like this build is pretty much like dead set on combat skillers. So let's just go ahead and fill up his whole inventory with combat skillers. Lion branded charm of poopy poopies. Let's put one lion branded
Ooh,
charm
jeez.
of, or let's put two with faster hit recovery on them.
offer was too low.
And then let's grab two with life.
He just said that?
Yep.
Lol.
Lol. Bom, bom, bom.
I wouldn't even offer anything else on that ever again.
Yeah.
Bom, bom, bom.
A 220 Vizzo, and he said the offer was too low. That's comical.
Boop, boop, boop. Actually, we probably need AR, don't we? What am I doing?
Well, you shouldn't need too much AR because concentration stops you missing.
No.
No, it stops you from being interrupted.
It
Doesn't
stops you
stop
from being, stops
okay,
you from
yeah,
being
yeah.
interrupted.
My bad.
All right. So
Not
let's,
the same thing, sir.
Yeah.
so let's pull in our ridiculous Astrions.
Well,
All right. So Scepter, Elite, Astrions, Iron Ward, Ethereal. There you go. A perfect Astrions. If it doesn't work with a perfect Astrions, I don't know what. And then we pull in a Haas. We want an upped Haas, which I don't have on the list here, do I? Oh, wait, it's probably in class items. That's right. We probably don't want that one to be F because we want to be a little bit flexible with that socket. And then we're definitely doing Arachnid's Mesh for the enhanced faster cast rate as well as the ballistic skills.
That's mine. Mine.
Lol.
What else?
You can't
do we
afford
want
that.
with this character.
Mine.
So this character most likely needs a 220 amulet, right? So I might as well just go ahead and edit one in. So amulets.
What do you got for trade, Fatty?
Let me look at my deficit list for Bob. Wait a second. I owe you. Never mind.
Wait, what?
Never mind.
What do you owe me?
Never mind.
He owes
Come on,
your
spill it.
soul.
Spill it.
You technically haven't given me any high runes this time, but you did help me a time before. You gave me a Zod for my.
Oh, that's just a little Zoddy Zod.
It's just a little Zoddy Zod.
For my Griffin's last ladder.
Oh, if last ladder, bro, I'm not even worried about that.
It
wait,
resets.
you have
I
the
still
actual
need-
spreadsheet?
I would still need. Yeah, bro. No, I don't have an actual spreadsheet.
Doesn't everybody have a spreadsheet for how much they're in debt to Bob?
I think I'm gonna make one now.
I stopped.
He stopped counting. He's like,
I realized
He,
this
he
is
ran
not in
past
my
the
favor.
1,126,000 rows in his Excel file.
It's terrible. All right, I made myself a ridiculous 220 amulet of
Bust it out,
Next.
Microsoft Paint.
a
What's the max number
ridiculous
of
220
sheets?
amulets.
You can have 255 sheets in an Excel file. That's a lot of sheets.
That is a lot of sheets.
I didn't even know.
I
that.
don't think that he's giving me that much stuff. Okay.
I
255.
mean,
It'd be close, to be honest.
okay, ridiculous amulet.
That's
created.
why I always.
All right, so what do we need for the other slots? I'm trying to think.
Says, hey, do you have
So
this?
like ring, we need a good dual leech ring. Like that's pretty much like mandatory at this point.
Yeah. Best thing would be like a faster cast.
Yeah,
Dual
like
leech
faster
ring.
cast, it needs like mana and life leech on it.
Yeah.
Let's see what I got.
And then like
here.
60 mana or res or because mana's going to be an issue.
What are you wearing? Arax? So
Arax would probably be a good idea, to be honest.
are you
Yeah,
gonna, are you
because
gonna
the
rock,
faster
are you gonna rock
cast and the
Enigma?
plus the skills.
Are you gonna rock Arcane's Valor?
And
No, we're thinking
I don't really
Guardian.
know. I was thinking I'm trying to hit
Guardian
I'm
the
trying to hit
slot.
the faster cast breakpoint is the whole point of this. So I might need that for like a faster cast armor. I don't know. I mean, if I could slap Enigma in there, then it really could
If you
do
need
everything.
it for FCR armor, you put on Fortitude.
That's true.
Actually, you're right. Fortitude
Yeah.
gives you FCR and damage, so it's like a do it all armor.
Oh, perfect.
It just doesn't give you plus the skills, unfortunately.
That's okay. We're getting enough plus the skills.
Who are you gonna have on swap?
That's a lot of
All right, let's see here.
gems.
I'm just gonna put this ridiculous ring on here. Let's add some faster cast rate on there. You go. This little 10% FCR ring. Okay. So currently we've got 20. 20, that's 40. We got 50 with the ring. So we're running 50% faster cast. I still don't have the boot slot, the armor slot, the helmet slot, or the glove slot consumed. Like you said, Fortitude makes sense. Fortitude has physical damage, and it also has faster cast, so it's actually both of what we need. It's just
20,
missing plus the
40,
skills.
60, 75. Isn't that perfect 75? The amulet, Arac, the ring, and the fortitude is 75 on the nose, isn't it? No?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I was chewing my chips. Yeah, I think that gets us. I think that gets us our perfect our trifecta there. Okay, so then from here, what do we do? We got
we
still
have?
got
We got
still
boots
got
and a
helmet
ring
slot.
slot?
We still got boots, gloves, and an extra ring slot.
So you have
So
to go. Well,
Gauze.
you need cannot be frozen somewhere.
So a raven.
Well, you might go crown with a cham and something else in it.
Yeah, like Crown of Ages with Cham and maybe a Shale for your faster hit recovery.
No.
No. Maybe Chamber.
Dying.
How's your resist looking? Maybe you can throw like a 15 res jewel in it. I don't know how your resists are looking.
So I think we might need IAS. So if we want to hit our breakpoints for everything, which is kind of the whole entire purpose of this, because obviously we're hitting our 75 FCR breakpoint, which is what we want. I believe for Smite, we need IAS, and we probably need IAS for the rest of the stuff too. So let's run this real quick. So if we've got a Caduceus with a 10%, because it has 10% IAS on the Caduceus, right? Yeah, because it comes with 10% IAS. So it's a negative 10 weapon with 10% IAS. It's not a bad weapon. And then we're using Smite And we're gonna have what, the fanaticism from the merc. That's it. So we're going with the faith bow.
Yeah, it's what, level 12, I think.
Yeah, so level 12 fanaticism, all 12 to 15.
Oh, yeah, so it could just roll high.
So if we rolled high on a 15 fanaticism, we still need IAS to hit the maximum breakpoint for smite. So how much do we need?
How much?
Let's play with this.
Well, what
So-
gloves are you using?
So 10 doesn't do it, 20 doesn't do it, 20, 30 does it. So 30% IAS with the fanaticism aura will help us hit our max breakpoint with smite.
So you'd need IES gloves.
Now
And,
let's check zeal. So zeal is at 55558 with 30% IAS.
what about 20 IES gloves plus a 15 IES res jewel?
So
in the Crown of Ages?
35%.
That would give you
35%
35.
IAS caps us on zeal. So now we're capped
Yeah.
out on zeal at 35%. So 35% is like our minimum at this point.
Yeah, so an IES jewel in your
Let's check
Koa
sacrifice.
and IES gloves.
So as far as I know, sacrifice, vengeance, and conversion are all basically standard attacks, and they all have the same breakpoint. So it looks like those are capped out already. At
I was gonna say
20%, so just 20% caps those. So we're capped out on the vengeance. So basically, what we're looking at is zeal caps out at 35% IAS. So that's all
What
we're
gloves
really
would you
looking
use
for that.
though? IES crushing blow gloves or like?
Well, I think this build is lacking crushing blow at the moment. I mean, we do have CB on the weapon, so we got 33%,
Well,
but that's it. That's all
you
we're
can
running
use
right
gore.
now is just
So
the
gores
33%.
and then IES crushing blow gloves, and then you'd need a 15 IES jewel plus a cham in your Crown of Ages.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's your cannot be frozen. That hits your IES breakpoints, and you get some crushing blow.
I mean, I think gores are a good play because we're melee and we're smite, so all that makes sense anyway. So like, let's just go ahead and throw the gores in. That'll give us our
So like
bleed
20
our bleed to our open wounds, which is important.
So really, gloves you could do like 20 IES, 10 crushing blow with like 15 dex and whatever lower like 15 strength and dex would be amazing. Because then that lowers what you need on your gear.
All right.
And then helmet, the best is slot would be what, a 15 IES.
Well, it depends on if we're using Ravenfrost or not. Like, I think Ravenfrost is a good play because Ravenfrost gives us
attack rating.
It gives us attack rating, but it also gives us mana, which
well,
we're going to need for casting stuff.
So even if you use a Ravenfrost, you're still going to need like a 15 IES jewel in your helmet.
If you do like hammers.
Oh, we're doing everything. We're doing
You're
everything.
gonna die on mana. I didn't even think of that.
Well, that's why I was thinking a Soj would be a good option, and then maybe go somewhere else. But
I don't think the mana from a Soj would do that much difference, though.
I mean, it's a pretty big bump, but yeah. I mean, we still have gloves, ring, helmet to decide what we want to do.
You need IES gloves.
Let's go ahead and go with Ravenfrost because I feel like it's the best benefit for that slot. I mean, another thing for the helmet slot is because we're thinking about like mana issues. Doesn't Harlequin Crest actually give a pretty significant amount of mana?
Yes, and it's tool skills, but then you'd need an IES jewel in it because you need 35 IES to hit your zeal breakpoint.
What, 148
so 20 off your glove.
when it's capped out?
But it's still good, 2 skills, MF, damage reduction plus life and mana. So it's like really good.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about. Is it like it hits all the bullet points? So it gives us life, it gives us mana, it gives us physical damage reduction.
I think another thing we could do is,
and it gives us the plus skills.
Have a swap for hammers instead of main handing hammers.
The only other thing you could use in a helmet is like a 2 pally, 20 cast rate, 2 socket with like 90 odd mana on it or something stupid. And then you could put an IES jewel and whatever else in it that you need.
Well, I mean, we still have a socket for the shield that is not consumed, and we have a socket for the helmet that's not consumed. So we've got 2 empty sockets right here. And then we can add more crushing blow, because we're sitting at, what, 33 plus 15?
Plus 10 on gloves.
So that's 43, 48. So we're sitting at 48% CB at the moment, which isn't terrible. And then if we went with CB gloves, we could get another 10. We get another 10 from the CB gloves.
I definitely think the CB gloves, like 20 IES, 10 CB with dex and strength, just to lower your requirements on your max block and everything. Helmet's the hard one. Like Shaco's an all-round decent one, but because you can get like if you could get a 2 pally 20 faster cast helm with 2 sockets and like high mana or something, you could ditch the amulet and do high lords. Then you wouldn't need the 20 IES gloves. Or you wouldn't need the IES jewel. You could do like a High Lords and then you've got more deadly strike with your zeal and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what's the best option. Like that might be better. Doing like a 220 helmet with 2 sockets.
All right, let's grab this.
Because then that frees up the amulet issue.
Ravenfrost, and then
Because
let's
a
go to the
220 pally
stash.
amulet's so hard to get.
Okay, so for the mercenary, we do Rune Words, Weapons, Faith. Let's go ahead and grab Faith and a Grand Matron bow. I'm trying to think like how we use her to be like more utility for the build too. I mean, there's very few other auras that she can get. I mean, she could get the.
You could put Bramble on her.
I mean, I could have thorns. I don't feel like this guy is gonna get hit very often.
No. Unless you put a Chains of Honor on her, so do the Faith, the Chains of Honor, and then do a Cure helmet.
Let's just set her up for physical damage. That sounds like fun. We'll just give her a fortitude too, and she can be set up for physical damage output, and we'll go for a physical setup. We'll have like an F Archon fortitude, and then
Andy's helmet.
I don't know what to give her for the helmet.
No, it helps with everything, doesn't it?
What?
And Andy's helm.
I mean, it's attack speed.
Attack speed and.
She's already using a
skills.
faith. I don't really know if she needs attack speed.
What about a vamp gaze then?
I think I'll just throw a bulwark on her. We'll be alright. Alright, let me get his stats set up correct because I forgot to do that.
Yeah, the bit I'm lost on is like the helmet and amulet. Because obviously a 220 amulet's going to be super hard to get your hands on.
I mean, you can go with a faster cast helmet for the time being until you got a 220 amulet. It's not like too ridiculous. Or you could go with some faster cast gloves or something. The goal of this character is to make like the most ridiculous setup possible. We're trying to see. I mean, even the Eth Astrions, like with a Zodrun in it, is already just like pushing the limits.
Yeah, it's so pricey.
Yeah, the most ridiculous setup possible is having a CTA swap for Blessed Hammer. With a Spirit, because then you don't have to worry about nothing but 40 FCR.
What do you mean circlet, Bob?
The helmet I posted in chat. Come get it.
Oh, the one you posted in chat. Yeah, I'm coming.
But yeah, if you do the CTA swap for hammers, you get 4+4 on the weapon, because you can get a anything, a War Scepter, Divine Scepter, or a Caduceus, and then you get the
Yeah.
spirit for the FCR for the 35, and then you are only worrying about 40 FCR now instead of 75 for your hammers. I think that swap would be the most
universal.
Yeah, I think that would make the build much better, having that swap instead of trying to main hand
swippy
everything.
swappers. I don't know. I like the
'Cause
idea
you're
of
not
having
gonna
it
need
all on the same setup.
It would be nice.
It's nice, but it's just so hard.
Plus, I mean, if you really wanted to talk about swap items, you could have like some ridiculous weapon on the other hand for smacking the crap out of things. Like you could have like a two-handed like champion axe on the other side just for thwacking.
Are you trying to have a boomstick for charge? You trying to make an F botted and an Archon staff to charge things? Is that what you're trying to do right now?
Yeah.
I need
like
to
that.
do a whirlwind barb with one of them eventually for fun.
Why not? What's wrong with that? Yeah, okay. Alright, he's set up. Let's go test him out and see how he does. Oh, boopies.
Did you do charms?
Did you do charms?
Mm-hmm.
Mom.
Because he'd be full of combat skillers, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah, he's full of combat skillers. And the best part of this is he doesn't necessarily need any sunders because, you know, like, who cares?
He does everything. Yeah.
He does everything. So, like, okay, he's immune to physical? All right, well, I'll hit him with a Fist of the Heavens. Okay, he's not an undead monster? Okay, well, then I'll hit him with the hammers. Okay, he's immune to magic? Okay, well, then I'll smack him with my weapon. Okay. There's pretty much no care in the world as far as, you know, like, this character goes. He's just kind of like, walk up to something, choose the appropriate weapon, smack them in the eye with it, and move on.
In the eye?
Yes,
That's just
always
cool.
the eye. It's always the eye. Why wouldn't it be
How
the
would
eye?
they watch your streams if you smack them in
Welcome
the
back,
eye?
Rosie. Alright, let's do the do-it-all Paladin. Let's prove that the Paladin is #1.
Oh, God.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I think he's the most versatile for certain things.
Holy crap, he's got enough strength to wear all of his equipment except the Haas. Already. And I haven't even done anything. I haven't even done anything.
Haas is easy. What is it? 42 level requirement?
No, he upped it, Zach Shield, because Smite.
Oh, okay.
So it's like 148, I think. Not mistaken.
Yeah, you up it for the smite damage. This is the do-it-all build, so it's got to be able to do it all. Otherwise, it's not worth it. I forgot to give him gold. What a horrible person I am.
That's so rude. Made him broke.
Guess I'll just have to sell some of these items that are worthless. Like this Last Wish Colossus Blade that's ethereal. It's gonna sell that right to the stash. Just sell it. Who needs those? Those are trash. Those are trash. Who needs those?
35k in the bank.
35k in the bank, boys.
Yeah, boy. Let me sell, 3 jar runes? 3
yeah,
jar
who needs those?
runes.
Those are... what,
Someone that just comes onto
each
your screen.
jar rune is worth
Cry.
35k.
Yeah, it's one of the things that
Last
made me
Wish
realize just how
legit.
good Last Wish is, even though people always make it in a Phase Blade. If you put Last Wish in an Ethereal Colossus Sword, and you put it on your Mercenary, it's freaking 426 to 842 damage.
Yeah.
And your Mercenary just runs around, like, donking everything.
Yeah, you're dead and your mercenary is still running around.
Like, he somehow stayed alive past your death. I don't even know how he did it, but he did it. I forgot to grab stuff for the sockets. I guess I'll have to do that. I need like a rune on some other things. I don't know what. I actually don't know what I want to put in the sockets, to be honest. I guess I have to put one IAS jewel in either of the sockets because I need to hit the breakpoint for the zeal and whatnot. As for the rest of it, I don't know. Like, I also need the Zod rune. I forgot to grab that too. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, guys. I'm an idiot.
Same.
But you guys knew that already, so. Ha ha ha.
That means we love you so much.
That means it's back on you because you guys, because you guys chose to watch. Ha ha. All right, let's go edit in. I need one Zod, one IAS jewel, and I don't know what to put in the other socket. Maybe an rune in the Zachar room to hit my I don't know, because my resistances are all good. I'm not even using res charms. My resistances
You could put a
are
shale
all
or something in
really
it
good,
so that
actually.
you don't need as much depth.
So he doesn't need as much what?
Is it a shale or is it a
Eld for enough dex? I think it's an Eld to decrease the dex requirements.
couldn't remember. No, yeah.
The Eld gives you what is it, like 7% increased blocking or something?
Yeah, so that
But
could
the
be
question is
something.
do I want to use the Eld rune? Because maybe I want to get my attack rating up to an acceptable level. I think that's also kind of important with this build, is getting the attack rating up to an acceptable level. Alright, so let's go ahead and just put 1 point in everything, because this build is at least going to put 1 point in every single combat skill. So there you go. I've got all the combat skills. We're definitely capping out concentration. That's going to be our main aura.
Yeah, I think the last thing you're gonna max is Holy Shield.
So we're just going to go ahead and cap concentration. That's going to be our main aura. I like this too because I always liked using concentration on my builds.
It looks cool too.
I mean, we're at 51% chance to block, just flat with no dexterity. So go ahead and put in dexterity so we can hit our block cap. Oh, of course, we need to get the Elder in first. That's right. Hold on. Let me go edit that in real quick. Because we need 3 things. We need the Zod, we need the Eld rune, and we need a bunch of other stuff. So
the IAS jewel.
Yeah, the IAS jewel. So let's go ahead and I'll just do this on a character I use specifically for transferring items.
I don't know that you put the points into Dex yet until you put all your points in, right? Because you're gonna want 1 point in. You're not gonna have enough to max Holy Shield. You just don't know where it's gonna be at.
Yeah, I don't know where it's going to be at, so we've got to play with that. But I also may be building up my dexterity high enough to actually use the melee skills. I mean, what's the minimum for dexterity that we're thinking about here? Because like, as far as I was thinking, like around like 10k is minimum.
Well, you're gonna be getting a bunch of bonus attack rating from
the weapon. So we got 200% from the weapon, and we got a bonus from the shield.
20%.
So we might not need as much attack rating. We'll have to see where it falls out.
And you said you're using a Raven Frost too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's a bunch of flat attack rating also. So
yeah.
It's going to be close to where you might not really need too much. And you're using an Act 1 Merc with the minus defense stuff too.
So. Well, I also might not need the Eldarin either, because if the Dex requirement goes over the block requirement, then we'd be better off with the Shale Rune for faster blocking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like instead of going with better block chance, faster blocking might hit us over a breakpoint. I'm trying to think here. Let me look up the block breakpoint.
I don't think it'll change.
I'm not sure on that one.
It might.
I'm looking it up right now. Let's see.
But the block frames on a Paladin are actually insane.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. But getting even faster block frames isn't terrible. Just makes us tankier.
And it honestly matters even less that you have faster block.
So
because you're uninterruptible.
Base is 5. Holy Shield active is 2. So we would need 86% to hit one frame blocking, so it does us no good. Without Holy Shield active, however, it would bring us up from 5 to 4, which Holy Shield should never be inactive, so.
Yeah.
I mean, a burr
about
rune
burr?
could be interesting.
Bit of damage reduction. Because you've only got what 10 from your helmet, so bit of damage reduction wouldn't go amiss.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. We don't need the resistances, so...
Yeah, you don't need res, you don't need the block. It's like there's not really much else to put in it.
I can't remember which side of the equation is the damage taken goes to mana on. Is it... You can get a 15% IAS damage taken goes to mana, Jewel, right?
I think you'd
the
be
dun
better
jewel?
off.
I gave you one, didn't I? One ladder for your helmet.
But
Yeah,
Ginger,
so that's what I was
you-
thinking would be the best for the IAS Jewel, because
You-
we're in a mana hungry
could.
setup. Like, we got holy
could do-
we got all the spells, we got Blessed Hammer and whatnot. We're going to be in there getting hit. I think
Oh,
a
yeah,
little bit of
true.
damage taken goes to mana would go a long way. We don't have any on the build.
But I was also thinking like a 15 IAS 40 AR jewel or something.
No, if he was gonna do something like that, he'd rather have a jewel with strength and dex on it.
Did you do
It's
small
called
charms
a
yet?
dun? Isn't it called a dun jewel? Yeah,
Uh,
dun jewel. It goes up to 12%, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's a dun jewel of fervor.
Yeah, so we're just gonna make a dun jewel of fervor real quick. That'll be great. That way we can get more mana incoming that way while we're in there fighting.
What small charms are you using?
320/20s. I figure that would be the best benefit because they have life, and they also have attack rating on them, which would help out all the attack rating builds, and then the max damage would help out all the melee builds.
What faster hit recovery are you at?
I put on 12% faster recovery P-combs. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm hitting the breakpoint, but we can check.
Because if you do get like
Yeah,
a
the
two-socket
breakpoint for
helmet-
that too is actually super low for a paladin.
Yeah, it's not ridiculously high. Speed, increased attack speed, 15%, save, close. Okay, so we've got that. We've got a burr rune. I've got an eld rune. We also needed... What else did we need? Something else. I totally forgot. What the hell was it?
It's
Zod?
the burr, the IAS jewel,
Zod?
and
The
the
Zod,
Zod.
yes. We need the Zod, that's right. The Zod rune.
What gloves did you go for in the ad? IAS
Just the
crushing blood.
bloods. Yeah, just the bloods. I mean,
Yeah.
I think there's pretty much nothing better than bloods. I mean, we could go for more physical damage with like some laying of hands or something, but
Not necessary.
I just, yeah,
But
just
on the
don't-
bloods, you can also get 15 dex. You could do 20 IAS, 10 crushing blow, 15 dex, 15 strength, or 15 dex and life.
Pretty sure he can
or-
do 5% attack rating in dex also.
Yes, that would actually be an interesting one.
I don't actually think the 5% attack rating would matter with how much percent attack rating he currently has.
True.
yeah, we're
I
in the
definitely think the dex
situation where
would
we
be
want raw
helpful.
attack rating more than we want percentage. Because we're
So-
overfilled with percentage.
What about
I didn't
mana
mean
after
to do
kill
that.
then? Can you do that on the gloves? Could you do 20 IES, crushing blow, dex, and mana after kill?
That's
With
a
that-
wasted stat on blood
I
gloves.
think we'll be alright, because I've got mana leech and I've got damage taken
Um,
goes to mana. Like, it should be okay.
Trying to think what else would be good on the gloves. Maybe just flat life.
Alright. We copied everything over. Let's reboot the Dujinx and let's get back in there and make this character work. Let's make this character great again. Jokes.
You sounded like Trump. It's definitely going to be an interesting character. The fun part's going to be learning the buttons.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of buttons.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean.
Many butons.
You'll be like, I want to zeal, and suddenly you start smiting or something. You know, it's fun trying to learn a character like that.
It's unidentified? Why is it unidentified? The jewel I made is unidentified. That's cute.
That's pretty.
What's up, Gold Magic Fine?
Do you want a box? Do you want a box? Yeah, come on in. Go on, boop, boop. Here you go. Shadow.
That's Meow playing with his cat.
Come here then.
Giggity.
You know Meow. They'll make other people jealous.
Stay a while and listen.
Oh, I make everyone jealous because I'm stroking my black fluffy pussy.
See? See what I mean?
Yeah.
Jealous. See what I mean, guys?
And it purrs.
That's terrible. That is so terrible.
No, whenever I order a pizza, I ask them I give them a $1 tip, and I'm like, can I have a spare pizza box? Because my cat loves them. She loves to just lay on them.
Yeah, I think the Baroon is the best play for the shield because that way you get the damage reduction, and you also get.
Well, there's just nothing else to put in there.
It's just, well, you don't need the resistances because I'm already capped out on basically everything except
Yeah.
for cold, and I'm at 69% cold. Giggity. And like putting the Eldrune in there is interesting if I wanted to like not get high attack rating, but I kind of want high attack rating, so spending more dex to get to a higher 75% block chance is not a bad thing. So that just kind of hurts me overall because
And you're going to have less life, which means the burr is the best play, damage reduction.
yeah, I'm just having the damage reduction in there is nice. All right, so at this point, okay, skill points. Burp, 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 burp.
Don't sleep on that jaw rune, fellas.
What jaw rune?
Jaw
What
rune's
jaw rune's
epic. Yeah, extra life.
Lots of life.
I hear giggity. I know I'm watching Ginger stream. Good. That's right, giggity. Giggity.
It's either that or you want some beef jerkums?
Giggity. Giggity. Nothing wrong with beef jerkums, okay? There's nothing wrong with beef jerkums.
Beef jerkums is amazing.
Okay, so we want maxed out concentration. All right, so at this point, we have to max out hammers first, right? Because hammers have to be maxed out to get the best damage output. Otherwise, it's going to be worthless.
You need to check what's best, maxing out hammer or maxing out one of the synergies. I can't remember.
Hammer. It's hammer.
Is it hammer?
It's hammer.
I couldn't remember.
I do.
Yeah, I think hammer is most definitely going to be the best one to just like dump.
I haven't played Hammered in since Lord of Destruction, so.
And then what else do we want? Like Fist of the Heavens doesn't work very well unless you max out it or its synergies. So we pretty much.
Well, you do the fist and the holy bolt, right? You still get the whole damage.
Yeah, I think you do one level in Fist, the rest in Holy Bolt.
Well,
Nah, see, the way I was thinking about it is maxing both still.
no, I was
and then
thinking.
you
I'm
max
thinking you
hammers.
have to max hammers, Fist of the Heavens, and Holy Bolt. I think those are kind of
Yes.
required.
Yeah,
And then
that's the 60 that's
concentration.
required for the non-melee part.
And then
Like,
with
it's
concentration,
required.
that's your 80. And then I guess you 1.1 Wonder Holy Shield and
And then
like
you
your
1.1 Wonder Vigor.
Yeah, Zeal, all that lot, and then the rest goes into Holy Shield. Like whatever.
I mean,
Zeal's already got the
we can't be a do-it-all paladin unless we actually have the do-it-all items. So we have to put 1 point in cleansing.
Oh yeah.
Gotta put
Well,
1
you get
point
that
in
on your way to
vigor.
Vigor anyway, right?
Yeah. Do we want to get redemption as well?
Probably 1 point. 'Cause
I
it'll
think
help.
Salvation is more important than Redemption.
Okay, so we grab salvation. I don't really like redemption, to be perfectly honest. I can see why some people would want it. Okay, and we need 20 points Fist of the Heavens and 20 points Holy Bolt, which leaves us with 16 points. So we've got 16 points.
Yeah,
to play.
that would be the rest into Holy Shield, in my opinion.
Have you already put your 20 in your aura?
Uh-huh.
What about Zeal though? Because Zeal gets flat attack. It gets attack rating bonus, doesn't it, with levels?
We have too many
Would it
melee
be
skills
worth-
to worry about any single attack rating. We've got to fix
Okay,
attack rating
really
across
sure
the
about
board
that.
as a whole, not fix attack rating like. So, in this situation, since I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attacks and 5 of those 6 of melee attacks require attack rating. I mean,
Yeah,
you'd be
yeah,
better
so it's
off putting it in the
in
blessed
Holy
aim
Shield.
at that point for the passive.
Oh,
Because
actually,
the
yeah,
blessed
you
aim
could
would
put-
help everything, as opposed to only helping one individual skill.
What?
But then we would
What
risk.
about-
Then you risk losing a bunch of damage on your smite ability, though. So now smite has
But
lost all of its damage.
That's also percent attack rating and not flat attack rating. You have enough percent attack rating.
So like,
okay.
I think we're still
So,
better
yeah,
off.
Holy Shield best. Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just trying to get a
That's
water.
still good though. 16 points into Holy Shield is still decent.
Oh no, it's gonna be massive. Like
It-
we're gonna be sitting on a
Yeah, it would
crazy.
be 17 total hard points.
I mean,
because he
we'll
already
be
has
sitting
one
on
in.
level
Yeah.
40 Holy Shield. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
not,
still perfect.
not a slouch of a Holy
Yeah.
Shield. All right, so we've got concentration. That's our main aura. Got to go rehire my merc
You
again.
make me want to make Pally, like a Zealadin or something for fun.
I'm gonna go sell a bunch of stuff to the NPC real quick because I totally forgot to give myself gold again.
Hi there.
I've never tried the like smite forwarding stuff in a long time. Not since like my old PvP days, where you had the Vita Templars.
Ugh.
Soj.
Soj.
Wow. No, it was a nice Raven for us though. 22-11.
Nice.
I think it's better than the one I literally just put on my Paladin. I just put a 20 dex one on my Paladin, and I got to respec at some point now that I have the extra dex, but now I just got one with better
Yeah,
attack
but
rating.
we're trying to figure this out for current if he wanted to build it. So doing a 1.08 Hos wouldn't help because you can't obtain that.
If you build it, they will kick you in the balls.
Well, no, Christopher said get a 1.08 Hos because then you wouldn't need to.
Oh, I heard.
Worry about AR.
I heard.
But it's not obtainable, so there's no point. I do miss some of the old items though. Like the old 1.8 Ariats was insane.
Valkwing, best
Valk
item in the
was
game.
nuts. Yeah, Valk. Yeah, that was. It was what 30 castrate, 30 run.
30 everything. Hit your breakpoints.
IS. Yep.
All right, so let's see here what we need for this. So dexterity. We've got 20,000 defense, by the way, before I
Yeah,
even
that's
put my
pretty good.
points into dexterity. All right, so start stacking in points. Wow, we needed like no dex to hit frickin' 75% block. We're already we had 60 base to hit 75% block. That's what we were at. But we're only at 3,000. Hold on, let me put on an actual ability. What am I doing? Here, let me put on Zeal. 6,017 attack rating was Zeal.
It's actually not that bad.
Charge.
I thought it was going to be worse than that.
7,668. Sacrifice 5,388. So I mean, like, what's vengeance? Where's vengeance? 6,123. Is Zeal literally the lowest? Yeah. So Zeal is literally the lowest. So let's just stack a little bit of dex here to see how high we can get our. Oh, it's going up nicely. Okay. Yeah, because we got a lot of percentage. This actually isn't bad at
A
all.
lot of percent.
Like we're doing okay. Okay, so I'm at 180 base, 185, 190. So 205 base got us to 10,000 attack rating on Zeal, and then that's 12,000 on charge. That's 9,057 on sacrifice. 10,292 on vengeance. I mean, that's acceptable levels of attack rating on everything, except for conversion, which conversion can suck it. Conversion can suck it. Let's dump everything else into vitality, and that brings us to 1,921 life.
Which is more than acceptable.
What is our
And you haven't even
FHR?
Hey, that's a Ariats. Nice. Be good. Please be good.
So our faster hit recovery is only 24%. That's pretty rough.
So you'll have to share your helmet, maybe. And do the IS.
I mean,
no, because you need the IS jewel, so you can't. You might have to go for a Crown of Ages then, really. Like, I don't know, but then your mana's going to be so low.
So the FHR frames for Paladin are 6 frames at 27%. So we're just shy, honestly, of the 6 frame.
What are you at right now?
24%.
You so you put on a 5 faster hit recovery, 3
just
max
like a
20 attack
small.
rating charm.
Yeah, just one small would do it.
Yeah.
Wait, where do I have damage?
The only thing I wish they would do with Pally, I wish they would put.
Oh, I forgot.
Auras on the left side.
I forgot Fortitude has damage taken goes to mana. So we've got 24% damage taken goes to mana.
Nice.
Yeah, Fortitude is really good.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we need to,
Yeah,
do our buttons. We gotta do our buttons. We need buttons. This is gonna be rough. So we got a lot of buttons. So let's do Z, let's do X, let's do A, let's do S. We're gonna need like 4 buttons. Actually, we might need more than 4 buttons. I don't know.
Well, you got what? Smite, Zeal, Hammers, Fist of Heavens, Charge.
What's the max number of hotkeys?
All right, I'm gonna do Z, X, C, A, S, D. We're gonna do all those buttons. Let's do it. Okay, so I like to do X as my movement ability, so charge is my movement ability. I mean, I don't know exactly what we'd have on like our main attack, so what's actually just gonna be on our click that we don't have to worry about. I mean, Zeal's a good one.
I would have Zeal main attack.
Okay, so Zeal, we'll put Zeal on D, just so that it has a short, like a shortcut. And then we can do Z for. Let's do Fist of the Heavens on Z. C can be Blessed Hammer. A can be Vengeance. S can be Sacrifice. Sacrifice will come in handy too. Actually, Zeal might not get a key because I need to put Holy Bolt on D. And now we have our ridiculous character. Let's go test him out and see how ridiculous he is. How ridiculous are you? First, let's start out with just a Zealing. We're just going to go Zeal. So.
Did you make a CTA for both? Does that help your mana? You can have
I
mana
tend not
issues.
to do CTAs. Like, I like my character to work without it.
I know, but with such low mana, you've got 440 mana. You're gonna need a CTA.
I mean, I don't think so.
But the damage goes to mana.
Well, it depends.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. All right. If I was a holy, like say I was a Blessed Hammer Paladin. All right. So Blessed Hammer is my only way of dealing damage. And if that's the case, then yeah, if I run out of mana, then I can't dish out damage. But this character doesn't have that problem. If he runs out of mana, guess what he does? He can just use Sacrifice. Like, he has an infinite toolbox available to him where he can do whatever he wants to do whenever he needs to. So he could just walk up, he can start sacrificing stuff to death. Like, look at this, I'm sacrificing right now. Like, I can just go ahead and I can just sacrifice these guys. I can use charge to get in there and start wailing on stuff. Then once I get in here, I can start casting some hammers. And a little hammers running. I can charge around, like if I find some demons or something. These guys aren't demons. I don't like you guys. You guys are mean. How about this? How about this? How about that?
Have you tried your hammers?
Rats. And then like
yeah, what's your hammer damage with your aura on?
Oh, I rebound the C key. I can't pull up my panel. I can't pull up my panel.
Well, you also got A, right?
I rebound that one too.
I
rebound that one too. I rebound all of them. They're all rebound. Okay, on this particular character, I guess I'm gonna turn it into. Let's do V. There you go. All right, that's so hammers are doing 2.3k per hammer.
Yeah, not bad. That's right where I thought it was.
I'm getting 3.93. So the melee damage is kind of unknown because I got the 85 Astrions in there, but 3.9k Zeal without the grief damage added. 5,000 sacrifice damage without the grief damage added. Vengeance is sitting at 5,299. Let's see how that works versus like an immune monster. Let's get some potions. Need some potions before I dig under you. Alright, let's go to Chaos Sanctuary. Let's go. Beep, beep. Meow, 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 meow.
So how much is this character going to cost if we want to just like trade for all this stuff?
I mean, most of it's actually kind of cheap. I mean, the Haas is cheap. You just got to upgrade it. There's a Burr Rune in it, though, which makes it expensive. I mean, I think the Burr Rune definitely is not necessary for the build, but it's
The Astrions is the most expensive piece.
Yeah, the Astrions, the ethereal Astrions in nearly perfect condition is what ties everything together. So that's the item that's good for casting. It's the item because it has +4 skills. That's the item that's good for melee damage because it's extremely good physical damage because it's ethereal and it also has the damage on it. It's got massive amounts of attack rating. The magic damage ain't no slouch either. That 240 magic damage that's on the Astrions is amazing. Dude, just zealing, just running around zealing with this thing is amazing. Dude, when I'm in the middle of a big giant pack, I just start shooting off some hammers and then I zeal while the hammers are spinning.
Zealing's so fun.
And then you gotta charge to get around. And let's go ahead and try out our Fist of the Heavens. So let's see how that does. Could be a pretty full-featured Fist of Foe, so we're like full power foe here. We also got a pretty amazing Holy Bolt.
Do you need a swap to do Ubers?
I would need life tap.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
you change out the gloves.
I guess I could change out the gloves for life tap gloves. That's about it.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be zealing in Ubers.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't worry about the IES break point there. Oh, Holy Bolt's doing decent damage.
I mean, the Holy Bolt is pretty much full powered. Like, there's very little synergy requirement for Holy Bolt, so it's not even really affected by this. Like some things had to sacrifice, like Zeal had to sacrifice, and Sacrifice had to sacrifice. But Foe didn't. Like Foe got the full Foe basically. Like you're just foeing your heart out here.
Poor mana though.
Honestly, I'm not really feeling any issues with my mana. I'm not. Like most of the time when I'm charging around, that's like the only time that my mana's running low. And even then, like I usually hit a target with the attack and my mana goes right back up. And then anytime I run out of mana, I literally just run up and I sacrifice a target and I can hit anything with sacrifice and all my mana comes back because I've got mana leech. So it's taken care of. Like I just watch, look, hammer, 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 hammer. And I can hold this pretty well for a long period of time. I mean, and then once I run low on mana and I'm completely out, I just walk up to the nearest monster and smack him in the face and I get most of my mana back. Has actually a pretty decent number of hammers there before I ran out.
True.
God, getting used to these buttons would be a whole thing. I feel like I got a whole accordion strip of buttons over here. I mean, one thing you could do to enhance this a little bit, I think, is to swap off some of the, like, maybe swap off the Ravenfrost for a Soj just to get one more plus the skill.
Yeah, and then
I mean, it would help a little bit.
Cham.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, then you take the burr rune out of your shield and put a Chan.
you can get the cannot be frozen in other places, yeah. I mean, a COA might not be a bad choice either, but then you lose a skill. I don't really need
reduction.
the what?
You gain more damage reduction.
Yeah.
And more faster hit recovery because you get the 30, so you wouldn't need to worry about having so many faster hit recovery times. Or you could just go to a higher breakpoint. I think Crown of Ages.
Yeah,
is
if mana isn't a problem, I think you can take the Shaco.
Yeah, I think Crown of Ages is the best all-rounder for everything.
Well, I'm sitting at 440 mana.
But then he
which is
loses a
certainly
skill
nice.
either way. But then
True.
he loses a skill either way.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the whole thing, is I'm losing a skill no matter what.
But if you do the Crown of Ages and do the Cham in it, and the IES duel, then you just wear a Sode, and you're not losing a skill, you still get the exact same amount of skills.
I mean, the other thing to think about here, though, is I'm also getting Magic Find, so at least I'm getting a little tiny bit of Magic Find with the build as well. And, you know, as a build that's going to be farming all over the place, it's nice to have a little bit of MF. Did I forget that I seal or something? What did I do?
You need MF.
Who doesn't need MF?
No one needs MF.
Your mom needs MF.
Your mom is MF.
So what do we? I don't even know what we're doing here. Like, do we?
No idea.
What do we test, like, for kill speed with this? Because basically he can do everything, right? So when he's talking about killing like large groups of monsters, you would use your best large group of monster killer, right? I mean, when you're talking about killing like Diablo, for instance, like if I'm killing Diablo, I'm probably using Smite at that point. Like that's my main ability, is Smite. I don't even have Smite hotkey. I need another dang hotkey. I need every hotkey. You just Smite.
I think.
You just Smite.
Depends on what your chance to hit him with Zeal is, right?
I mean, I just wrecked him with Smite.
If your chance to hit with Zeal is good enough, then you just Zeal because you're attacking so fast.
I just smote that little bastard to death. Let's see how fast he can kill Uber Diablo. Let's go check that real quick.
It was about 10 seconds.
I think Ginger's gonna get his cheeks clapped.
+2 Pally shield, a Monarch shield with faster blocking and increased chance of blocking. Look at that.
Not here, not here.
Alright. Scribe on P1 Uber D. On the Uberest of Ds.
Afternoon.
A D so Uber. Not even using CTA or nothing. Oh no, he hit me real hard and I don't like it. Honestly, I mean, Zeal actually has life leech possibilities, so you think maybe the best way to do this would be like Smite to a certain point and then Zeal whenever I needed HP to regenerate HP and stuff like that? I mean, we might be looking at a situation where there's like an optimal one at each phase.
I honestly think your Smite is pretty much just for Uber content. I think Zeal with the attack rating you currently have is good enough for anything outside of Uber content.
I kind of want to try. Let's go to P8 Uber Diablo where it's actually going to be difficult. Let's try this again. Alright, Rosie, you have a good one too.
You spawning him?
Test myself on P8 Worldstone Keep. I mean, I don't think this guy's going to have trouble with pretty much anything. He's already, I don't really need to test him because I know he's a full foe paladin. Like at this point, he has level 43 Holy Bolt and he has level 43 Fist of the Heavens. So he's already going to handle basically all undead and demon content with ease. Like anything that's trash mobs, he's got. He's a full smite paladin because he's basically the North Star Smiter with like extra steps, and he's not quite as powerful as the North Star Smiter because he put more points into smite and he had a higher level Holy Shield. But he's pretty close to the power level of the North Star Smiter's smite. And then on top of that, he's also a melee character too. I mean, I'm not worried about this guy being able to clear content because I know he's going to be able to clear content. I'm more just interested to see like how he does versus certain monsters and like what each ability does in turn. I mean, I've already seen freaking hammers kill like P1 monsters with ease. That 2.3k magic hits are kind of sick. Like I gotta admit, I have to admit that the idea of a melee Hammerdin had never really occurred to me until now. But you know how silly it is to run into a pack of monsters, spam like, say, 6 or 7 hammers, and then just start zealing? It's kind of stupid, because then they're spinning the entire time while you're zealing, and then as soon as the hammers finish, you just like start another set of hammers, and then you start zealing again. And it actually is pretty significant damage.
Do you know what I want them to do? Bring out a unique scepter that's like based on like zealing, but has like a 10% chance to proc hammers. So you just
no, they'll never do it.
It'd be so funny, like hammers procking around you, and you just do the synergies.
No, don't do the mercenary. Why do there have to be a whole pack of freaking like slingers here?
It'd be so funny to see.
Apparently Ziggy didn't want my grief that's in the Zerker axe.
What is Ziggy?
Let's try this now that Diablo's by himself. That was one of the worst Diablo spawns I've ever seen. He was surrounded by everything in the world, and like there was a whole pack of the freaking spear cats. We're gonna just spend a little bit of time clearing out the area here. Alright, so whenever I start to wane, will you not stand directly behind me, Merc? I'm gonna try Zeal. I mean, I do have a significant amount of damage reduction, attack rating. Like, it's not like super duper ridiculous, but I could hit him. It looks like I'm missing, I don't know, like 3 out of every 5 hits.
What level is
What's your chance to hit with that attack rating you got?
I mean, it says that my chance to hit is 75%, but of course we know he has like a 50% chance to block. Charge actually has a much higher chance to hit, believe it or not. It was like a 12k or something. I think Smite's probably still better, but it definitely helps to even out the HP problems of like when he's hitting me really hard with certain attacks because I get the leech back. But I think the Smite still is better. And it's just because I'm missing like the majority of the Zeal hits. See, but I'm not getting any leech back when I'm using Smite, so without life tap, which of course, you know, life tap would be beautiful. But I like that.
What? My game lag. Oh, my bad, but my game is like crazy lagging right now.
Try this on P1 too, just for fun. I'm kind of curious because, you know, this is P8 and he does have a lot of HP. See how fast I kill him with like P1 Zeal. I mean, it definitely was doable. I wouldn't say that it wasn't doable. Like, killed him. I mean, it took a little while. It's a P8 over Diablo. He does have a lot of HP.
How may I be of help?
Your mama has a lot of HP.
Bro.
Where do you focus low rune farming? If you're offline, honestly, I would do Sewers level 2. That's where I got mine. Sewers level 2 is super easy if you're offline. Higher level and you get better items there. LK is good if you're online because you can't guarantee where the Sewers level 2 entrance is or anything. It's a lot more difficult.
Well, my cat's asleep on a pizza box. She's happy.
Is there something in that pizza box? Maybe she
No,
wants a
it's
Roni.
just a-
Maybe she wants a
clean
Roni.
pizza box.
Okay, maybe she wants a Roni.
She has a fascination with laying on pizza boxes. I don't know why. She just likes them.
Maybe she wants a Roni. Maybe she
just want
wants a
pizza.
pepperoni. Maybe she wants something delicious. Maybe she wants you to do your dishes.
Oh god, no, there'd be some hairy dishes.
Oh, I see. So you're that kind of a person.
She's worse than Kuvla.
Racist against cats. Cat racist.
She is so fluffy, it's ridiculous.
Speciest.
Like she'll lay somewhere. And I can tell where she like slept for the night because there'll just be a patch of hair.
Just shave her.
I brush her twice
Yeah,
a
just
day and
shave
stuff.
her. That sounds like a good idea. Just shave your cat.
I think she'd kill me.
Just have a naked cat.
What a naked pussy. Oh,
Please,
God.
please pardon me, Al. He's from Britain, and apparently they don't use the word cat over there.
I'm sorry. I know. I have problems. Leave me alone.
I don't think we're gonna, actually.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. Yeah, Zeal works really well against P1 over Diablo as well. I guess it's just PA. It's just tough. I could test him on everything. Let's test him on all the abilities. Let me do. I'm gonna do Vengeance, and we'll also do Sacrifice too. Why not? We'll just do each one in tandem. I bet you Sacrifice probably works amazingly on him as well. Honestly, if you can kill Uber Diablo at P1 with any of those abilities, you're pretty much done. I think Charge is the only one that might not necessarily work because you'd have to back off charge, back off charge, back off charge, back off charge. I mean, you could get it to work. It would just take a lot of effort. I feel like you'd be better off using any of the other abilities. Let's just use any of the other ones.
What do you need?
All right, here we go. Sacrifice Paladin. Let's see how the Sacrifice Paladin works. I mean, added benefit of the Sacrifice Pally is I have no mana cost for problems. So I don't care about mana cost at all. So I guess technically I could, like, I don't know, spam some hammers or something real quick in between my sacrifices. I mean, why not? We'll just hold the button down. Sack, 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 sack. Because there's no mana cost on it, so I could just feed infinite mana into the ability. Just cast off enough so that he gets hit multiple times by the hammers as they spin around in circles. Although that could also potentially end up with him, you know, like, healing his open wounds, and then I'd be in trouble.
Oh, there's no, like, you don't have space for, like, a little baby poison charm in there?
Little baby poison charm would be nice. I'm not using venom, so I can probably would help out a lot. Even just one poison charm would be massive.
Yeah, just for like a couple seconds of swapping stuff around.
Yeah, that would buffer me a little bit between the swip outs, the swoopy swips. The swoopy doopy doops. Yeah, let me just get one 451. How about that? You know, it's no big deal.
Done.
It's just a 451. Just one 451. It's not a big deal. Do I have one of those sitting around on one of these characters that I was playing with the other day? Like, oh yeah, Anthrax has a whole inventory of them. I'm gonna just steal one of hers. She'll never notice. She got a whole inventory of 451. Bo Jackson. Somebody's gonna come along and be like, you know, he kind of looks like Bo Jackson. You guys ever seen Bo Jackson? Bo Jackson. Jackson knows. Bo knows. There's Bo Jackson for you right there. Bo knows sports. Bo knows baseball. There's Bo in the early years right there. Look, football player. Baseball player. Didn't he play basketball too? He played golf. I swear he played like everything. Alright, what do we test now? Vengeance? Let's do Vengeance. Vengeance might be a little rough. It's got a high mana cost. I don't know if I've got the damage output because I'm missing the synergies. But we shall see.
Not in town.
I mean, it's got a 10k attack rating, which isn't bad. And, I mean, the damage output is 4,914. I think it's more with the, Dang it, did I go to the wrong place and mess it all up? Oh, maybe. No, I didn't. Okay. Hey, 5,299 with the Fanaticism on. Oh, God. Fire Shrine on Diablo, that's hilarious. Boys. There was a Fire Shrine next to Uber Diablo, that is freaking hilarious. My Merc's about to bite it, there's too many archers here. I'm trying my best to see if I can keep her alive. Oh my god, there's more. There's a whole pack of fire archers over here. Why are there so many?
We found the character's weaknesses.
I killed all of them, but, you know, still got my mercenary. There was an archer pack on the right, and there was a fire skeleton archer pack on the left, and there was like a spear cat pack. I don't even understand what the hell's going on. My poor archer was like in the center, getting just annihilated by everything. You do not have enough gold. God bless it. I didn't want to kill him with the fire shrine anyway, but I thought that was hilarious that the fire shrine was there. The test was supposed to test something different, not to test that. That's silly. Silly.
Afternoon.
I need gold to rest my merc. Wow, Deathweb really only sells for 6,000 gold? Like, what the hell is that? That's bullcrap.
I still need to do a full poison whirlwind barb for the fun of it, with 2 death webs and bramble.
Swag, 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 swag.
Throw barb this time because it sounds fun.
Swag, 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 swag.
I need to have a look for some ethereal throwy weapons. Maybe some ethereal death bits to start out with.
Why you do that? Vengeance, 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 vengeance. Vengeance, 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 vengeance. Smack you with a vengeance. Smack you with a vengeance. I'm out of potions. And he's... You know, I was thinking, like, all these abilities are nice and all, but I'd probably be better off spamming Holy Bolts. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. But I think Holy Bolts might actually do more damage to him than a lot of the other stuff. I feel like the optimal kill speed for this guy would be some sort of combination of stuff that's not necessarily using one ability over all the others. Like, Crushing Blow is definitely going to be the highest damage output at the beginning, but then there's going to be a point at which Crushing Blow is going to fall off relatively quickly. So,
Can I help you?
I don't know. Like, maybe going in there and just using Zeal to begin with, and then topping it off with Holy Bolt at the end to finish him off with, might actually be better than some of the other methods of killing him. Let's go test off like Zeal for the first part and then Holy Bolts for the second part.
Like the Zeal to 25% of life or
something like that, yeah. Of course, a full freaking skill. I got a combat shrine. I love a combat shrines. Alright, so I'm zealing. Of course, we've got like a whole nother archer pack picking on my merc again. Leave her alone!
Just put a fist of heaven in my face.
Alright, so we can get his HP down relatively quickly, down to about there. And then we just like, I don't know what, we just start doing this. Maybe throw in a couple more zeals, make sure he's got the... Oh my god, will you get out of the fire and stop standing directly in his face? Like, what is wrong with you, Merc? Why are you doing this? Why are you like this?
They dum-dums.
I'm literally standing there in front of Uber Diablo, and she is directly next to me, like fighting shoulder to shoulder like she's a melee character.
She wants to make sure she's not going to miss.
Like, why are you so close?
Just when you're holy bolting, make sure you're holy bolting through her.
I mean, that's another added benefit of having the Holy Bolts. A yellow Sacred Targe. Grab it. You take it to Kane, and Kane's like, well, what you have here is a particularly high grade of crap. High grade crap. What is the easiest class to play for a new player that is still good at endgame PvE? I think the easiest by far is the Summon Necromancer. Doesn't really take much. You just put all your points in the skellies and you just move on with your life.
It's a bit slower, but there's a lot of upgrade opportunities with it too. You know, beast, all that lot. It's fun. And then you can learn a lot about the game while you're playing.
And Amulato, Gelato.
I think decked out Summon Necro's pretty insane as well.
I don't know if I can damage his regeneration with Holy Bolt, but it'd be fun to see. I doubt it.
Afternoon.
Let's see if I can out damage his regeneration just with Holy Bolt.
You just gotta smack him every once in a while. That poison, right?
Well, I was thinking about the opposite. I'm just gonna freaking just fire Holy Bolts at him and see if I can out DPS his healing. I mean, it's an option. If your damage is that high, you can just out DPS his heals. I remember one time I was talking to this person who was playing a Javazon, and they had absolutely no clue that the Ubers healed. And so they weren't actually using any open wounds or anything on their charged bolt as a, like Amazon. And I'm like, well, do you have open wounds? Do you have prevent monster heal of any kind? And they're like, what's that? They had killed Uber Diablo, or Uber Diablo, they had killed Uber Duriel, they had killed Uber Iswal, and were stuck on Uber Lilith because Uber Lilith was somehow out-regenerating their damage output. And the guy was like, I've been fighting Uber Lilith for like 30 minutes now, and I still can't kill her. I don't know what's wrong. Like, I just killed Uber Duriel, and I just killed Uber Iswal just fine. And I was trying to figure out what the hell they were doing wrong, and it was because they had no way of stopping the regeneration of Uber Lilith. And I was just like, okay, well, you need some open wounds or some prevent monster heal in there or some poison damage or something. I think the answer to this question is yes, I can out DPS his regeneration, but I don't know why I would do it. Like for me to just sit here and just like zeal a couple times and then his regeneration is gone. And then now I can actually dish out like decent damage. Like it's way better to just throw a couple zeals out and just let him fly. But as you can see, as long as he's able to regenerate, it's going to be a pain in the butt to actually kill him with holy bolts. I mean, if I tapped him with prevent monster heal first, which I don't have, which is an unfortunate side effect of this build, not having any prevent monster heal, but I mean, I could throw in the poison charm. We can have the open wounds running. Let's see how it is. I forgot to put the poison charm in. Let's see how it is with the poison charm. Add that in, and we're gonna do another zeal run. On our Bo Jackson Paladin. Oh yeah, I need to do this before I forget. I always forget. I need to put Theorycraft in the title. So that it's marked for the future. Because I'll forget that the Theorycraft is even in this live stream. And I'll be like, well, we Theorycrafted that Paladin a while back, and then I can't find it. They'll be like, you liar. And I'll be like, no, it's not a lie. I tell the truth. I not do the lie. I tell the truth. We did it. We Theorycrafted it. Dang, where did everybody go? Everybody's missing now. All that's left in here is Body Pig and Meow.
You scared everyone off?
You scared everyone off.
I didn't.
They're all taking naps.
I'm lovely.
I mean, I like naps.
You're all taking naps?
Yeah, I like naps.
Yeah,
naps are good. Naps are life.
Are you having yourself?
Oh yeah, the zeal is much smoother now with the poison charm. Just one little poison charm fixes the world. It makes it a lot more difficult for him to, well, just it smooths out the open wounds not flying properly.
Yeah, that was my only contribution to the theory crafting of this build.
Yeah, I mean, I should have known better myself because I was the one that just made that whole video on how Venom sucks.
Yes.
Venom sucks. I just didn't realize I didn't have any poison damage in the build. A lot of the times you end up having like a little bit of poison damage added somewhere. Or you end up holding on to like one poison charm when you're leveling up or something.
Yeah.
Like, just doesn't matter. Like if you find like a 100 or like a 200, yeah. I usually do anyway. Like, I like to have at least one poison charm. Another thing we're missing is a cold damage charm. We don't have any cold damage charm at all. Which is kind of a big deal for a melee class. Having like one cold damage charm. In fact, what you could have, and I've got a very nice
you have
charm.
cold damage on your Raven Frost, so you shouldn't need it.
Oh yeah, that's right. We do have 15 to 45 cold on the Raven.
Perfect.
So that's already settled. I guess that's another bonus of going with the Raven over going with the Soj. Because if we go with the Cham, like in like the helmet or whatever instead of the raven, then we lose the cold damage. So then we need a cold damage charm. And we need a poison damage charm.
Dad.
This ring is ridiculous. Dude, if somebody actually had this ring, they would be a billionaire. Look at this stupid ring that I have. It's in the pack. Like it's in the item pack. Look at that thing. Dual leech, frickin' faster cast, strength, dex, life, tri-res. That ring's too much. It's way too much. What if I could kill him with charge? It'd be difficult, but I could maybe do it. Let's give it a try. Charge requires some unique knowledge of how skills work and like doing it properly. It's a whole little dance, but we might be able to do it. Let's do the dance, shall we? We're gonna do the dance.
Afternoon.
Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Get down tonight. Gonna charge a little butts. That frickin' smack when you hit over Diablo, it's hilarious. A lot of people don't know with charge that you have to run away, have to charge back to the target. You can't just sit there and hold down the charge button. It doesn't work that way. Like, the entire point of the ability is that you're running at the target. I always kind of thought it would have been cool if they'd added, like, a modifier on there to make it so that the target does, like... You do, like, more damage the further you want to run away from. So, like, if you charge from, like, a longer distance, you dish out more damage. Be kind of funny. I'm running out of potions. Oh no. No, 324 life. Get him. No, don't let him get you. No. Yeah. Charge kill on the Paladin. We lost the Merc, but it was worth it. Dude, this character's nuts. I think this is probably the silliest Paladin I've made, and it actually works, all of it. I think this is just a side effect of everything that makes the Paladin good being tied up in the combat tree. Like, the defensive skills aren't really that important, the offensive skills aren't really that important. It pretty much just comes down to the combat skills, and since all of the combat skills are like just shoved into the same tree and they're all good, I mean, you can pretty much just play this however you want to, like, whatever your favorite skill is. Is that an 8-point ring when only 7 affixes are possible? I mean, yeah, it's a hero edited ring, so yeah, it's definitely not a possible ring. Which I think is hilarious. I mean, hey, I just wanted an FCR dual H ring. I didn't realize it had all that on it. I was just pulling up a ring to make FCR dual H, which is not impossible to obtain. Oh, a unique amulet just dropped out of that monster's butthole.
Oh, that is a very brown amulet, I'll give it that.
I'm sitting at 26,200 defense with 75% block chance. This whole build is just silly. Like, it's silly how good this build actually is. Even got hammers running. Even got hammers. I got what's my hammers at? I got 2,325 hammers. This guy's immune to magic. Oh no, whatever will I do? It's not like I have this ability right here. Oh look, this guy's immune to physical. Whatever will I do? It's not like I have this button right here. Like, this guy is the Swiss Army knife box man. He can literally just kill anything. It doesn't even matter. The Holy Bolt damage is 7,733. He also has Epic Fist of the Heavens damage too, so he can just do this. And everything go bye-bye. The Bo Jackson build. Bo knows. Bo knows sports. Bo knows baseball. Bo knows basketball. Bo knows football. I bet you he does ridiculous in the cow level too. Let's go run him through the cow level real quick. So North Star or build this? I mean, technically this is very similar to the way that the North Star is set up. It's some minor changes here or there in equipments. I mean, it kind of functions on the same principle of the North Star, which is like maxing out your combat skills. Through the use of Astrions and Haas. The main problem with this build is that to make it work, so like when you do a North Star Smiter, you don't need a perfect Astrions. You don't need an ethereal Astrions. You don't need a particularly good Astrions. All you need is the +4 skills and the grief damage, which is 85. And that gets you pretty much everything that you're looking for. But with this build, you need basically a nearly perfect Astrions, which is going to be the most expensive thing in the build. So instead of just a +4 with 85, you need a +4 with 85 with 290% enhanced damage and preferably close to 200% on the bonus AR, which is going to cost you a lot. And then, of course, you also need a Zod rune for it because the ethereal one has to have a Zod rune. And it really kind of ties the entire build together because this enables you to dish out the damage that you need on the physical skills like Zeal, Sacrifice, Vengeance, etc. It enables you to dish out the elemental damage that you need, say on Holy Bolt, and Fist of the and hammers essentially. And then the Faith is also kind of expensive too because to reach the breakpoints that you need, you're going to need Faith on the Mercenary. It's powerful, that's for dang sure. I kind of want to see how it does in the cows. Obviously FOH isn't going to work in the cows, but Zeal will, and so will hammers. So I guess we'll find out. Teleport away from me, Griswold, you little turd. Could old leave the game and come back because I forgot to grab a troll town portal.
That's just terrible.
Let's see what our brown amulet is. I'm just kidding. It's a unique amulet. It's a cat's eye. It's kind of neat. If I made this build without a CTA, I'd have a Grief and Haas and a Hodo Spirit on Switch to avoid the Unicaddy. What the hell is the Unicaddy? You talking about Astrions?
The unique caddy.
If you make my build without Astrions, then don't make my build. How about that?
Good to see you.
Astrions is way better than Grief for this build.
Yep, skills.
Way better than Grief. You ain't gonna get past that 35% CB or 33% CB, and you ain't gonna get past that +4 skills. You're missing Crushing Blow and plus skills, and you're missing AR, and you're missing pretty much everything else you need. Like I don't think you're gonna make this build work with a Grief. You're gonna be skimping on too much stuff.
Unique ring and tombs. Somebody want to call it?
Soj.
Soj. Okay.
Man, he hits hard with frickin' Zeal in here. So
Carrion.
hard. Holy Jesus.
Carrion's still nice though.
The smile hurt to watch. It was supposed to be painful. I'm glad that it achieved its goal, Nova. I'm glad that it achieved its goal. It had a very important goal.
So the chance for Twister, does that count for
Hitting.
Lightning
Attack.
Fury? Or no?
Yes, because you are throwing as long as you hit. So if you hit the
you have to
main
hit
mob,
the
like where
target.
you get lit, yeah.
With
you
the
have to actually hit it.
physical part of the attack.
With the first one. The
Yes.
first.
No, it'll trigger on any of them.
Yeah,
because
if
it
they hit.
pierces. So it can pierce up to 5 times, and it can hit for an additional 6th. So when you throw it, it'll pierce through the targets, and each target that it hits, if it actually hits them, will have a chance to proc the twisters.
Yeah. Javazons are so fun. Probably be my starter character next season. Either Javazon or something weird. I haven't really decided yet.
It'll be really interesting.
Well,
to
the
watch.
mad.
Need to start this throw barb in a bit and see how I like that.
Man, that's surprising just how well Zeal does. I ain't never seen a Zeal Paladin do this well.
Zeal's just
Astrions is amazing.
Yeah.
F Astrion, the perfect F Astrions is ridiculous.
Probably the best weapon for Zeal. Unless you find like an ethereal death cleaver and Zod it. Like, other than that, I think like for pure Zeal, Astrions is beautiful. 'Cause it
I
gives
think
you
that's the only
everything
thing
you
that we're missing on this build is Deadly Strike, like a decent amount of Deadly Strike. We're only getting a meager 15% from the boots. It'd be
Well,
nice
you
if we
could-
could add in some DS into the
want.
build.
You could do High Lords.
Yeah, but High Lords
you
takes
look-
away our 20% faster cast, and then we need to make
Yes,
that up
and then you
somewhere
change your
else.
helmet to a 220 helmet with 2 sockets.
Mm,
Like 220 with Dex or a Visionary mod. 220 with Visionary mod and 2 sockets. That, why not? That would give you the AR boost that you want. It would give you your 2 sockets, your skills, your cast, and you get an extra socket. And then you can use High Lords. And that also means then you don't need to use the IAS duel. So you got 2 free sockets then. Could be an idea.
Can't figure out how to get the 60% FHR cap with self-use infinity. It usually comes from charms. You're usually getting them from like a 12% FHR grand with plus skills on it, or you get like a 5% FHR small.
With mana or res, depending what you're needing.
Sounds like 80 jaw runes, yeah, most likely.
Yeah. But that's the thing, self-wield infinities aren't. It's not a cheap build. You need good stuff. Yeah, I definitely think the helmet. I'd change your helmet to a 220 with Visionary mod, with 2 sockets, and you could put 2 burrs in it, because you wouldn't need anything else.
Well,
and then you can go for your High Lords.
I mean, as it is, the build's already ridiculous. It's literally every paladin in one. I mean, yeah, you're not like the best charge paladin, and you're not like the best, you know, freaking like, you know, zeal paladin, or the best smiter, or the best hammered in. But that's kind of the whole point. Like, if you're gonna do everything, I mean, you're not gonna be the best at everything.
You're decent at everything.
You know what you are the best though?
What?
Ginger.
Friend.
I am the best.
Did you actually just craft that ring?
No.
I was about to lose my mind.
No.
Oh, is that why you hop back in the chat?
That's just that's the hero way to
How
do it.
much?
Come on, come on.
How much dollars do you want? Because you could get it.
Dollars? How many dollars?
Oh, you could sell that for like 10 grand.
Yeah, probably.
Like if that was real, yeah.
I don't even think it can be real. It's an 8-point ring. I don't
Yeah.
think you can have an 8-point ring.
It wouldn't have the res on it, but it would still be insane.
Honestly, the reses aren't even that good.
No.
They're not even that good, really. Like, that's like a 10, a 15, and like one of them's poison.
Still insane.
I'm pretty sure I had a ring very similar to that, minus the resistances. Had the life, had the dex, had the strength, had the dual leech. I'm pretty sure it had the FCR on it too, and I was like, who wants a battlecaster ring?
Every dueler ever.
Yeah.
So the hammers is good enough to do cows. Like if I get like a big old pack of cows running, let me get like a big pack. Is that the biggest I can get? And I just start spamming hammers. I mean, they die. It's not like impossible for me to just spam hammers. But I mean, why just spam hammers when you can spam the hammers and then start zealing? Like it just works. It works really good to do both. Like you just find a big pack of cows, the biggest pack you can. You get like right in the center of it because you're tanky as all get out with 26,200 defense and 75% block rate, and you've also got a pretty decent physical damage reduction of 18%. So you can pretty much just stand there in the center of the cows and laugh while you cast your hammers, and they can't really do much about it. And then once you've cast a sufficient number of hammers and you feel like you've dominated them with your superior casting abilities, you just start holding down your zeal and you just start murdering everything in close range to give yourself a little bit of life leech and mana leech. And it freaking works out beautifully.
Build would be.
He does some serious damage to the cows too. Like P1 cows, we're talking about like 2 to 3 zeal smacks. Like, yeah, like 2 to 3 Zeal Smacks. Some of them, like, it feels like they almost take 1, but it's like just shy.
What's a good proc build, Ginger?
I mean, what kind of proc build do you want to do?
I don't know. Maybe Strafes on? That could be interesting.
I mean, I've done a Procazon. If you want to build my Procazon, it works. There's nothing wrong with it.
Could be an interesting one. I'm thinking of next ladder what I want to start with.
There is nothing wrong with the Procazon. A question for you, Bob. If I did a Kixin, would it only use the proc from the main claw, or does it proc the sub claw as well?
It'll proc everything.
So if I have like the Battle Cestus claw on the right hand, it'll still proc the Frost Nova from the Battle Cestus?
Yep.
Yep. And the chance to proc that's so
I wasn't
huge.
sure if it had to be in the main hand or not.
Nope.
I really wish Whirlwind could proc stuff. Makes me sad that it doesn't. Because a proc Whirlwind Barb would be so
it procs
much fun.
poison.
Could you imagine that though? Whirlwind Barb and
It procs blind. It procs blind. You can proc blind.
Yeah, that's not good enough. I don't want to proc loads of rubbish. It'd be great fun.
Blinding when you're a Whirlwind Barbarian is actually really fun.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like a war crime though.
I am full up. Let's... That...
24-hour stream to celebrate? Oh man. If only I didn't have to go to work tonight. I actually do have to go to work. Okay. I probably need to get off right now, actually. Sorry to rain on your 24-hour stream parade.
This is 24-hour stream over.
Thought I quit my job. Did you donate me like $1 million, Carleo? Because if you didn't, then I still need money to pay bills and stuff. It's a thing. I mean, I mostly quit. I'm only down to like 2 or 3 days a week.
Just
part time. It's part time. Oh man.
Oh, Ginger, we should do like a LAN party for the kinship for like the 30th anniversary.
That'd be funny.
D2 LAN party.
We just like go somewhere and get one of those crazy like gamer Airbnbs where it's set up with like super high speed internet and all that stuff.
Oh no. As long as somebody gets taped to the ceiling.
Who am I taping to the ceiling?
Oh my god.
We need somebody taped to the ceiling. This is important.
Ginger, I don't think you understand how funny that comment is to me. Because I tell my nieces and nephews that I'm going to duct tape them to the ceiling, like, every single time I see them.
Duct tape you to the ceiling?
They start talking wild, and I'm like, you do know that I can just duct tape you to the ceiling, right? And then they stop. They're like, oh, don't do it.
Yeah, the ceiling's a dangerous one, because
you can fall.
Yeah, the wall's fine.
Look, we use the good Kevlar duct tape, right? Oh my god, the number of times I've had to explain to people that you can't touch the tape. Like, stop touching the tape. Like, stop touching the tape. This is one guy, he was trying to tape something on, and, like, the tape kept falling off. And, like, I went over there to try and help him out, because I thought he was, like, you know, having trouble or something, and I was going to help him out. I was like, first you got to clean off the surface to make sure there's no oils and residues on the surface. And you want to make sure that you don't touch the tape. This boy is going like this. He's got the tape out, and he's, like, going like this. like with his hands, just like touching the tape and pulling his fingers off, and touching the tape and pulling his fingers off, and touching the tape and pulling his fingers off. And I'm like, that's why your tape doesn't stick to the dang wall. You need to stop touching it, you idiot. I mean, he wasn't just like touching it and then like, you know, like a couple times when he's trying to put it on. No, he's like playing with it like this.
Yeah, terrible. No wonder it doesn't stick.
Like the oils and stuff from your fingers will come off and stick to the tape, and then once they stick to the tape doesn't work anymore. Like it's not gonna stick at that point. We're done. And we're done. Yeah, this build's pretty crazy. I like this build. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Just need a nice F-Asterons with perfect stats. You know, no big deal.
Yeah, get over days.
I mean, damage output is there in just about every category it needs to be. I mean, Holy Bolt is strong. The hammers are pretty strong. I mean, I don't know how they would hold up in P8 content, but like the Fist of the Heavens is very strong. You can straight up wipe fields with it. I mean, so you're a full-powered Fist of the Heavens Paladin. You're I'd say 90% power smiter, because you've got pretty much everything that you need for smiting. You're hitting the max breakpoint. You've got enough crushing blow, and you have open wounds, so you're fine there. You're a fairly decent Zealer. Like I wouldn't say that it's better than like a grief, like full setup physical grief Zealer, but at the same time, a full setup physical grief Zealer doesn't have full Fist of the Heavens and full smite, so like you can go suck it. And then on top of that, you've also got pretty decent charge damage too. So when you actually hit something with your charge, whether it be by accident or whatever, like your charge is actually hurting the monster pretty significantly. And then on top of that, you've also got a pretty decent vengeance as well to break through immunities. So if you do happen to run into that like ultra resistant monster that happens to be immune to like physical and magic or something, and isn't an undead monster, you know, like you're pretty much just going to be able to like vengeance straight through whatever resistances they have, because you've got a pretty sick vengeance that you can kill monsters with. You can deal with AoE damage relatively easily, whether it's beasts, undead, or demons. Like you've got multiple AoE like abilities to be able to use here. I mean, you got a really nice, you know, like Holy Bolt that you can shoot down lanes, which is like ridiculous damage. You can help keep your Merc alive with your Holy Bolts too. Come here, Heather. Yeah, try killing my Merc now. Look at that. Look at that. What do you got to say about that? Like, oh, yeah, she's not taking any damage, is she? Yeah, she's got a healer. She's got a main healer over here. I mean, the defense on it is crazy too. 26,200 defense with a 75% block rate, and we're hitting all the nice juicy breakpoints. So we've got our 75% FCR breakpoints. We got probably could throw some more faster run walk in here somehow. We got our cannot be frozen. We even got 35% slows target by, which was really nice. Man, that Zeal is freaking killacious with the F-Astrions. That thing is nice. I kind of want to set up as like a full-fledged Zealer with an F-Astrions now. I know that technically Grief would be better, but
Astrions looks cool too, though.
Dude, I really want to see how well it works with an F-Astrions though.
What's the rune word that's Coco Mal again?
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
Why you need to know the rune word if you already know the runes?
Well, I have a lot of Co's, and I was trying to think if it would be worth it to save them up to trade for something like a higher rune, but I couldn't remember what the rune word was called that used all the codes.
Cool. There's tons of rune words that use codes. They're all over the place. I mean, Hodo uses a code. Obedience uses a code. Coco Mal uses 2 codes. I mean, there's codes in a whole bunch of recipes, and code is also used for upgrading items, your armors and stuff like that. So if you're trying to get like an upgraded skin of the Viper Magi or something like that, like that's useful for that as well. As the codes are extremely useful, like runes. I mean, they tend to be not worth as much later on, but it's mainly because there's so many of them floating around. But people burn them up like crazy all the time, making tons of different things.
And re-rolling stuff.
A half Astrion? What? The Astrion's Iron Ward. Alright, guys, I'll catch you later. I gotta get to work.
Have a good night, Ginger.
Have a good night, Ginger.
Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been, like 24 years of Diablo 2. That's right, 24 years. Today is the 24th anniversary. That's a long time. Freaking, I'm 40 years old, but 24 years is still a long time in them years. How old was I when this game came out? What? So 20, I was 20. And then minus 4, so I was 16 when Diablo 2 came out, basically. Or Diablo 2, is this Diablo 2 LOD? I think they might be saying is the anniversary. Because I think, didn't Diablo 2 come out longer ago than D2 LOD? Well, no, it was June 28th, 2000. That's when Diablo 2 came out. So 24 years exactly. LOD was later. LOD was, what, 2001 on June 27th? Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. As always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the channel. And keep watching.